For this kid, every day was a living nightmare. His face became a punching bag for bullies who needed to vent. He endured this torment for years on end. Then, one fateful day, everything shifted. Kim Tae-hyun had awakened a hidden power, and his so-called friends were completely oblivious. Suddenly, Tae-hyun burst into maniacal laughter. Everyone just stared, thinking he'd finally lost his mind. It was like he'd gone full Joker on them. In a move that shocked everyone, Tae-hyun actually retaliated. He sent the lead bully soaring through the air, leaving the rest of the crew frozen in terror. Our hero simply smirked and informed them that the rules of the game had changed. He declared he was one of the awakened, but they just laughed in his face. They chalked it up to a lucky shot, boasting that they were all awakened as well. And in true coward fashion, they decided to jump him all at once. Tae-hyun effortlessly sidestepped the first punch and responded by shattering the guy's teeth. A swift kick to the gut followed, taking him out of the fight in seconds. This was a completely different person. What they didn't know was that Kim Tae-hyun now possessed 30 years of combat experience wielding mana. He held knowledge of the abyss and the horrifying creatures destined to eradicate half the human race. The reason? In his previous life, at age 35, Kim Tae-hyun was a total wash-up who never awakened his powers. His job was a mere porter, hauling equipment for powerful hunters. He faced constant humiliation for his weakness, and he had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept his lot in life.
I mean, these were the heroes supposedly protecting the entire world.
In their world, your awakened rank was your identity. It meant more than wealth or status. Tae-hyun, unfortunately, had nothing to his name. Not only did he lack any powers, but he was dirt poor. Then, during one fateful expedition, he was lost in thought and completely missed the fact that his entire hunter party had been wiped out. The mightiest heroes on the planet were now just cold bodies on the ground, and he was the last one standing. The culprit was a legendary double S rank monster known as Asmodeus. Tae-hyun made a desperate attempt to fight, but it only served to highlight just how utterly powerless he was.
Asmodeus then burrowed into his psyche, making him experience his most painful memories one last time. He saw the fiery car wreck that stole his parents, and felt the sting of every beating he took in school.
He relived his unremarkable existence as a porter, a life of struggle that was about to culminate in a meaningless death. That should have been the end of his story. But just then, some kind of divine entity materialized out of nowhere, freezing time in its tracks. Tae-hyun was at a complete loss to explain what was happening. A radiant white figure stood before him. Asmodeus, the battlefield, the entire world, everything was locked in place, including his own body. Tae-hyun pushed his mind to its absolute limit, trying to process the situation. Before finally giving up, he looked at the being and asked for its name. This entity introduced itself as the king, but said that detail didn't matter. He then bestowed upon Tae-hyun the immense authority he once held. Seeing the boy's confusion, the king told him not to get hung up on the details. He explained that he'd chosen Tae-hyun for his unbreakable will, selecting him to finish a critical mission on his behalf. At that moment, a dragon lunged toward him, likely sensing the king's incredible power now residing within Tae-hyun's very soul. Our hero's eyes snapped open. He was back in his teenage body, but this time he had a lifetime of memories. His attackers were down for the count, but their ringleader managed to struggle back to his feet. He then revealed his own awakened ability. Stone Skin. The bully swung with a hardened fist, but Tae-hyun dodged it easily. His current body was weak, but he possessed the combat instincts of a 35-year-old veteran. The red-haired thug jumped so high he smashed a hole in the school roof. Tae-hyun seized the opening, striking from behind and landing a solid punch right in his face. Crimson splattered across the ground, but it wasn't the bully's blood. It was coming from Tae-hyun's own knuckles. His opponent retaliated with a devastating blow that sent him rocketing away, further shattering the rooftop. The impact left Tae-hyun completely drained, unable to even rise. The bully swaggered over, mocking him once more. He sneered that a loser is always a loser, and now it was time to pay up for having the audacity to resist. Tae-hyun had traveled back in time and even gained powers. Was this pathetic scene really going to be the start of his second chance? In this world, awakened beings are graded from the lowly F rank all the way up to the god tier S rank. A higher rank means a tougher body and more potent abilities. As it turns out, Tae-hyun was a bottom-of-the-barrel F rank. The jerk standing over him? He was a C rank. The power gap was just too massive for him to overcome. Yet, something felt different this time. As Tae-hyun got back on his feet, he sensed a foreign energy surging within him, a power that clearly wasn't his. The sheer pressure emanating from Tae-hyun sent a shiver down the bully's spine. It was impossible for a total failure to possess such an intimidating aura, and Tae-hyun could feel it too. He recognized this feeling. It was predation, a legendary and impossible skill. Sensing the danger, The bully unleashed his strongest attack. Our hero simply lifted his hand to block the incoming fist. A massive shockwave erupted from the point of impact. But in reality, the punch never even made contact. An unseen force was radiating from Tae-hyun. This was the moment a new king was born. That mysterious energy began to pour into the bully's system. Far below in the schoolyard, students who had no idea what was going on were startled and froze, stunned by the massive explosion from the rooftop. As the smoke and debris settled, the result of their clash became clear. The bully was sprawled on the ground like a bug that had been stepped on, leaving only Tae-hyun standing tall. An internal voice announced that the predation process was successful, and because of it, his own rank had leveled up from F to E. Suddenly, Kim Tae-hyun's hands started turning to stone, a clear sign that a brand new skill had been added to his arsenal. He had successfully stolen the stone skin ability, and his fist transformed into solid rock. Just then, the perspective shifts over to the school's infirmary. The school nurse's jaw dropped as she witnessed one student carrying 3 badly beaten up kids. Kim Tae-hyun casually greeted the nurse, trying to play it cool. She just yelled, completely bewildered by the chaotic scene. As he gently placed the 3 unconscious bullies onto the beds, the school nurse patched them up with her healing abilities. When she asked how they got hurt, he spun a tale about falling down some stairs. Once he was treated, he bolted from the infirmary and started his walk home.
Walking home, his mind was consumed by the day's fight, specifically his predation ability.
In his past life, he'd trained for an eternity just to level up his skills. But now, a single fight was all it took to boost his rank. It was an F rank skill that could unleash the power of a C rank. Not to mention it could literally steal the abilities of his defeated foes. His mind was a storm of questions. Why did that king give him this power? And why was he sent back to the past? With so many unknowns, he knew there was only one path forward. He had to master everything about predation. He finally reached his house, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. In his memory, it had been years since he'd last set foot here. He recalled moving in with his aunt and uncle after his parents died, a faint smile gracing his lips. He slipped inside, wondering if he had enough time to do some research before his uncle got home. But when he entered the living room, he found his cousin with 3 complete strangers. He started to ask why he wasn't at school. But then his eyes shot open as it all clicked. His cousin was prying open a box stuffed with cash, and a memory from his previous life came crashing back. He remembered it all. His cousin, desperate to run with a gang of delinquents, had stolen all the family's money, which led to a complete disaster. The thugs demanded to know who he was, and Gwangjae mumbled that he was his cousin. The blonde-haired thug warned Tae-hyun to mind his own business, condescendingly patting his head to show who was boss. But Tae-hyun didn't even flinch. Quite the opposite. He was thrilled to have a fresh set of guinea pigs to test his powers on. The blonde punk had no idea a punch was already on its way. A single fist from Tae-hyun sent him sprawling to the ground, the impact nearly knocking him out cold. Gwangjae and the others just stared in shock. Tae-hyun raised his hand, channeling his power. The blonde frantically threw his arms up to shield himself. He was terrified, bracing for some kind of fireball to erupt from Tae-hyun's palm. Tae-hyun was just as excited to see what would happen. But then a system message popped into his head. The skill-stealing ability was temporarily unavailable. The blonde was confused when no attack came, just as Tae-hyun was stunned that predation hadn't triggered. In that moment of distraction, a fist connected with his face. The guy he'd just decked had gotten back up and sucker punched him. The force of the blow sent him stumbling to the floor. "Get him!" the blonde screamed at his lackeys. One unleashed a blast of energy, while the other spewed a cloud of poisonous gas. And the leader conjured sharp thorns. All 3 abilities hurtled toward him. Tae-hyun was taken by surprise at just how fast they were.
A sudden pressure exploded from the 2nd story of the house. As they all watched the purple poison smoke swirl,
The blonde leader started taunting Tae-hyun, sure that they'd already won. But then he saw a shape moving inside the toxic cloud. Once again, a crimson aura flared to life, cutting through the smoke. The menacing presence of a hungry predator began to radiate from Tae-hyun. He silently cursed how his ability seemed to activate whenever it pleased. Rather than when he actually commanded it, the 3 delinquents were frozen in terror at the sight. Tae-hyun shot forward, his fist now encased in solid rock, and slammed it into the blonde's face. He couldn't help but revel in the absolute, crushing power of his ability. A few seconds later, it was over. He looked down, satisfied, at the unconscious bodies of the thugs on his floor. He figured out that the attribute window he was seeing was visible only to him. It listed his skills, but some crucial information was left out. Specifically, the conditions required to activate his predation ability weren't mentioned at all. On top of that, its passive effect of completely nullifying other powers was also missing from the description. His mind kept racing with theories, but he had to shelve them for a moment. He turned to see his cousin kneeling on the floor, apologizing profusely. Gwangjae claimed that seeing such an incredible display of strength made him realize how reckless he had been. He then swore to become his loyal subordinate and follow his every command.
While the kid groveled, Tae-hyun was already thinking about the other incident from earlier. He told his cousin he was forgiven, and the boy shot up with a sly and fox-like grin.
But that forgiveness came with a condition: he had to tag along to help with something.
Over at an abandoned train station, warning signs were plastered all over the main gate. 3 agents stared ahead, completely stunned by the scene.
A dimensional portal was on the verge of a catastrophic breach.
A portal breach is a terrifying event where monsters from the abyss tear a gateway into reality. If it isn't stopped, it can cause destruction far worse than any natural disaster.
One agent mentioned the last breach was 10 years ago, and that the monsters this time were spreading incredibly fast. His assistant asked if they should begin evacuating the area, but he got a firm no from his supervisor. One of the agents, whose power was a B-rank barrier, was busy boasting. According to their metrics, this was a C-rank portal. That meant the toughest monster inside should also be C-rank. But while the agent was still running his mouth, the creature smashed right through his barrier, shattering it completely. The team leader, however, instantly snapped to attention.
With a single powerful kick, he decapitated a Cyclops monster, declaring that as B-rank awakeners, they were more than enough to handle a C-rank gate.
Meanwhile, Hwang Ji-hyung was chasing after his cousin, wondering aloud if those agents would really be all right, even if they were pretty strong. He kept repeating the same concerns as they raced for the train station. Kim Tae-hyun explained that since the portal's initial mana reading was C-rank, and the agents were B-rank, they shouldn't have any trouble with C-rank opponents.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Hwang Ji-hyun complained, frustrated.
But then Kim Tae-hyun dropped the bombshell that would only be true if the portal was actually C-rank, leaving his cousin completely stunned. Back at the portal, the ground was littered with monster corpses. The team leader examined the bodies, baffled as to how C-rank creatures could have broken his B-rank barrier. As he stared back at the gate, he realized the mana pouring out was far stronger than he'd first thought. Just then, more beasts began to emerge, their mere touch cracking the already weakened barrier. The 3 agents could only watch, speechless, as the monsters tore the barrier apart and overwhelmed them with a terrifying show of force. They swarmed out of the portal's entrance, heading for the city, led by a massive creature. The beast that had shattered their defenses was a gigantic A-rank ogre. The leader stared in horror, realizing this wasn't a C-rank gate but an A-rank one, right before a massive explosion tore through the entire station.
Hwang Jae-hyung turned to his cousin, demanding to know how he had that kind of information.
Kim Tae-hyun had no real way to explain his regression, so he just brushed it off, saying it was just a gut feeling. Ahead of them, a huge crowd of ordinary people was scrambling for their lives, trying to escape the monsters. The woman leading the panicking mob screamed for everyone to run, yelling that it was a portal break. Hwang Jae-hyun was completely floored that his cousin had been right, and Kim Tae-hyun simply told him to get ready to do what he'd asked him to earlier. "What are you going to do?" his cousin asked, his voice trembling. He just said he would handle the monsters himself and catch up with them later. As the city lights twinkled against the night sky, elsewhere, a man was reporting on the portal break, explaining that reinforcements were impossible because all available members were tied up. He added that the only person who could possibly solve this crisis would have to be an A-rank awakener. With that, he turned to the man standing behind him, an A-rank awakener, and pleaded for his help. This man, nicknamed the Lunatic Blade, was Hyeon-soo, and he told everyone not to panic because their hero had arrived. His main specialty seemed to be a serious case of 8th grade syndrome. Back in the fray, Kim Tae-hyun crushed a monster's skull, then smashed another's jaw, and finally punched a hole through a third one's chest. His combination of attacks dropped all the monsters around him. He then activated his predation power, and a shockwave sent all the nearby creatures flying. Kim Hyun looked over the scene, satisfied that he had just figured out something crucial. He now understood that his ability failed to activate because of fatigue. If his fatigue value climbed over 70%, the skill became unusable. While most abilities just consumed mana, he realized he had to manage another resource. Fatigue was every bit as critical as his mana pool. It would build up whenever he used his skills, or even just engaged in physical activity. And the higher his fatigue climbed, the weaker his abilities became, and the more his body felt like it was made of lead. As Kim Tae-hyun used predation on the dead monsters, he made another incredible discovery: he could restore his mana without actually spending any. On top of recovering his stamina, the skill also increased the rank of his abilities. He realized that the more he used predation, the stronger it could become. He started dreaming of climbing to the high ranks, maybe reaching SS rank, or even becoming the world's first SSS rank. With renewed vigor, he finished clearing out the rest of the monsters in the area. Suddenly, he looked back, sensing another person's presence. He saw another awakener cutting down monsters nearby, dramatically screaming that he would avenge the souls those monsters had taken. He declared himself Hansu, a warrior of justice. Kim Tae-hyun had no idea what to make of this guy's theatrics. With a sword made of pure light, The man easily countered the ogre that was charging him. In a brilliant flash, his blade radiated with power. He unleashed a series of lightning-fast slashes on the monster, leaving Kim Tae-hyun completely awestruck by the incredible display of power. In that moment, he knew this had to be the Awakener who had originally resolved the portal break before his regression. He stood there admiring the man's strength, and the hero struck a pose, reinforcing the over-the-top image Kim Tae-hyun was forming of him. But then he started to wonder why the man was here at all, since in the original timeline, he was supposed to be fighting in a completely different city. As he pondered this, the man began to pray for the souls of the dead he'd found. Before Kim Tae-hyun could make sense of anything, his attribute window flashed, alerting him to the presence of an ability. He was jolted by a sudden, terrifying vision, someone appearing from behind and plunging a blade straight through his heart. He coughed up blood, unable to see the person behind him, as his assassin laughed, having successfully eliminated his target. The city was a wreck after the monster's rampage. But inside a clothing store, an eerie silence had fallen. Won Jae-young found the nurse, unconscious on the floor. She was out cold. As he stood over her, Kim Tae-hyun's words echoed in his mind, and he steeled himself for what he had to do. He remembered the chilling warning many would die tonight, and to his shock, this nurse was supposed to be one of them. Instead of evacuating, she'd apparently been relaxing, a mistake that was fated to cost her life.
With his sleep ability, he could keep the nurse knocked out and move her to safety. Kim Tae-hyun had promised to handle the rest.
How could his cousin know all this? The pieces suddenly started clicking into place. He fought the idea, but all the evidence pointed to one impossible conclusion. He realized Kim Tae-hyun must have awakened an ability to see the future. An ability like that was insane. He couldn't help but marvel at the thought. With his cousin's foresight, he was sure their plan was foolproof. He nervously watched the unfolding scene. It looked like the other man had just barely slipped from the grasp of an invisible assailant. Pressing down on the gushing wound, he desperately wondered who had just attacked him. The assassin was surprised he'd survived a shot to a vital point then again. That's what you'd expect from an A-ranker. The challenge just made Han Sang-do even more excited. Awakened who turn to crime are called villains, and the man before them was a notorious B-rank awakened. He was also a known psychopath who murdered people during portal breaks. But Kim Tae-hyun was certain that in his past life, these two had never met. He wondered if his own regression was the cause, changing events from how they were supposed to be. And Hunu roared in fury at the villain. He summoned his light sword and charged, but a strange rumble from the ground stopped him dead in his tracks.
Underneath them, a monster had somehow survived the earlier battle.
The beast unleashed an attack on all three of them, roaring in a mix of fury and agony. The two heroes were shocked to see the ogre possessed a regeneration ability. As they jumped back, the creature began channeling a massive amount of power into its fist. It slammed its fist down, causing widespread destruction. The villain decided to let the monster deal with Anhunu while he turned to his other prey. He sneered, saying he hadn't expected an audience. He grew excited and leveled his daggers at him. Kim Tae-hyun was floored by the villain's incredible speed. The dagger was just inches from his flesh when he activated his ability to defend himself. Kim Tae-hyun sent the villain flying back with a powerful kick. The killer was stunned to realize the boy was also an awakened. Kim Tae-hyun confirmed that he knew who he was, calling him the lunatic who used his stealth ability to hunt people. "I'm glad I finally found you," he said. In an instant, they clashed, exchanging a flurry of savage blows. Kim Tae-hyun swung his arm, aiming for the villain's head, but the man dodged and blocked with his stone-hardened arms. With every impact, the villain's dagger began to chip away. Once more, the two of them struck at the exact same moment. The villain complimented Kim Tae-hyun's fighting prowess, noting that his ability was quite effective for defense. As they talked, Anhunu was still battling the giant ogre. Catching Kim Tae-hyun's eye, the villain announced he was done playing around. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the battlefield. Kim Tae-hyun remained on high alert, bracing for the stealth attack. He whipped around to block a strike from behind, only to hit nothing but air. The villain reappeared in a different spot, and at the very last second, Kim Tae-hyun managed to block with his arm but was still slashed. The attack had shockingly pierced right through his stone layer. The villain, Han Sang-do, boasted that he had killed plenty of people with similar powers. He moved so fast he left afterimages, striking from every direction at once. The sheer number of attacks forced Kim Tae-hyun into a steady retreat. With a final, crushing blow, Han Sang-do violently impaled Kim Tae-hyun, gasping, covered in wounds. Kim Tae-hyun finally recognized a fatal weakness in his ability he'd overlooked.
An incredibly strong impact could shatter the stone, and the patch that replaced it was always far less durable.
Han Sang-do had been counting on that very weakness from the very beginning. Despite this, Kim Tae-hyun hadn't lost hope. He wondered aloud if it was time to end the little experiment he'd been running.
Han Sang-do thought all the hits had finally made Kim Tae-hyun go crazy. Then, Kim Tae-hyun asked a question that confused the killer. Do you know why I was looking so hard for you?
That familiar crimson aura began to swirl around him. Kim Tae-hyun revealed his goal. He wanted to steal Han Sang-do's ability. The oppressive atmosphere startled the villain, but he refused to show fear.
Han Sang-do used the same tactic, creating afterimages around Kim Tae-hyun. But this time, Kim Tae-hyun declared that he'd found the weakness in the villain's stealth.
He'd figured it out after facing countless monsters. Many could fool his eyes, but his ability always found them. No matter where they hide or where they run, predation always reaches its target. The crimson aura hunted Han Sang-do down even while he was invisible and tore him to pieces. As the battle ended, the sun began to rise, and Hunsu was collapsed on the ground, completely spent from his fight with the ogre. He now understood that even a self-proclaimed hero of justice like him couldn't escape death forever. A massive ogre loomed over him, still standing. With a devastating blow, the beast slammed its fist into the ground right where Anhunu had been. As the dust cleared, the ogre searched for a bloody mess, but found nothing. Kim Tae-hyun couldn't help but notice how exhausted the ogre looked. He'd managed to snatch Anhunu from the jaws of death just in the nick of time. That evening, the couple was startled when the door opened to reveal their son and nephew walking in. Overcome with relief, their eyes welled up with tears. They had been sick with worry, fearing the monsters had gotten them. But their son just calmly said everything was fine. He then pointed out that the house was a total wreck, like it had been completely ransacked. And yet, Hwang Jae-hun nervously insisted that nothing was wrong. Meanwhile, a news alert flashed across a nearby phone, announcing that the portal breach was secured that morning. But as a precaution, schools would remain closed for an entire week. Reports of more survivors began to surface, reassuring the public. But the cleanup crew sent to the portal was now hospitalized for treatment. The school nurse told a bizarre story about dozing off and suddenly waking up in a completely different location. During an interview, the student president, the only awakened individual at the scene, stated that he wasn't the hero. The real savior was someone else, still unknown.
Curiously enough, the corpse of the giant ogre was never recovered.
And the identity of the villain who orchestrated the attack on the city remained a mystery. It became painfully clear that existing safety measures were simply not good enough. Watching the broadcast, Kim Tae-hyun felt a wave of relief that his name was never mentioned. He finally stopped walking, having arrived at his destination. He now possessed 3 distinct abilities, with stealth being the latest addition, at his current power level. It was incredibly difficult to use all 3 skills because his mana reserves were too low, and overexerting himself would leave him exhausted almost instantly. He then recalled the one solution to this problem: potions.
Potions are powerful elixirs designed to restore things like mana and stamina. The problem was their exorbitant price, which was the very reason he was in this derelict area.
His plan was to go hunting. The only obstacle was that he needed a legal license to use his powers publicly. Without the ability to operate in the open, his only choice was to venture into undiscovered dungeons like the one he currently occupied. After squeezing through a narrow passageway, he found himself face to face with gigantic insectoid creatures and colossal spiders. The humanoid monsters were intelligent enough to speak, and they immediately began to mock him. He gauged their strength to be around B rank, but just a handful of them wouldn't provide enough experience to level up. The Spider Sisters, however, took his assessment as an insult and began their assault.
They all charged up their venom and shot it at him in a synchronized volley.
They were already celebrating their apparent victory, but his predation ability completely negated the venom's effects, leaving him entirely unscathed.
The 3 creatures were dumbfounded. This was the first time any human had ever resisted their poison.
The abandoned railway filled with the intense sounds of battle. His attribute window lit up, confirming his success in stealing their paralysis skill. The Korean Players Association was located in a massive skyscraper, where a meeting room was being protected by 2 guards. Inside, 3 people were waiting. The man in the middle was Go, the association's new human resources manager. The other 2 individuals were the most powerful players in all of Korea. A player is the official term for an awakened person legally permitted to use their powers for dungeon raids, cleanup operations, and similar tasks. Currently, the new Players Association recognizes only 5 top-tier players. Among the numerous guilds that had formed, 4 stood above the rest: the Indivisible Fighters, the Alchemist Artisans, the Wizard Sorcerers, and the Informant Wanderers. The agency with authority over these 4 major guilds and every other player was the Players Association. Seated before Got Taewuk were Yua Young, the Guildmaster of the Wanderers, and Cheap Chin Wei, the president of the Players Association. Both were S-rank players. The president directly asked Yua Young if she had any new information regarding the Evil Guild. The Evil Guild is a criminal syndicate made up of the most ruthless villains in the world. Known members of the Evil Guild are always seen wearing gold rings, each embedded with 3 skulls. She produced a file containing the Evil Guild's recent movements, along with a list of their potential targets. She then stated that she knew this couldn't be the only reason she was summoned. which prompted the president to ask her opinion on the recent incident.
She was confused and didn't understand his question. He asked how old she was when she took her player test, to which she replied she was 19 femcheat.
In that instant, she understood the true nature of his question. The president smiled, impressed by her sharpness in realizing he suspected a high school student had taken on an A-rank monster. Back in the spider cave, not a single monster was left alive. Kim Tae-hyun sat on a mound of monster carcasses and made a call to one of the 4 major guilds, the alchemists. Surrounded by a bounty of magic crystals from the creatures he'd slain, he asked if they were selling any potions. With the school lockdown lifted, students finally began returning to their classes. Over the week, Kim Tae-hyun had been grinding hard, from intense physical training to clearing out a few undiscovered dungeons, and even paying a visit to the Alchemists Guild headquarters. There, he cashed in all his mana stones for a hefty supply of potions and received the full VIP treatment. He also managed to pump up all of his stats and fortify his abilities to C rank. Now, he just rested his face in his hand as other students watched him warily from afar. The whispers had already spread like wildfire about him, taking down the bullies and awakening his powers. One student muttered that Kim Tae-hyun's awakening was probably the weakest of the lot. Right as a whole crew began swaggering towards his classroom, Kim Tae-hyun sensed their approach as chairs were shoved aside, clearing a path to his desk. The newcomers crowded in front of him, their leader planting his feet on the table. He was Lee Jung-gai, an S-ranker, and he immediately unleashed a crushing aura of intimidation. Lee Jung-gai was the son of the CEO of the massive Tasa Group conglomerate, the very same corporation that sponsored the school. He was the kingpin of all the bullies, the main culprit behind Kim Tae-hyun's torment, who loved to abuse his authority. "And you call yourself a friend?" Kim Tae-hyun scoffed, retaliating by flaring up his own powerful aura. One of the goons behind Lee Jung-gai questioned his nerve, only to get a fist to the face from his own boss for interrupting their chat. Kim Tae-hyun didn't even flinch, which just annoyed the leader, who began amping up his superpower to put him in his place. Internally, Kim Tae-hyun was actually impressed by the sheer level of magic pouring off an S-rank awakener. He discreetly readied his hand in his pocket, curious to see how his opponent would handle his predation skill. But the two were interrupted before their showdown could begin. Lim A-young cut the discussion short, extinguishing Lee Jung-gai's fire with her ice abilities and simply warning Kim Tae-hyun not to take the fight any further. Lim A-young went by many titles, like class president, the rich girl from a powerful family, Yu A-young's half-sister, an S-rank awakener, and she was on track to collect many more in the future. Her only real weakness was her rigid, uncompromising personality, and she immediately confronted Lee Jung-gai.
"What do you mean? Stop," he sneered. "I was just talking to my friend." She fired back. "Then why'd you punch your other friend?" Which made him furious, and he told her to shut up.
She retorted, "Leave now, or I'll use force." Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun was mentally begging them to knock it off before their little spat caused total chaos in the classroom. The two locked eyes for one final, tense moment. Then, Lee Jung-gai decided to walk away, but not before secretly charging up a massive flame blast aimed right at her. Just then, the school bell rang, and an announcement brought everything to a halt. The broadcasting club announced that the Players Association was about to hold a special lecture. Every student was to gather in the hall immediately. The announcement repeated, leaving Lee Jung-gai shocked that the Players Association was even at their school. He let his power die down and glanced between Lim A-young and Kim Tae-hyun. She was still braced for a fight, while he just sat there saying nothing at all. Lee Jung-gai cracked an excited smile and left the room, saying how lucky they were. He waited until the door was fully closed before letting his guard down. She turned to look at Kim Tae-hyun, but found his chair empty. He was already at the door. "Didn't you hear the announcement?" he asked before leaving. She spun around, confused at how she'd completely lost track of his movements, and wondered if he had always been this sharp.
Everyone assembled in the main hall, buzzing with theories about what this lecture could possibly be about.
The microphone switched on, and the voice of Go Tae-wook, vice manager of the association's HR department, filled the room. He explained they were there for 2 reasons. First, to address the association's delayed response to the portal break, and to provide safety training. The second reason was to inform them of changes to the player tests for students, who represented the future of South Korea's new Players Association. Lee Jung-gai silently seethed, cursing Kim Tae-hyun under his breath. Lim A-young made a mental note to speak with Kim Tae-hyun later, while he just sat in his seat and let out a sleepy yawn. Everyone murmured in confusion, wondering what player tests had to do with them, since none of them had even turned 19 yet. Go Tae-wook then dropped a bombshell due to the portal break and the surging number of monsters in dungeons. The association was facing a severe staff shortage. Because of this, they would begin testing students even during high school. The revelation sent a shockwave of silence through the crowd. The selected students from each school would supposedly be chosen based on grades, academic records, and behavior. But Kim Tae-hyun knew that was a total lie. In reality, the selection process had already begun. Go Tae-wook possessed an ability called Observer's Eye, This power allowed him to quantify the total sum of a target's abilities and let him see their attribute window just by focusing on them. He was stunned by the power levels of the students in the hall. The numbers here were far better than at any other place he had visited. And among all these candidates, a couple stood out immediately in his mind, Lee Jung-gi with 1924 and Lim A-young with a staggering 2,335. He recalled that the Wanderers Guild had sent over a recommendation list, but he couldn't believe there were so many powerful, untrained awakeners all in one place. A smirk played on Lee Jung-guir's lips as he shot his hand into the air, making everyone turn to look. People wondered what he was up to. He then questioned whether candidates who weren't even qualified should be allowed to take the test, a comment that definitely got the vice manager's attention. The vice manager clarified that the whole point of player evaluations was to find suitable candidates from the pool of already awakened individuals. Lee Jung-gi chimed in, arguing that unawakened sleepers had absolutely no business even being in the room for this briefing, and it was an obvious shot at Kim Tae-hyun. He went on, talking about how becoming a player required a whole range of complex abilities to be assessed. His entire point was to embarrass Kim Tae-hyun in front of everyone, and it worked. The other students started snickering. Kim Tae-hyun quickly caught on that Lee Jung-gi was dead set on finding out whether he had actually awakened, so he just stared back, waiting for Lee Jung-gi to make his move. Limong didn't approve of this bullying, but then she recalled how rude Kim Tae-hyun had been earlier. That memory made her pause, and instead of shutting it down, she just stated that participation was ultimately up to each individual student. Lee Jung-gi just kept pushing, trying to get a reaction out of Kim Tae-hyun. Deep down, he knew Lee Jung-gi had a point. He couldn't take the test without proof of being awakened. But he also had an ace up his sleeve. The observer's eye could get him a pass without lifting a finger. Meanwhile, from a distance, Gotwook was observing the students. He thought Lee Jung's antics were just pathetic, getting kicks from picking on someone. But when his gaze fell on Kim Tae-hyun, his observer's eye failed to pull up any data. The shock hit him hard. Just then, Kim Tae-hyun decided to fire back at Lee Jung-gi. Everyone watching was completely baffled by this. Kim Tae-hyun then declared he'd take over the lecture and casually flipped Lee Jung-gi the bird. That brazen move sent Lee Jung-gi into a rage. Meanwhile, Got Tae-wook was still reeling, unable to process why his power had just failed. Not even when he scanned the president of the association or the master of the Wanderers Guild had his ability ever malfunctioned like this. As Kim Tae-hyun walked out, Got Tae-wook was left struggling to understand how his power was useless against a mere kid. Just short of the doorway, Kim Tae-hyun paused. Got Tae-wook kept trying to scan him over and over, but it was no use. Then, Kim Tae-hyun turned back, as if letting him get a clear look. What Gotwook saw next left him absolutely stunned. An overwhelming, terrifying aura was pouring off him, and his power level was registering at over 5,000. Later that day, Kim Tae-hyun was holed up in the library, digging through stacks of books for any information he could find about the king. His research was cut short by the same goons he'd already put in their place. They told him Lee Jung was looking for him and to get moving, but he flat out refused, daring them to do something about it. That shut them up for a second, but then they brought up his aunt's restaurant, which clearly got to him. He finally looked up from his books as they relayed a message from their boss, insulting him directly. They called him a pathetic orphan who was nothing but a burden to his relatives. The bully who was talking trash never even saw the punch coming, and the sheer force of the impact made the entire library erupt. Bookshelves splintered and collapsed everywhere. The next thing you know, the bully was dangling by his neck, blood trickling from his mouth. He made short work of the other two thugs. Then, Kim Tae-hyun calmly asked where he could find Lee Jung-gi. Back in the main hall, long after the lecture had finished, the place was completely empty. Lee Jung-gi and his bodyguard were waiting for Kim Tae-hyun to show. The bodyguard was a little taken aback. Ever since Kim Tae-hyun had walked in, he'd been spamming him with debuffs. But against that crushing aura, none of his abilities were landing. He figured Kim Tae-hyun must have awakened and tried to start a conversation, but got nothing but silence. He claimed he wasn't there to threaten him, but to make him an offer. He laid out his plans to build a new guild soon. But Kim Tae-hyun remained completely unresponsive.
Lee Jung-gi boasted about gathering other geniuses to serve under him, then pointed right at Kim Tae-hyun, as if acknowledging his potential.
He told him to let go of their petty history, promising to shower his family with wealth and fame, and pull them out of their miserable life. Kim Tae-hyun finally broke his silence, telling him he was full of it. He fired up his ability, getting ready for a fight. His stone skin hardened over his arm, and he cocked back his fist, ready to smash his opponent's face in. Lee Jung-gi was thrown off for a second, but quickly regained his composure. He reminded himself that dogs need to be taught their place, and then unleashed his flame powers. The bodyguard slammed his palm on the floor, and a magic circle instantly spread out beneath him. He was casting a barrier spell, creating a pocket dimension that would trap them inside and hide their magic from anyone on the outside. Magic surged across the floor, walls, and ceiling them in. The bodyguard declared that now their fight wouldn't be disturbed. The moment the barrier was complete, the two of them were already clashing. Kim Tae-hyun drew back his stone-covered arm, winding up for a massive punch. Lee Jung-gai's fist erupted in flames. The two attacks smashed together, creating a huge shockwave of energy. But the fire proved stronger than the rock, shattering the stone armor to bits. A jolt of searing pain shot up Kim Tae-hyun's entire arm. Lee Jong was already winding up a flame-infused kick. He launched it, sending Kim Tae-hyun flying right into a wall. The blast and the intense heat left him with severe internal injuries. And Lee Jong was absolutely relishing this display of his own superiority. His bodyguard just stood by, watching the fireworks, feeling a little sorry for the kid who had to deal with his young master. But Kim Tae-hyun burst from the inferno and charged straight ahead. The attack was blocked, but he was already preparing his counter. He aimed his hand, blazing with fire, at Kim Tae-hyun. Then he unleashed a fiery explosion right in his face. The bodyguard continued to observe calmly, right until he noticed something impossible. After that massive fire attack, the flames just died out. In a flash, Kim Tae-hyun recovered and shot back with another stone-hard punch. He was starting to overwhelm Lee Jong. They both swung at the same time, but Kim Tae-hyun's fist landed first, smashing into his opponent's face and sending him flying. The bodyguard couldn't process it. His young master was being completely overpowered by sheer brute force. Lee Jong struggled to get up, baffled by what Kim Tae-hyun had done to him that left his body completely unresponsive. The bodyguard was stunned to hear his master couldn't move. He realized at that moment that physical enhancement wasn't Kim Tae-hyun's only skill.
He was thrilled that his paralysis ability had worked, a skill that could easily cut through high-rank resistances. Stealth gets instantly canceled by long-range fire attacks, and his last resort predation skill wasn't something to be used carelessly.
So the whole plan had been to stack the paralysis effect through close-quarters combat. He'd figured out that status effects from abilities were far more potent when delivered through direct attacks rather than from a distance. This meant the final damage from several paralysis-laced attacks could finally punch through an opponent's high-ranking resistance. Seeing his young master lose like this left the bodyguard completely speechless. He thought to himself that Kim Tae-hyun was a genius, but this fight wasn't finished. Lee Jong was still on the ground, immobilized by the paralysis. Lee Jong admitted he had seriously underestimated his opponent. Then, he fished a purple crystal out of his pocket. He crushed the crystal in his fist, and a towering fire giant materialized right in front of Kim Tae-hyun. Lee Jong declared he was finally getting serious as flames erupted around his body, and he rocketed forward on a jet of fire. The fire titan threw a devastating punch that missed its mark by a mere inch, prompting a shout from the man below. He coated his arms completely in stone, winding up a punch, but the titan countered with a searing breath of fire. Their powers clashed violently in the middle of the room, and the flames gradually began to eat away at his rock ability. His stone protection was obliterated, and the force of the explosion launched Kim Tae-hyun backward, making him crash hard onto the floor. The bodyguard kept his eyes on the battle, recognizing the Titan as the true form of his young master's Heart of Fire ability. The purple crystal from before was a mana amplification stone, crafted by refining the magic stones found inside monsters. With the help of that amplifying stone, Lee Jong could finally unleash the full might of his power. But the bodyguard was worried about more than just the stone's use. He screamed for his young master to stop before he ended up killing Kim Tae-hyun. He also warned him that it was more power than his body could take and that the mana overload could make his blood vessels explode. A fireball was shot directly at the bodyguard, exploding where he stood and nearly catching him in the blast. Lee Jong was enraged that his own subordinate would dare give him orders. Yelling that he wouldn't let some nobody humiliate him like this,
Kim Tae-hyun had barely recovered from the last hit when he was immediately assaulted by the fire titan's relentless fury.
Lee Jong laughed hysterically, thinking he'd finally killed him, while the bodyguard rushed to stop his master from going too far and to check on Kim Tae-hyun. He offered a hand down into the crater to help him, but was met with a punch to the face that sent him reeling, spitting up blood. Kim Tae-hyun demanded to know what he was even talking about, since he was the one who started this fight in the first place. He downed several recovery potions, preparing to get serious as his predatory aura flared around him.
Over at the Korean Players Association building, the vice manager was in the middle of a report in the president's office.
He was flabbergasted by the ridiculously high power levels of 1,900 for Lee Jong and 2,300 for Lim Ah-young. The vice manager insisted that both students were S-rank awakeners. The other agents couldn't believe an untrained S-rank had potential rivaling Japan's own Saint. The Saint is one of Japan's top-tier players, whose power level shot past 2,500 during her first screening at 19 years old. And in this case, the new girl had almost reached 2,500 herself. The vice manager was utterly dumbfounded as he recalled Kim Tae-hyun's power level, 5,096. He wondered if it was an equipment error or a flaw in his own skill. He left the president's office with the other agents, setting out to find Kim Tae-hyun immediately to confirm his suspicions with his own eyes. Back at the scene, the bodyguard wore a look of utter disbelief. unable to process what he was seeing. The predator ability completely overwhelmed the mighty fire titan. The titan thrashed, desperate to break free, unable to comprehend how Kim Tae-hyun was achieving this. Being dominated by someone he'd always dismissed as inferior was simply unthinkable. He roared that he was a powerful S-rank hunter, to which Kim Tae-hyun scoffed. And what difference does your rank make now? Kim Tae-hyun channeled a bit more energy into his ability, and the king's authority materialized above the decaying scarlet vines. In an instant, they engulfed Lee Jongba's titan form, and the resulting shockwave utterly annihilated the court, leaving the entire gym in ruins. Lee Jongba was unconscious on the ground as his bodyguard trembled violently. Even Kim Tae-hyun seemed a little surprised by the outcome. At the very last second, the bodyguard had leaped in front of his young master, dragging him out of the ability's devastating path. It was a good thing he had managed to acquire that skill just in time. The bodyguard demanded to know his plans and how he'd face the consequences. Kim Tae-hyun shot back, questioning his nerve for interfering in the first place. He declared that he wasn't the kind of person who runs from a fight. He clarified that he never intended to kill Lee Jongba, but he certainly deserved fair compensation for the attempt on his own life. The bodyguard's face went pale when Kim Tae-hyun casually suggested 1 billion won would be a sufficient price for letting Lee Jongba live. Outside the gym, a crowd of students had formed, drawn by the massive explosion.
While everyone speculated about a villain attack, Lim Ah-young knew exactly whose flames those were. Her brow furrowed as she thought of Lee Jongba.
A vivid memory of Kim Tae-hyun being bullied flashed through her mind.
The nurse tried to settle the students down, but Lim Ah-young bolted from the crowd and sprinted towards the gym, leaving the nurse stunned.
Just feet from the door and filled with regret for not intervening earlier, she charged fearlessly through the flames into the wrecked building. She desperately prayed that Kim Tae-hyun hadn't been killed in the blast.
When she found him, he was completely calm and showed no reaction as she started talking to him.
She pressed him for answers on how he defeated Lee Jongba, but Kim Tae-hyun brushed her off with a ridiculous excuse about him falling down the stairs. The lie was painfully obvious. He then asked her to handle the situation quietly and not tell anyone what she had witnessed. He quickly tried to leave, but Lim Ah-young shouted after him, demanding to know what really happened.
When she turned back, he was gone. She couldn't understand how he had vanished so quickly.
Kim Tae-hyun reappeared a good distance away, figuring Lim Ah-young would cover for him and that the Tae-hyun group's involvement was his reward. He decided to check his status window. A new attribute and a new ability had appeared, a charm stat with 5 points, and the Monarch's heart skill, which could strengthen his party members. He was slightly ticked off about getting a celebrity-type stat from a jerk like Lee Jongba, but he was ecstatic about the new skill. He knew party buffing abilities were extremely rare. For someone like him who relied on various skills, Monarch's heart was incredibly useful since it could synergize with any of his other abilities. As he was celebrating his win, a convoy of black sedans screeched to a halt right in front of him. A man stepped out of the car, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. This vice manager stated he had a lot of questions for him. Kim Tae-hyun was completely baffled, wondering how they could have possibly located him at that exact moment. Over at his mansion, Lee Jongba's father received the report his one and only son was hospitalized, and the attacker was demanding 1 billion won for his life. His hunting dogs barked fiercely in the background. The bodyguard stood trembling before his boss, apologizing and saying he had no excuse. To the bodyguard's astonishment, his boss simply instructed him to give Kim Tae-hyun whatever he wanted. He commented with a mocking smile that Kim Tae-hyun was one gutsy kid, then slowly raised his right hand from his chair's armrest. He snapped his fingers, and more of his men filed into the room. The bodyguard immediately recognized who they were. He cried out to his boss, reminding him that his opponent was still just a child and that this was too cruel. The boss coldly ordered him to shut up, saying he wouldn't tolerate a dog barking out of line. Lee Jong-soo then gave a sinister smile to his assembled men. Back in the present, when the vice manager asked what he did at the gym, Kim Tae-hyun's mind raced, trying to figure out which incident he meant. He quickly tried to guess the chances that the manager knew about his brawl with Lee Jongba. With limited options, he decided to take a shot in the dark and asked, "Are you talking about the explosion?" The vice manager seemed genuinely surprised by the question. He glanced back, then said they would address that matter some other time. That confirmed it for Kim Tae-hyun. The vice manager had no idea about his role in the gym explosion. A smirk spread across his face as he asked coolly, "You mean you guys don't already know what I did?" Leaving the guy totally baffled, Kim Tae-hyun casually stated he knew the man was there to offer him a spot in the player test, keeping it vague how he figured it out. Then, Kim Tae-hyun unleashed his aura, causing the number 5,214 to materialize above his head. He explained that this ridiculously high number was how he knew. The vice manager was completely floored, scarcely able to believe what he was witnessing. The moment he saw that number appear, he had zero doubts that Kim Tae-hyun's power was the real deal. He then changed the subject, asking what had happened to Kim Tae-hyun's clothes, which made Tae-hyun finally notice they were completely shredded. Back at Kim Tae-hyun's house, his cousin, Hwang Jae-young, was practically yelling. He desperately asked for confirmation that Tae-hyun was really taking the player test, and Tae-hyun confirmed it. Hearing that confirmation made his cousin's jaw drop to the floor. He immediately dropped to his knees before the incredible Kim Tae-hyun, promising that the Taizan group would handle the gym incident so Tae-hyun could focus solely on training for the next month. Just then, a phone vibrated on the table. Outside, two shadowy figures were lying in wait. These two were puzzled as to why the association was wasting resources protecting the home of some random student. The white-masked man had just taken down the association agent, while his black-masked partner kept eyes on the house. This pair was a two-man assassination squad known as the Black and White Brothers. The older one, codenamed Black, specialized in stealth and physical enhancement. The younger brother went by the codename White, and his only skill was stealth. From his perch on the roof, Black chuckled as he planned the student's demise. He turned to check on his brother, only to be struck speechless when he saw him getting beaten to a pulp. He instantly whipped out a hidden blade, demanding to know who was attacking his brother, just as Kim Tae-hyun let the white-masked villain drop to the ground. Black had absolutely no time to react before his intended target slammed a knee square into his face. Flashback to a few hours earlier inside the gym, the bodyguard offered to keep the incident under wraps and personally hand over 1 billion won. Kim Tae-hyun shot him down, saying he wasn't cruel enough to let a subordinate take the fall and told him to work out a real deal with his boss. He then manifested a glowing contract in the palm of his hand. It was an awakens promise, a magically binding agreement where breaking the terms results in a random, permanent penalty. The first condition of the deal was that, in addition to the 1 billion won, they had to cover up the gym incident and live on the news. It was being reported that a gas leak was the cause of the incident at the school, which satisfied the first part of the contract. The second condition required them to inform him in advance of any future attempts at revenge. Back in the present, the black-masked assassin lunged with his blade, an attack Kim Tae-hyun dodged with effortless ease. Tae-hyun wound up his left fist and threw a powerful punch, which the assassin avoided by leaping up to prepare a counterattack. He struck from behind, but his attack hit nothing but air. He was in total shock that he could have missed from that range. From behind him, Kim Tae-hyun mocked the assassins, telling them they were utterly pathetic without their stealth abilities. Elsewhere, a woman named Yuan rode in a large black car, calling the president to discuss the player test. She asked the president if Shin Yun-bak from Bususan, or perhaps another S-ranker, would be observing her participation. But he immediately shot down her speculation. He admitted Shin Yun-bak was a decent prospect, but that he was far more interested in her sister. Lemay Yan? She retorted that she didn't appreciate the president's jokes. The president then asked who she had her eye on. Yuan confessed that while it was initially Shin Yun-bak, a new candidate had captured her attention. She explained that their own vice manager, Got Wook, had personally gone to scout a potential S-rank. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-hyun had already dealt with the two assassins. He then looked down at his hand, realizing yet again that he was having issues using his predation power. The attribute window spelled it out he was unable to activate predation because his physical capacity was too low. Out on the street in front of Kim Tae-hyun's home, the bodies of the black and white assassins were left exposed. Vice Manager Go Tae-wook's agents arrived, disgusted at the assassins for stooping so low as to attack a high school kid. Got Wook thanked Kim Tae-hyun for his help and asked if he knew who might have hired them for the hit. Taken aback by the question, he decided to play dumb, claiming he knew nothing. This made Got Wook wonder if the list of participants had been compromised. Kim Tae-hyun considered that it would be a huge problem if the Tae-hyun group learned too much about his abilities, but he figured they were the least of his concerns at the moment. He tried to will his power to activate, but it was no use. His body was just too weak to handle it. He began walking home, racking his brain for a way to raise his stats enough to finally use predation again. Preying on monsters or other awakened people was out of the question, since that method required him to use the very ability he couldn't access. After mulling it over, he realized there was only one solution. The following day at Blackhead Academy, a personal trainer named Yura stood ready to welcome new visitors to the academy, which served as the official training center for South Korea's new association. Once she introduces herself, it hits her that she's talking to a couple of kids. She's about to tell them this is no place for children when Kim Tae-hyun whips out a slick black and gold card, and Yura just gawks at the VIP pass in his hand. She instantly clocks it as a card from the Alchemist's Guild, making her wonder just who this kid is that's walked in today. Just as Yura starts worrying about the trouble this could cause, a mountain of a man steps in, seemingly to rescue her from the situation. The muscle-bound guy declares that cash alone won't get them through the door. Turns out, this dude is the Iron Man, not a registered player, but a B-rank awakened. A totally bewildered Hwang Jae-hyung asks what their next move is. Off to the side, a crew of gym rats is watching the whole thing go down. It looks like the Iron Man, a notorious rookie crusher, has just spotted his next victim. The buff guy just keeps flexing and posturing, but Kim Tae-hyun, completely unimpressed, mutters that he just sounds like a barking dog. That remark definitely gets his attention. leaving Hang Jae-hyun and Yura floored by how incredibly blunt Kim Tae-hyun is being. The big guy challenges him, asking if he's calling him weak, to which Kim Tae-hyun replies, "Want to settle this with a wager? The stakes." The loser coughs up a full year's membership for the winner. The Iron Man just laughs smugly at the kid's audacity and takes the deal. In a flash, they're both zapped into a virtual combat arena, and the entire academy is now glued to their screens, buzzing with excitement.
Hang Jae-hyun asks what this Abyss simulation game is, and Yura explains it's a program known as the Virtual Portal. Inside the Virtual Portal is a perfect digital copy of the Abyss, and that's where their showdown will kick off.
The goal is simple. Get to the finish line hauling the most weight in the fastest time, all while taking out B-rank monsters that get in your way. This particular game is the standard method for sorting out the pecking order at the academy, and with a roar, the Iron Man charges forward. He immediately starts plowing through all sorts of creatures. His muscle enhancement skill is a massive boon, giving him a huge edge in fights, boosting his speed, and letting him carry an insane amount of weight in the simulation. Then, out of nowhere, a flash of light streaks past him. It's Kim Tae-hyun, blowing by him in a split second. A trio of monsters pops up to block his path, but his sheer speed is so overwhelming, he just phases right through them. He winds up for a devastating kick, and the monsters are frozen in place, utterly helpless as he effortlessly wipes them out. With a single upward kick, he annihilates a whole cluster of monsters, and on his way back down, he finishes off the ones he'd just zipped past. For the virtual monsters, seeing him is the last thing they do, while the Iron Man watches in disbelief as Kim Tae-hyun racks up an insane number of points. He's completely stunned by the spectacle, and pretty much everyone else is just as dumbfounded, except for Hang, who's cheering his head off. Kim Tae-hyun glances back at the Iron Man with a smirk and thanks him for the free one-year membership. Sometime later, the day of the official player exams has finally arrived. The moment everyone's been nervously anticipating. Reporters are circling overhead in a helicopter, getting a bird's-eye view of all the hopefuls. The crowd favorites everyone is dying to see are Iron Fist Hong Jung-wook, the druid Lee Gilson, the god of thunder Shin Yun-bak, and the girl hailed as the next saint, Lim Ah-young. But beyond the big names, this year's lineup is packed with promising talent, drawing huge crowds of spectators eager for the show.
One young reporter is completely wiped out from the long journey just to get here.
She's feeling the pressure, knowing her job is on the line if she can't get a good story out of this. Seeing the massive swarm of people here for the exam, she loses all hope of actually interviewing any of the awakened candidates. As she's wallowing on the ground, Kim Tae-hyun makes his way through the crowd, wondering aloud what all the fuss is about, and his voice catches the ear of reporter Kim Gi-ja.
Her reporter instincts kick in, and she immediately pegs Kim Tae-hyun as a potential candidate.
She quickly pops up behind him, asking if he's got a minute for an interview, just as an overhead shot reveals the massive scale of the stadium. Down in the waiting room, Kim Tae-hyun's name is called just moments before the test starts. He nearly missed it thanks to that interview. He steps into a sealed room packed with hundreds of other participants, all waiting for the exam to start. With no windows, it's impossible to tell how much time has passed. Suddenly, a murmur goes through the crowd as people start looking in one direction, and from a distance, Lim Ah-young spots a familiar face. Kim Tae-hyun realizes she's here for the test too. They exchange greetings, and she can't help but notice he's gotten taller. She asks him what he's been doing to his body, and he just chalks it up to simple training. She gives him another look, amazed at how much he's transformed in just a month. But before she can ask about his gym time, another voice cuts her off.
All at once, dozens of screens flicker to life, each displaying the silhouette of the same figure.
The host announces the start of the first test and lays out the rules. Rule number 1, everyone has a numbered plate on their chest. The objective for this first round is to snatch 5 plates from other contestants, and if you lose your own plate, you're out. He adds that they only have 1 hour. Just then, the entire white room starts to shift and transform around them. He laid out the final rule: anything goes. Any weapons, any tools, just don't kill anyone.
With that, the first test officially kicked off, with everyone scattered randomly inside a chaotically shaped room.
Immediately, the crowd swarmed Lima Young, the obvious S-rank target. She simply gathered power in her palm, and in the next moment, the evaluators witnessed her create a colossal glacier. They were floored by the future saint's talent, but also gave credit to the high skill level of the other participants. However, one evaluator announced he was far more interested in a different candidate on the screen right next to Shin Yun-bak. The S-rank hadn't allowed a single person to get near him since the very start. Most of the judges were buzzing about a potential clash between the two S-ranks. But Got Tae-wook's attention was fixed on one specific contestant. He understood the hype around the S-ranks, but he knew who the real star of the show was and felt certain that Kim Tae-hyun was about to make a huge impression. He stared intently at his monitor, only to see him locked in a surprisingly even fight against a single opponent. Got Tae-wook couldn't believe what he was seeing and let out a frustrated shout. On screen, the awakened named Hong Jong-wook took a heavy punch to his iron-plated face. But thanks to his stone skin, Kim Tae-hyun felt the force of his own blow rebound right back at him. Thinking he had completely misjudged Kim's capabilities, Tae-hyun could only stare in disbelief. Then he realized the kid hadn't dodged a single attack. Kim Tae-hyun and Hong Jong-wook moved toward each other again, ready to continue their brawl. He intentionally put himself in the path of the Iron Fist, and the blow easily shattered his rock armor. Thinking he was being mocked, Hong Jong-wook roared at Kim Tae-hyun. He screamed that Kim's ability was a joke compared to his and that he wasn't even bothering to dodge. In that instant, a terrifying aura washed over the arena. Kim Tae-hyun felt his own stats starting to climb mid-fight. He launched himself forward with inhuman speed, using every hit he took as a stimulus to make his body even tougher. For him, a battle to the bitter end was just another training session. He continued to trade blows, then poured all of his arm's strength into one final punch. When their attacks collided, Kim Tae-hyun was the clear victor, completely shattering his opponent's iron skin. He looked thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Faced with such overwhelming power, Hong Jong-wook could do nothing but faint. He collapsed onto his back, utterly spent, while Kim Tae-hyun stood over him. Wook, who had been watching the entire fight, couldn't suppress his joy at Kim's victory. He cheered by himself, earning some odd looks from the other evaluators. But he began to worry that using this method would drain Kim's stamina for the rest of the test. He mused that the smarter strategy would be to save energy by taking out the weaker contestants first. But then, something he saw on the screen completely blindsided him. All the other judges were watching a C-rank awakened, behaving with extreme recklessness. They were, of course, talking about Kim Tae-hyun, who was now casually strolling toward Shin Yun-bak after having already knocked out dozens of people. They pointed out the collection of plates covering his body, suggesting that he might actually be the strongest person in the test. Kim Tae-hyun started to count his plates, but then stopped, figuring that as long as he had more than 5, it was plenty. Just then, an electric aura erupted from his powerful opponent, surging through the arena. The already immense pressure intensified as he released even more of his power. Kim Tae-hyun dodged a blast of electricity, and Shin Yun-bak was delighted by his enemy's incredible speed. Since the test began, he had found everyone else too weak to be entertaining, with the sole exception of Lim Ah-young, who was the only one at his rank. Shin Yun-bak focused his energy once more, preparing another assault. Kim Tae-hyun skillfully evaded all 3 attacks. He hardened his leg with his stone skin, preparing to launch a kick at Shin Yun-bak. The kick was instantly blocked by a shield of electricity. Even Kim Tae-hyun was shocked by that defensive might, but Shin Yun-bak complimented him, admitting he was so fast he couldn't even see the attack coming. Another burst of power erupted, blasting Kim Tae-hyun away. He was bewildered by how ridiculously overpowered this self-proclaimed god of thunder was. He possessed an ability to control lightning, and a defense so massive he could stand perfectly still while attacking from both long and close range. His destructive force was nothing anyone could afford to underestimate. Kim Tae-hyun focused, trying to come up with a strategy to break through that impenetrable defense. Knowing that his predation skill was currently unusable, seeing him hesitate, Shin Yun-bak taunted him, asking if he should just bring the fight over to him. He was astonished when Kim suddenly sprinted toward him at blinding speed. In response, he charged a colossal amount of lightning into his hand. Kim narrowly avoided the strike by whipping his head to the right. A charged kick followed, which he also successfully evaded. Hands crackling with energy came at him again. Shin Yun-bak unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, tearing up the entire arena in the process. He was clearly having the time of his life, reveling in the pure excitement of the battle. He grabs Kim Tae-hyun by the hands and unleashes a devastating torrent of lightning straight into him. The sheer power surges through Kim Tae-hyun, leaving him completely paralyzed. Shiny Yun-bak taunts him, screaming that if he ever hoped to stand a chance, he should have been running for the hills. Gritting his teeth, Kim Tae-hyun fights through the agonizing pain of the electricity coursing through his veins. He desperately tries to activate his stone arm, but the lightning is too powerful, shattering every piece of rock as soon as it forms. In that very instant, as Kim Tae-hyun throws his arms up to shield his face, Shin Yun-bak leaps into the air, ready to unleash another electrifying assault with everything he's got. His hand comes crashing down, and a colossal bolt of lightning slams into Kim Tae-hyun, obliterating everything in the immediate vicinity. Somehow, he barely survives the thousands of volts coursing through him. Shin Yun-bak actually sounds impressed, complimenting him for enduring such a powerful blast. Inwardly, he's ecstatic, thinking he's found a fun new toy to play with during the test. But in that brief moment of cockiness, a rock suddenly flies out of nowhere, smacking Shin Yun-bak right in the forehead and jolting his head back. Stunned by the unexpected blow, he falters. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Tae-hyun sprints behind him and hurls another rock. This one strikes him square in the chest with brutal precision, forcing even the mighty shiny Yun-bak to cough up blood. The truth is, Stone Skin is no match for the God of Thunder's power. Even at its peak, it would just be shattered by his overwhelming attacks.
However, this test field is special. It's made from a material designed to handle the force of a first-class awakened, meaning it won't deform even when it cracks.
And that was Kim Tae-hyun's plan all along to weaponize the broken stones. He'd use any fragment he could find, big or small, to chip away at Shiny Yunbok's supposedly impenetrable defense. He then grabs a huge chunk of rock and swings with every ounce of his strength. The arena itself is constructed of a material that can take a beating from a first-class awakened, so it might crack, but it won't break apart. As the S-ranker falls, the crowd is in shock, buzzing with questions about how a C-rank could possibly win, and just who this Kim Tae-hyun really is. With his opponent down, he gathers the final items required for the tournament, thinking he just has to wait out the clock. But his focus is broken by a sudden, unexpected ice attack. He whips his head toward the source of the attack, only to spot another spell just like it.
Except this one is massive, hovering directly over his head.
Just then, a girl named Lim Ayong materializes right before his eyes. Seeing her this close, he's completely baffled, wondering what she's doing here and how long she was secretly watching their battle. But as she walks toward him, the girl states her belief that with great power must also come great responsibility. She warns that power without a sense of duty is nothing more than brute violence. She then adds that Kim is incredibly strong, but she never dreamed he'd take down Shin Yunbok like that. She guesses he must have used a similar tactic on Lee Jung-jae. Immediately after, a freezing cold aura begins to radiate from her. Her eyes begin to glow with an eerie, pale light as she unleashes her power, launching a devastating attack aimed straight at our protagonist. He retorts that her snow is more like a bomb, which makes any kind of stealth completely pointless. She then lands a perfectly executed strike on him. As she attacks, she tells him that back at the gym, she'd actually believed in him. She thought he was different from the others, like Lee Jung-jae, and that he wouldn't act so recklessly just for his own selfish reasons. But now, having watched him fight, she sees that he's the one to blame for everything. With that, she relentlessly pummels him with a barrage of powerful hits, putting him in a desperate corner. She then declares that using abilities without authorization is a crime, reminding him that those two boys are still recovering in the hospital. But considering everything he's been through, she's decided not to turn him in. On one condition, he has to drop out of the player tests. She proclaims that he isn't worthy of becoming a player. Hearing this, our protagonist struggles to his feet and fires back, asking who the hell she thinks she is to lecture him, especially since she did nothing to stop Lee Jung-jae's reign of terror.
He points out that despite all her high and mighty talk, her real goal is just to take him out.
He adds that he would have respected her more if she'd just used survival as her excuse, instead of this pathetic moral grandstanding. His words completely wipe the expression from her face. Her demeanor shifts as she declares that the kid gloves are coming off. She then channels her power, forming a colossal staff out of ice, and vows to eliminate him with it. Right then, our protagonist realizes a critical problem after being shattered thousands of times. His stone skin ability has stopped working.
Stealth is useless too. Her wide area attacks would detect him instantly.
And while the boost from the Monarch's heart is active, it's not nearly enough to change the course of this fight. To make matters worse, his predation ability is still sealed, and he lacks the stamina to pull off the same paralysis move he used on Lee Jung-jae. It all comes down to one last desperate chance to win. The clash between them rages on, tearing the arena apart in the process. A brilliant flash of light engulfs the entire arena, leaving the audience completely blind and wondering just what in the world is happening. Model. But then, as the lights in the arena started to go down, what everyone saw left them completely stunned. There they were, our protagonist and the girl, seemingly locked in a passionate kiss on the floor. But this was no ordinary kiss. It was a paralysis ability. It was a close-range status effect, one of those abilities designed to mess you up when you get too close. And these types of attacks, whether direct or indirect, have an incredibly high chance of landing.
Our boy had infused the paralysis toxin into his own blood, forcing her to swallow it. But against an S-ranker with monstrous resistance, this move should have been little more than a taunt.
But somehow, she couldn't fight it off and was left completely immobilized. Just then, the system alerts him that he's inflicted a massive psychological shock on his opponent, boosting his charm stat by 3. At that exact moment, the announcer's voice echoes through the arena, officially calling an end to the first round and stating that medics would be moving everyone to a secure area. All the contestants were instructed to stay exactly where they were. Once the first trial wrapped up, the medical staff quickly started treating all the injured participants. However, despite being paralyzed, Lim Ayong still had her test plates and was considered combat ready, so she officially passed the first round. As for our main character, he'd only collected 7 plates, but because he took down both Shiny Yunbok and Lim Ayong, he instantly became the main focus of the entire event. Naturally, all the other contestants started gossiping, trying to figure out his rank and who he had beaten. They were also speculating about what kind of tricks he might have pulled off. A short while later, he was examining his fully healed body, amazed at the recovery magic since he'd been practically unable to walk before.
It wasn't long before Shin Yanbok showed up, demanding a rematch with our protagonist.
He warned our hero that this time around, he wouldn't be able to rely on the cheap tricks he used back in the arena. As they squared off for their second bout, the young man flared his aura, releasing an immense amount of energy. As their fight kicked off, other players started to watch, with one of them remarking that Shin Yanbok was clearly looking for revenge. Another guy chimed in, saying he didn't care if Shin disqualified a competitor, as long as he went all out and utterly crushed the protagonist. But this just annoyed Shin, who snapped at them to shut up, telling them this fight had nothing to do with them.
Shiny Yanbok then declared that in a fair fight, he was going to prove our hero was nothing without his cheap tactics.
But just before the fight could get underway, every single person there, including the two combatants, was suddenly forced to the ground by intense gravity magic as the person wielding the power began to walk closer.
As he approached, he condescendingly asked if the boys weren't going to let anyone else rest, adding that they were acting like they didn't know their place.
This was the S-ranked player Park Sung-jin, one of the absolute elites from the New Korea Association and a major figure in the S-rank world. In that moment, our protagonist tried to push himself up, fighting against the crushing gravity. This actually impressed the man, who noted someone was still resisting. But then, he just amped up his gravity magic, making absolutely sure the protagonist stayed on the ground. Our hero then thought to himself that he'd always heard the gap between an S-ranked, awakened, and an actual S-ranked player was on another level entirely. But he never imagined the difference was this huge. Meanwhile, Park seemed intrigued, wondering out loud how he was withstanding all that pressure when even veteran players couldn't take that much. Just as he was about to crank up the pressure even more, he was cut off by the doctors in charge of the contestants.
One of the medics furiously demanded to know what in the world he was doing to kids who had just been patched up, accusing him of trying to knock them all out before the second round even started.
But of course,
Park claimed he was just trying to get the situation under control, not eliminate anyone. The doctor immediately called him out, saying he knew Park pulled this stunt every single year to gauge the player's abilities.
In the midst of this, while every other player was passed out from the pressure, our protagonist actually managed to get to his feet, which left Park completely astonished. Genuinely impressed now, Park asked for his name, and our hero told him it was Kim Tae-hyun. Park immediately put it together, realizing this must be the C-ranker who beat Shin Yanbok and Lim. He thought to himself it had been a long time since anyone had caught his attention like this. He walked over and placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, saying it was obvious he was aiming to become an S-rank player, and asked if that was true. He then added that he'd be waiting for him before leaving the area. The medics, however, immediately started chasing after him, demanding to know where he thought he was going after creating such a mess. A short time later, all the contestants who had passed found themselves gathered in a forest, where the S-ranker Park was already waiting. He casually asked if everyone was feeling rested up, before announcing the start of the second round of the player license exam. He explained that the final trial was located just beyond the portal they were all about to enter. The gate opened into a D-rank dungeon, and the announcement was made every team of 5 that went through would be supervised by him during the exploration. Every single one of their actions inside the dungeon would be graded. The association would provide all the necessary gear, including weapons and other supplies. Our hero thought to himself that a dungeon run for the second round was a logical choice, especially for total rookies. Since it was just a D-rank dungeon, there was no reason to worry, especially with active players tagging along. That is, unless it turned out to be the Apocalypse, a double dungeon. The first one ever discovered was found in a testing site dungeon just like this. That single discovery led to thousands of people meeting their maker, starting with the very first group that found it. It also caused a chain reaction of dungeon breaks across the globe. Because of this, he figures he could prevent the whole disaster if he just gave them a simple heads up. The problem was, nobody would believe him without any evidence. And if they did, he'd likely become the prime suspect. While that would be a major headache, he could find a way to survive as long as he wasn't with the initial discovery team. But as soon as he stepped into the dungeon, he realized he'd been put in the one group he was desperate to avoid. The supervisor for the protagonist's group gets everyone's attention. It's Mhawk, an A-ranked player assigned to oversee the second round. This was the very man who first found the Apocalypse double dungeon. The protagonist's face grew grim. He knew he was in huge trouble. As they ventured deeper, they ran into some monsters, but took them down without breaking a sweat. The team's supervisor complimented them, noting their exceptional combat instincts. He told them they showed real promise for a first-time battle. Just then, a girl was spotted watching them from a distance.
Our hero couldn't wrap his head around why, out of every possible team, he was stuck with the original Discovery crew.
He was absolutely certain of it. 2. The ring Mhawk wore was the one unique item the first discoverer of the double dungeon was known for using. It was the Sage's Ring, an item of unique rank that boosted strength, stamina, speed, and mana tenfold. At that moment, it clicked for him that the Apocalypse dungeon had to be S rank, and if he got pulled into it, He stood zero chance of survival with his predation ability sealed. But that didn't matter right now. His only goal was to stop them from finding it. While making their way through the corridors, they arrived at a fork with two separate paths. One of the team members looked to the inspector, asking which way they should go. The inspector noted this was a common situation and suggested they put it to a vote. But before they could, our protagonist took off down one of the paths. The inspector, completely shocked, screamed at him to come back, warning him that the running recklessly in a dungeon was a death sentence. As he ran, Kim just shouted back that this was the right way and that they should follow him. He thought to himself that he couldn't possibly let them choose, as he had to force them down a different path than the one they took in his past life. Anything was better than allowing them to find the apocalypse. His strategy was working, as the entire team was now chasing after him. But suddenly, a portal shimmering with purple and pink light appeared before him. Since they were already inside a dungeon, one of the guys wondered aloud how another portal could even be there. Our hero realized he'd led them straight to the double dungeon's entrance. All his efforts to avoid this very spot had been utterly pointless. To make the situation even worse, a teammate suggested they go see what was inside the mysterious gate. But the protagonist immediately ordered everyone to freeze, asking if they couldn't see the obvious danger. He argued that a second, completely different portal inside a dungeon was a massive red flag, no matter how you sliced it. He insisted they had to report the strange phenomenon before doing anything rash, and turned to Mihawk, expecting him to agree. Mihawk admitted it was a first for him and agreed that the rulebook said to report it to headquarters. However, he then proposed they check it out, just this once, saying he understood the protagonist's caution. He reasoned that the mana coming from the portal didn't feel threatening, despite its ominous look. Besides, it was just a low-rank dungeon. Even if something went wrong, he was an A-rank player and could handle it. He concluded it was either a surprise event from the association or an incredibly rare find, meaning exploring it would earn them a top score on the test. At this, the protagonist bluntly asked if Mihawk had lost his marbles, pointing out he was ignoring standard procedure. Mihawk shot back, questioning if someone who clearly didn't understand the basics of teamwork should be lecturing him on the rules. The moment their inspector said that, the entire team's opinion shifted against the protagonist. They all remembered how he had just been carelessly sprinting through the dungeon, ignoring every single warning. One of the guys piped up, saying our hero might have some skills, but he better not forget his place. Another dude couldn't believe he was talking back to an active player, calling him arrogant as hell. Since nearly everyone sided with the inspector, they all started walking toward the other portal. But our protagonist tried to stop them, saying he needed to talk to the inspector first. But with a simple snap of his fingers, the inspector flooded the area with a blinding light. The moment they stepped inside the dungeon, the group felt something was off, suspecting this was actually an S-ranked dungeon. At the far end of the hallway, they saw a massive, terrifying statue clutching an enormous sword. The group immediately started grilling the inspector, demanding to know what was going on and if he was positive this was a D-rank dungeon. Right then, our protagonist told everyone to be quiet and ordered them to only look straight ahead. Hearing this, one of the members grumbled that our hero was still acting like a jerk. But the protagonist simply replied that something was on its way. The second he said that, two statues materialized in the area A-ranked Death Knights. The group was left wondering how they got into this mess. As the terrified inspector yelled for everyone to prepare for a fight, a brutal battle instantly broke out between the inspector and the two statues. Unleashing his power, the inspector actually seemed to be holding his own, which was the cue for the entire group to jump in and support him. Their plan was to obstruct the monster's sight and have the tanks shield the front line, while constantly attacking to give the enemy zero breathing room. After they finally managed to defeat the monsters, a girl in the group said they were safe for now, admitting she never thought they'd beat A-rank monsters. One of the guys started celebrating way too soon, bragging that it was easy and he could do it again. But as he was gloating, more statues started rising behind him, not just two, but four this time. Seeing this, the group was paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, our protagonist was analyzing the statues' forms, realizing something was deeply wrong with this place. A few moments later, the fight was back on, but now the number of statues had multiplied exponentially. The inspector then realized that for every one statue they took down, a dozen more appeared in its place. On top of that, all the group members were already on their last legs. At this rate, a total party wipe was inevitable. Kim then shouted to the inspector that something incredibly bizarre was happening in this dungeon. Staring at the protagonist, the inspector began to wonder who he really was. Even after all that fighting, he wasn't showing the slightest sign of fatigue, and he'd been the very first one to sense the portal was dangerous. If it weren't for the stat boost from our protagonist's Monarch's Heart ability, they would have been completely wiped out. The inspector couldn't believe this kid was just a C-rank awakened. Shocked, he demanded to know what Kim meant by something was wrong. Our hero replied that it was just a gut feeling, but those monsters were definitely not Death Knights. His words sent a wave of despair through the group, as they wondered what the hell they had been fighting this entire time. Just then, the protagonist grabbed a sword from one of the fallen statues and declared that he was about to find out. He then charged at the statues with everything he had. But he completely ignored the smaller ones and went straight for the giant one. His gamble paid off, and he shattered the massive statue in an instant. As soon as it crumbled, the entire dungeon's scenery shifted dramatically. Our protagonist then revealed that the whole thing had been an illusionary trap. It was a tactic made to exhaust intruders by making them fight imaginary enemies in a fake setting. One of the members, completely furious, screamed about how all their hard work had been for nothing but a cheap illusion. A girl also asked nervously if this meant that even worse monsters were about to show up. The inspector, still completely confused, asked how our protagonist knew it was a trap, since there was no way he'd ever fought a death knight before either. Our protagonist simply replied that while he might not be an expert, there's no way the real things could have been so ridiculously weak. That answer left the inspector utterly speechless. But our hero told them they needed to get moving before they ended up as another dungeon memory. Even with the illusion shattered, their problems were far from over. With the apocalypse protocol activating, the very space of the dungeon began to warp and transform. The wounds they'd received in the illusionary fight were slowly getting worse, but they didn't have the luxury of waiting for help. Their only hope was to find the dungeon's exit. After walking for some time, they finally spotted a portal. Despite finding it, the masked boy asked if it could be dangerous. The inspector shot back that it might be, but if they didn't go through, they would just die there anyway. So he finally opens the portal, only to come face to face with a real death knight. At first, the boy just scoffs when he sees a single enemy, but as the room brightens, he realizes it's absolutely packed with those same monsters. This sight sends a wave of pure terror through the group. One of them stammers, asking if they're all death knights. Just then, the dungeon's leader materializes, laughing about how some inferior humans actually made it this far. Then, he commands them to begin the fight. This creature is the S-rank lord of the Death Knights. At that very moment, the statues around the room begin to advance on the group. They don't strike right away. Though, sizing up the situation, our hero figures out that they're looking for one-on-one duels. Petrified, one of the guys cries out that he's completely out of mana and can't fight anymore. In response, the protagonist tells everyone to get a grip, reminding them their objective isn't to fight, but to escape. After he says that, the group desperately starts to bolt, except for Mohawk and the unconscious girl still slung over our hero's shoulder. While sprinting for their lives, the boys shout that they'd rather be back where they started and that they don't want to die here. But in that instant, a statue's sword swings down, striking all three of the fleeing boys at once. Seeing that deadly attack, the protagonist yells that he'll buy them some time and that Mohawk needs to find a way out. Mohawk, however, shoves both the protagonist and the girl behind him, then uses his power to conjure a protective wall. Kim immediately asks what he's doing, but Mohawk snaps at him to be quiet, calling him a useless, non-awakened nobody who should learn his place and quit acting so high and mighty. He then adds that when he was younger, all he ever dreamed of was becoming an S-rank player. But regardless of how hard he trained or improved his skills, he never even came close to that level. With his goal slipping further away each day, this was supposed to be his chance. He thought if he could just handle this one situation, maybe he'd get the S-rank treatment, but in the end, this is what it came to. Just then, a statue rushes him, but Mohawk handles it with ease. After putting it down, he says that Kim is just different, and that fact infuriates him. But he also concedes that Kim has a natural talent for it. That's exactly why Kim needs to take the wounded and get as far away as possible. As their supervisor, his duty is to fight the statues. However, when our protagonist glances over at the injured members, he sees that they're already dead. Only moments later, the wall Mohawk created is shattered to pieces, and Mohawk himself is completely crushed, losing his life in an instant. The statue that finished Mohawk off raises its sword towards our hero, effectively challenging him to a duel. Backed into a corner, he looks down and notices the ring Mohawk was wearing. The statue attacks right then, but he dodges out of the way and snatches the ring from the dead man's hand. As he scrambles away, he slips the ring onto his own finger, believing it's his only shot at getting out of this alive. He then commands the ring to awaken, triggering a burst of energy that obliterates the statues trying to kill him. At this sight, the dungeon boss is in total shock, wondering what on earth that power could be. By wearing the ring, he fulfilled all its conditions for use, which unsealed the power of predation. What's more, all of his attributes jump by 10 points each. The protagonist then unleashes a devastating blast of mana, sending his enemies flying. As he's fighting, though, he realizes that predation needs an average of 10 seconds to completely devour its target. He knows he can't depend on that one ability alone. His only choice is to use every attribute he's built up and every skill he's acquired until now. That's the only way he'll escape this dungeon with his life. Just then, his eyes land on a massive spear radiating pure energy, and he wonders what it could be. But with a simple gesture from the dungeon boss, every statue hurls its spear directly at the protagonist. With everything he has, He just barely manages to evade the barrage of spears and the statues that follow. He finally finds himself standing right in front of the dungeon boss and, of course, tries to make a move. The boss, however, just uses some kind of skill to blast the protagonist clear across the room. He then smirks, saying that while the protagonist was fairly strong, this was his limit. With that, our hero was utterly overpowered by his sheer strength. With his sword and foot pinning the protagonist to the ground, the boss said there was just one last thing he wanted to ask. He then demanded to know who gave him that power, but the protagonist could only scream in pure agony and pain. At that moment, his player system alerted him that a mysterious power was resisting the roar of the Night King, and that the resistance had partially succeeded. The dungeon boss then noted that he'd already figured out the protagonist could understand his language, unlike normal humans. He asked once more about the nature of this power. At this very moment, the scene shifts, and a colossal four-armed monster with long horns appears right in front of the protagonist. Looking to his side, the protagonist saw the lifeless bodies of his fallen comrades. The dungeon's final boss was looming right behind him, but our guy was just lost in thought, realizing that nothing felt familiar anymore. He started questioning this whole predation skill he had. And seriously, how could a normal human suddenly understand what monsters were saying? It hit him that he'd been completely in the dark about everything. He was just handed this power, this one shot, but it felt like he was still stuck in the same old rut. And right then, the boss unleashed a devastating strike meant to end it all. Even with death staring him in the face, Kim couldn't help but wonder why the king gave him this ability in the first place. That's when a voice echoed in his mind, telling him he already knew the answer. A bare-skinned man appeared in a beam of light, explaining that he was simply moved by Kim's incredible determination and refusal to quit. The figure also explained that the goal wasn't for him to change, but just to keep moving forward. And just like that, it turned out to all be a dream. But when Kim's eyes snapped open, they were glowing red, his face twisted with pure rage. Seeing this transformation, the dungeon boss taunted him, saying it looked like the hero didn't even have the energy to talk back. He sneered, calling Kim a pathetic human, and announced that this was the end as he powered up for a final blow. But before the attack could connect, our protagonist reacted, unleashing some bizarre energy that instantly shattered several statues. Watching this display, the boss got a thrill out of it, asking if Kim was really trying to go berserk with that skill in his condition. Just then, Kim's mana began to tick upward, 1 point at a time, absolutely loving the fight. The boss yelled that it was a fantastic last-ditch effort and promised to enjoy the show until the very end. The boss then lunged at our hero, his sword radiating a massive amount of mana with terrifying force. Confident his strike landed, the boss was stunned to see his powerful attack do absolutely nothing, as Kim had stopped it effortlessly. Kim then coolly asked if the boss was curious about what this power really was. When the boss demanded to know more, our protagonist just told him to come and find out for himself. As his strength surged, Kim's system alerted him he'd just hit rank B. He then unleashed a hit so monstrous it sent the boss flying across the room. After that, Kim just went on a rampage, taking down the remaining statues with his newfound unstoppable power. Realizing defeat was imminent, the boss couldn't believe it, screaming about how a lowly human like Kim could possibly pull this off. The boss tried to trap our hero with a special ability, but it failed spectacularly. Right then, our protagonist declared that his power wasn't human. It was the power of the king. With that, Kim launched a final, crushing blow that the boss had no chance of surviving. With that victory, his system pinged him again, announcing he had gained a brand new skill. The ability was registered as the Spirit of the Night King. A short while later, a group of hunters had gathered to analyze the portal. A hunter named Park asked a woman for the magical energy reading on the gate. She confirmed it was an S-rank portal. She also mentioned that an evacuation order was already in effect, but the weird distortions inside were slowing down the retreat. Because of that, she couldn't guarantee a support team would make it before a full-blown dungeon break. Park thought to himself that if things kept going this way, everyone still inside was a goner. So, he made up his mind he'd have to go in there himself to make sure they all got out alive. Just then, the portal started pulsing with even more energy, making them think the dungeon break was starting right now. Playing it safe, Park ordered everyone to brace for the worst. But then, out of the portal, a single figure emerged our protagonist. Kim casually mentioned it was a close call, but he'd made it back from the dungeon. Thanks to our hero, the whole dungeon crisis was over, and the other test takers were evacuated without any major problems. The rankings for this round were determined using the scores from before the second part of the exam began. On top of that, they managed to recover the bodies and return them to their families in one piece. They also decided to keep the identity of the person who cleared the Apocalypse dungeon a secret. A little later, the director was chatting with 2 hunters, one of them being Park, explaining that they were already getting heat from the corporation. But if the truth got out, the protagonist would instantly be hounded by the media and every villain out there. Hearing those words, the 2 hunters understood the gravity of the situation, and the director thanked them for being so reasonable. He then asked for their opinion on the guy who soloed an S-rank apocalypse dungeon. In reply, Park said that if the protagonist really cleared an S-rank apocalypse dungeon by himself, then he had to be, at minimum, an S-rank player. But the other hunter pointed out that since his official rank was lower than S, it was really hard to pin down his actual strength. Hearing this, the director asked them what they were getting at, and the two hunters just looked at each other. At that point, one of them just came out and said there was a serious chance he was at the national power level model. We're back with our main character, who finds himself in a world under a blood-red sky, completely surrounded by monstrously powerful creatures. As he stands there, he's trying to figure out how he ended up in the abyss. Just then, a king materializes in the sky high above him. The monsters immediately try to lunge at the king, but with a single, effortless motion, he obliterates every last one of them, turning them to dust. The king then announces that he will be waiting for our hero in the deepest reaches of the abyss.
The next thing he knows, our protagonist jolts awake in a hospital bed, where he was being treated for the severe injuries he sustained inside the S-rank dungeon.
Coming to his senses, he wonders if it was all a dream, but the experience felt far too vivid to be something his mind just made up. He also mulls over what the king meant by waiting for him. He thinks about his predation ability, a skill that even S-rank monsters are familiar with, and his newfound ability to understand the monster language. This whole situation just leaves him with more questions than answers. He decides that his only path forward is to get stronger and venture into the abyss. With his mind made up, he checks his player stats, and they're exactly as he anticipated. He was now the Lord of the Death Knights, and he had officially advanced to B rank. With attributes like these, he could now rival an S-rank player while channeling the spirit of the Night King. He is certain that predation was the same skill that had crushed him with its overwhelming power before. At this rate of growth, it won't be long until he reaches a national power level. Outside his hospital room door, he hears a commotion as it sounds like someone is trying to force their way in. The guards are refusing them entry, which leads the visitor to yell that it's completely outrageous they won't let her visit a sick person. She complains that this is wicked behavior, especially coming from the president of the association. She then barges through the door and asks the protagonist if he agrees with her. He looks down and sees every single person who tried to stop her lying unconscious on the floor. After demanding to know if he's on her side, she startles him by calling him dear. A short while later, inside a car, a young man suggests to the guildmaster that he should probably drive instead. But the woman dismisses the idea, stating that our protagonist is her guest and that she'll be the one to handle things. Our hero then asks what the guildmaster of the Wanderers, one of the 4 great guilds, could possibly want with someone like him. The woman claims she's just giving him a ride home after his hospital discharge and wanted to check out the guy who survived the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Kim sarcastically fires back that if her reason was so flimsy, she could have at least tried to come up with a better lie. The woman just laughs and praises him for being so sharp. She then switches topics, asking if he knows what's coming up in the 3rd round of the player tests. The 3rd round is set to be a survival game, much like the 1st round was. The big difference is that this time, outsiders can tune in and watch as an audience. Because of this, his unique abilities are about to be broadcast for everyone to see. All the guilds will undoubtedly be fighting over the low-ranked awakened who managed to solo an S-ranked dungeon. She wants to present him with an offer he can't refuse before that happens. She doesn't care if it's money or fame. She's prepared to give him anything he could possibly want if he joins the Wanderers Guild. After she made her pitch, the car went completely silent, and the atmosphere became incredibly tense. Despite it being a fantastic opportunity, the protagonist thought it over and simply turned her down.
Bona was completely floored by his response and couldn't hide her shock. A few moments later, the car pulled over in an alley, and our hero got out with the guildmaster and the young man.
The protagonist thanked them for the lift, but told them he could walk the rest of the way. In response, the guildmaster demanded to know why he rejected her, asking if he even paid attention to her proposal. She reminded him again that she was willing to give him anything he wanted, be it wealth or anything else he could imagine. She then pushed, asking if he turned her down because he got a better offer from another guild, or if he had somehow misunderstood what she was putting on the table. Kim told her not to take it the wrong way, explaining that he had no particular reason for his refusal. He confirmed he had no other deals lined up, then shot back a question, asking if the Wanderers Guild was really all that impressive. In the end, he stated that he refused just because he didn't want to join. And with that final word, he said he was leaving. But as he started to walk down the alley steps, before he could react, the woman grabbed him from behind and clamped her hand over his mouth, radiating an intimidating aura. She demanded to know what his deal was.
She pointed out that he was a brand new player, yet he had the nerve to reject one of the 4 biggest guilds without a single good reason, which made absolutely no sense to her.
She then released him and said she would forgive him for turning down her offer this once. She went on to admit that she had developed a particular interest in him. At that point, the young man with them interjected, reminding her that the protagonist was still undergoing testing and questioned what she was doing. He also told Kim not to reject the guildmaster's offer without a solid reason and insisted that he should just accept it, since Kim would have to join a guild eventually anyway. He could see her digging her heels in, exactly like he thought she would. It wasn't surprising. Really, she was Lemain's sister. After all, she was completely floored, demanding to know how he could possibly know about her family connection. Kim just coolly told her that he knew plenty of things, including the secret about the name that was taken from her. The moment she grasped that he knew her secret, she exploded with an insane amount of mana, a pillar of energy that shot straight up into the sky. Seeing this, her assistant immediately knew they were in deep trouble. You see, the guildmaster Yuayan's birth name was Lim Ayan. She had been raised as the illegitimate heir to Lim Chongyan, the CEO of the Iseon group. But when a legitimate daughter was finally born into the family, they stripped her of her name and cast her aside like an outsider. The fact that she had changed her last name after becoming a player was a closely guarded secret, known only to a handful of people. She grabbed him by the throat, snarling about how he dared to spout such nonsense to her face, and asked if he had a death wish. Our hero simply replied that she was the one who picked this fight. Just then, his assistant reported that an unidentified power had successfully resisted the Amazon spirit. In response, Kim gripped her arm and channeled his own energy. A second later, his assistant confirmed he had successfully countered her power using the spirit of the Night King. With nothing but raw energy, he sent her flying backward. She was completely shocked, left wondering what kind of insane power he possessed. Kim thought to himself that it was one thing to block an S-rank player's power, but he had actually reversed it. He then slowly advanced up the steps, backing her against a wall. Leaning in, he warned her to never cross that line again. For just a heartbeat. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Her assistant, meanwhile, was cringing, thinking, did he really just say that? A few days later, the third round kicked off in a setting resembling ancient Rome. While the first and second rounds were held in private, this third round was a massive public spectacle. The arena was packed with industry insiders, other contestants, families, and even ordinary civilians, all gathered to watch the tests unfold. Blending in with the crowd was Yui Yang, disguised as a normal spectator, still flustered from her earlier encounter with the protagonist. Also in attendance was our protagonist's father, who mentioned that it was only thanks to his son that he could witness such an event. His mother, however, was clearly worried, asking if he would be safe, having heard how grueling the player tests were. Right then, a young man told her not to sweat it, explaining that Kim was on a completely different level of strength. He even boasted that Kim could probably take down all the other players with a single punch. This supremely confident young man was Gwang Jae-young, not only his cousin, but also the proud president of the protagonist's official fan club. Nearby, a woman in the stands who overheard them muttered that she absolutely had to land a major headline this time. Her name was Kim Gi-ja, a rookie reporter for SSY Economics, and she was just one bad story away from being fired. She cringed, remembering her last interview with a low-ranking awakened, which had been immediately thrown in the trash. A part of her even worried that the protagonist might have already been eliminated from the competition. With tears welling in her eyes, she knew her career was on the line if she couldn't secure a good story. At that exact moment, another young man in the stands asked her if the atmosphere didn't feel a bit strange. Following his gaze, the reporter noticed that dozens of veteran high-ranking awakens, and even Lee Gilson, a highly touted A-ranked contender in the player test, were all glaring at one specific person. This led her to wonder if they were all plotting to gang up on the protagonist, and just how powerful he had to be to warrant such attention. Not long after, the announcement echoed through the stadium, signaling the start of the third round. The audience received a final warning to be wary of any stray impacts from the battle. Then, the host declared the test had begun. A large group immediately started casting enchantments, then charged straight for our hero, shouting that they needed to eliminate him first. They yelled that he had single-handedly taken down 2 S-rankers since the first round. Because of that, if they didn't take him out together, he would surely pick them all off one by one. But then, he appeared in a blur right in the middle of their assault, landing a solid punch on each of them. A massive shockwave erupted, knocking several of the attackers unconscious. Our protagonist, meanwhile, just watched the chaos in silence. A moment later, he felt a strange spell hit him. What was that? He wondered aloud. A hidden assailant sneered that while he might have beaten 2 S-rankers, letting his guard down was a fatal error. The man proclaimed that he would be the victor of this test. However, within a couple of seconds, the protagonist had already taken out Lee. The attack left his opponent with major injuries. Coldly, our hero scanned the remaining fighters and asked, "Who's next?" This prompted the entire mob to swarm him at once, operating under the belief that a constant barrage of attacks would eventually wear him down. Shortly after, Kim simply aimed his finger at the oncoming group and summoned the spirit of the Night King. A blinding flash erupts, and a massive monster forms in the air above the boy. Its gaze sweeps across the area, and some of the onlookers immediately start to collapse. The remaining groups see this and are thrown into a state of utter desperation, while the spectators in the stands can only watch in stunned silence. One of the boys mutters that he never should have used that power in the middle of everything. The view pans up, revealing bodies scattered across the ground. Katum, meanwhile, lets out a sigh of relief, thinking he's finally put an end to it. Now, there's just one last thing to do.
Not long after, a girl with blue hair steps onto the field, looking pretty beaten up from the last encounter.
Kim asks Lin what she's planning to do, adding that it makes no difference to him if she decides to back out of the test now. He points out she could always just retry the first round. Instead, Lin starts chanting, unleashing her ice magic and creating a giant sphere that encases the arena. With that move, she traps our protagonist inside. Lin tells Kim he should be more worried about himself, because this time won't be a repeat of what happened before. With a dead cold stare, Kim simply asks if she's absolutely certain about that.
Time passes, the battle concludes, and the girl is ultimately defeated, falling unconscious to the ground. Our hero comments that he expected as much from her. Despite her attitude, she was still his most difficult opponent.
The announcer's voice then booms out, declaring that the player tests are officially over, with our protagonist as the top-ranking qualifier.
A while later, the scene changes to the president himself, presenting the rewards to our hero.
He offers his congratulations on achieving S-rank status, admitting he never expected anyone to clear the third round entirely on their own. Kim just claims it was all a matter of luck. This makes the man pause for a moment. He then addresses the boy again, asking if he'd be interested in joining the South Korean Player Association. Kim is completely shocked to hear this. The man simply asks him again what his answer is. Kim reflects on how insane everything has become. A sleeper like him managed to hit S-rank and even become the top qualifier. He's even getting a direct offer, not just from any guild leader, but from the head of one of the most powerful guilds, which also happens to be the biggest association in all of New Korea. Because of all this, the more he thinks he understands this world, the less he has a clue what's coming next. But he still had something he needed to accomplish. And for that reason, he turned down the offer. He figured that rather than becoming a pawn for one of the 4 major guilds in the association, he would be far better off operating alone. He then apologized for being unable to help the man out. The president was clearly taken aback by what the protagonist said. He then let out a hearty laugh, saying he never dreamed a kid would say he was better off solo than with the support of the great guilds or the association. It just went to show how incredibly confident the young man was. Because of his attitude, the president suggested an alternative to joining the association. He asked if Kim had any interest in competing in the Asian exhibition games. Later, the scene cuts to our protagonist in a dungeon, surrounded by the corpses of countless monsters he just effortlessly wiped out. Kim felt a sense of relief as he finished clearing another dungeon. His thoughts drifted back to what the president mentioned about the Asian exhibition games. It was a massive festival where every guild and association across Asia would select 5 of their best representatives. These hand-picked players would then hunt monsters, all while competing against each other for points. The catch was, to even be considered for a spot, you needed an impressive history of achievements detailing all the powerful monsters you've slain. A flashback shows the president telling him that, at the rate he was progressing, it would be an excellent opportunity for him. Kim thought to himself that talk is cheap. He had only just become a player, and was now trying to build a reputation that took others years to forge. To do that, he would have to hunt monsters in far more dangerous dungeons. But even after conquering every dungeon that appeared in Korea for the last month, he hadn't gained any significant merit. On top of that, he hadn't grown nearly as much as he'd hoped. As he expected, the whole endeavor was incredibly risky. Even so, he had no other choice but to head to that one specific place. The scene then cuts to a mansion, where a glass is shown falling in slow motion. At the same time, one man is being violently choked by another, begging for the president to calm down. The enraged man screamed that the Herr Desu was still in the hospital, while the person responsible was walking around free. He yelled, asking how anyone could expect him to be calm in this situation. Moments later, the choked man slumps to the floor, unconscious. Just then, a girl enters and announces a visitor from the malicious guild. The man furiously questions why they haven't dealt with our protagonist yet, considering all the money he's paid them. He declares he'll handle it personally, but stops short as a menacing aura floods the room from the doorway. An unknown man appears, apologizing for his son's behavior, but insisting it would be best for everyone to cool down. He asks if Tessa's real plan is to waste so much time and energy on some kid. The man then introduces himself as the vice master of the malicious guild.
They called him Shadow. The scene then cuts to a portal shimmering in another location, just as someone begins to emerge from it.
A moment later, a man called out to him while he was standing in front of a door. The man greeted him as a ranked player, letting him know the alchemists were all set for the auction. He introduced himself as Park, saying it was a true honor to meet our hero. He then wondered if he might get our protagonist's autograph, mentioning how sensational his performance was in the third test.
Park went on to explain that this place was Asia's most exclusive auction district.
It was home to the grandest and most impressive auctions in all of Asia, boasting items of unparalleled quality. This district, known as East Point, even boasted features like automatic translation. But among its many impressive traits, it stood out for several key reasons. However, the one thing that truly commanded everyone's respect, its absolute pinnacle, was its security.
Bodyguards like the ones stationed at the auctions, of course, are always a vital component.
But the real secret was that the teleportation points were in constant flux, making it impossible to access the area without authorization. As a result, they hadn't suffered a single security incident in decades. Taking it all in, our protagonist thought the title of Best Security System was definitely earned.
But ironically, on this very day, a terrorist attack led by an S-rank villain was about to go down.
Sometime later, an announcer's voice boomed, declaring the moment everyone had been waiting for had finally come. The auction's grand prize was about to be revealed. The item was a potion that could boost one's health by 20 points with just a single sip. Meanwhile, who was watching this all from above? None other than our protagonist, thinking that all he had to do now was wait for the terrorists to show up.
Taking down an S-rank villain would let him rack up a massive amount of merit. The only snag was the serious lack of information he had to work with. All he remembered from before his return was that East Point had been hit with catastrophic losses. And the attack's mastermind was an S-rank villain named Narendra.
For that very reason, he was desperate to find out who had managed to stop the guy. Just then, a security guard appeared. Kim didn't waste a second, asking who was in charge of security for the venue. The guard questioned his motives, but the protagonist just brushed it off as idle curiosity. At that exact moment, the announcer began to speak again, mentioning that several S-rank players were present, and it seemed they were all moving towards a specific area, which is right where they ran into our main character. An unknown man approached and asked if he was, by any chance, Kim? The security guard leaned in, explaining that this man was an S-rank player from Japan, and also the head of security here. He warned Kim to be extremely cautious. The guard added that he's known among players as the Demon, notorious for turning on his own partners if it served his interests. Greeting the boy, the man said he'd heard tales about the unprecedented genius from New Korea. Because of that, he never dreamed he'd actually run into him in a place like this. As he observed the situation, Kim was taken aback when the man offered his left hand, without missing a beat. Kim mirrored the gesture and returned the handshake. However, the second their skin touched, he felt something was wrong. A jolt, like an electric shock, shot through his arm. The man looked stunned, saying he couldn't believe Kim took that hit. He admitted Kim must be a genuine S-rank player. In that same instant, something very strange began to unfold. The people standing around them suddenly started collapsing to the floor. Kim thought to himself that if they fought here, innocent civilians would get caught in the middle. The man remarked that maybe he went a little too hard on a rookie who just hit S-rank. A moment later, he let go of our protagonist's hand and took a step closer. He warned him that not all S-ranks are on the same level, and while he didn't know Kim's agenda, he should drop any foolish ideas and stay put. As he turned to leave, he condescendingly told the boy to enjoy the rest of the auction. Kim watched him walk away in silence, realizing this situation was far more tangled than he'd anticipated. The scene then cuts to another building. A group of intruders is seen advancing on another group. Someone demands to know who they are and how on earth they got inside. An older man snaps back that it doesn't matter how they got in, with only one portal control room. Their target is clear, and they must be eliminated. He then boasted that this was a job for him, something an A-rank player could handle with ease.
Time skips forward. The scene is now a monster completely wrecking a group of people.
It appears the older man was defeated as well, as an unknown man now looms over him with a threatening look in his eyes. Soon after, more people show up, with one man reporting that there's been a snag at the auction. He explains that the S-rank player from Korea is at the location and asks what their next move should be. A man named Nero scoffs, questioning if that guy really thinks he can do as he pleases while he's around. Because of this, he declared that no one would be escaping his divine judgment. The scene then jumps back to a different location. Just then, the entire building explodes. It looks like the auction hall inside is now completely swallowed by fire. Turns out, our protagonist was caught right in the middle of it all, and it looks like the blast got him good. In just a few moments, the entire area is a raging inferno. The security guard rushes over, frantically asking if our hero is all right. He yells that they need to get everyone out. Now, Kim is completely thrown off. He knew an attack was coming, but he never imagined they'd rig the entire place with explosives. He's trying to figure out how the hell they managed to infiltrate the area and plant all these bombs. But he quickly realizes there's a more pressing issue to deal with. Up ahead, he spots some thug holding a group of people at gunpoint. The guy is screaming that anyone who moves gets a bullet in the brain. But it's an empty threat. Our hero drops him in a split second. The security guard watches the whole thing happen, completely stunned.
Kim tells the guard to get on the horn with the association, call for backup, and let them know he's personally hunting down the scumbags who orchestrated this.
Meanwhile, the scene cuts back to the other location, where some villain is gloating that these auction items aren't for common thieves. A moment later, this mysterious figure orders his crew to eliminate everyone. A brutal fight breaks out, leaving a trail of bodies. The leader finally cracks open a chest, and, sure enough, finds the prize he was after, one of the key items from the earlier auction.
Looking at it, he starts to understand why Nero was willing to risk everything, even his own life, for this particular potion.
You could feel the raw power radiating from it, and he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he were to use it himself. But just then, another explosion rips through the room, knocking one of his lackeys off his feet. The leader is completely clueless as to what just happened. One of his underlings screams that there's an enemy close by. Another one comments that he recognizes the attacker, but a split second later, he's down for the count. The next two guys in front of him go down just as quickly. The leader, shocked, figures their attacker must be using some kind of invisibility skill. Seconds later, the attack comes for him. It's not strong enough to defeat him. Though, he immediately counters with his chain ability, successfully ensnaring the protagonist. He sneers at the kid, calling him an idiot and asking if he seriously thought he could just waltz around invisibly.
He promises to end him right there for his arrogance. The protagonist, however, seems more impressed than scared, remarking that the chains can actually track invisible targets.
And because of that, he decides that power might be worth consuming. The perspective changes again, showing a room full of terrified hostages. They're surrounded by an unbelievable number of monsters who are just watching them. It turns out they're in the control room for the teleportation portal.
Overseeing the chaos, Nero proclaims that everything is proceeding according to plan. Soon, he says, the whole world will tremble in fear of their god.
The final piece of the puzzle is the Phoenix Potion. Right on cue, one of his subordinates arrives. He delivers a report about the team sent to retrieve the potion, indicating that there's a loose end. The subordinate hands him a communication device. A voice on the other end asks if he's speaking to Nero. Nero demands to know who's calling. Our protagonist calmly replies that he's the one who took Nero's stuff. He then challenges Nero, telling him that if he wants his precious item back, he'll have to come and get it himself. He calls Nero a worthless terrorist, completely infuriating him. With that, Kim downs the potion and instantly feels a massive surge in his strength and magic. He remembers hearing that the potion was a unique great item. And man, was it ever? His stats skyrocketed in an instant, a jump in power he'd never seen, not even inside a dungeon.
Plus, by drinking it, he's made sure the enemy can never get their hands on it.
A short while later, another group arrives on the scene, finding the area littered with the bodies of fallen players. One of them notes that their target's last signal came from this exact spot, speculating that maybe the guy ran off. The head of security just scoffs at this, asking what on earth they're talking about. He says the man they're looking for is standing right in front of them and calls for the protagonist to drop the act and show himself. Our hero fades into view, commenting that it's strange they could see him, since his invisibility is supposed to be perfect. The security chief then questions why an S-rank hunter like Kim is even here. Kim shoots back, asking if he isn't the head of security and pointing out that he should be fighting the terrorists, not talking to him. The security chief just laughs again, admitting he's only here for a special item. This makes Kim laugh too, saying he knew something wasn't right. He points out that despite the place being locked down with heavy security, somehow nobody managed to find a single bomb. He also mentions how the terrorists managed to get into East Point, which should have been impossible without official authorization. That led him to conclude there was a traitor on the inside. But he admits he never suspected it would be the head of security. The security chief shot back that he'd warned our hero to stay out of it before charging straight at him. But our protagonist effortlessly deflected the strike. Amidst the clash, the man yelled at Kim to hand over the item. Kim just taunted him, saying if he was really a villain, he should try taking it by force. The fight escalated, sending debris flying in all directions, and terrified by the raw power on display. One of the onlookers warned the others that this was a battle between two S-ranks, so they shouldn't dream of getting involved. He added that the security chief, Real High, was known as the Demon, and if they got careless, they would all be killed. During the brawl, our hero realized that while he relied on sound and intuition, this man could actually see him, even through his cloaking techniques. And then it happened despite being completely invisible. Kim was hit with a devastating blow. He acknowledged the huge power gap between them, but knew it wasn't time to unleash his devouring technique just yet. Instead, he triggered an ability that ripped all his opponents into the air as if by some gravity spell. Once they reached a dizzying height, he smashed them back into the ground with overwhelming gravitational pressure, inflicting catastrophic damage.
After slamming everyone down, the protagonist scanned the area for any sign of the security chief.
But he couldn't spot the man among the fallen bodies. A voice from the shadows mocked that it was a decent move, but invisibility was useless against an area of effect attack. The voice added that if he really wanted to find him, he should have protected his own head. In that instant, the head of security burst forward, radiating a brilliant aura and attacking the protagonist with staggering force. The resulting impact was so massive it looked like our hero had been completely annihilated. But as the chief stood over him, he realized with a shock that chains were wrapped not only around the protagonist, but also around his own sword.
Our protagonist coldly stated that, in the end, the man was nothing but a fool.
This sent a shiver down the security chief's spine as he understood the truth. The protagonist's last move wasn't to find him, but to trap him so he couldn't escape. As his chains tightened, the protagonist simply asked, "Where do you think you're going?" He then whipped his chains, yanking the man back and delivering an insanely powerful punch. With that one hit, the security chief and his entire crew were utterly defeated. A moment later, Kim demanded to know why a top-tier S-rank player would stoop to being a criminal just for money. The furious security chief just screamed at him to shut up, ranting that if Kim hadn't interfered, he'd be enjoying his victory right now.
Our hero cut him off with a vicious kick to the jaw, telling him he had too much to say for a common thug.
The kick was so hard it launched the security chief into the distance. Kim then told him to deliver a message to Narendra. He was to inform him that requests for backup were undoubtedly flooding the associations of every nation. Kim then asked if he understood that with reinforcements on the way, both he and Narendra were doomed. The security chief, completely beaten, just started laughing. He sneered that our hero was, as expected, just a naive rookie who knew absolutely nothing. Those words left the protagonist momentarily speechless. The scene then cuts to an older man with white hair and a short beard rushing down a hallway. Bursting into a room, he demanded to know the status of reinforcements for the East Wing. This was Su Sang-hook, the powerful guildmaster of the alchemists, one of the 4 great S-rank guilds. He pointed out that aside from the precious auction items that belonged to his guild, there were countless VIPs from New Korea in there, and at this rate, the terrorists would get their hands on everyone. Someone in the room told Su Sang-hook to calm down, explaining that a support team was organized the moment they heard about the attack.
Park Sun-jin was leading the operation, and he stressed that it was their most elite squad.
Su Sang-hook demanded to know why they hadn't left yet, offering his guild's full support if they were short on people or supplies. But the man explained that the issue wasn't a lack of resources, but the fact they had no way to get to the location. When Su Sang-hook asked what he meant, the man revealed the terrorists had taken over the portal room in the East Wing. This meant every single access portal was locked down. He tried to sound reassuring, however, saying the situation was under control since 2 S-rank players were on site.
There was Kim Tae-hyun, the brand new S-ranker, and on the enemy side, there was only Narendra.
He believed that until the portal was back online, the 2 of them could hold things down and maybe even take Narendra out. Just then, a woman walked into the room. Hearing his assessment, she remarked that such confidence would be justified if their opponent was any ordinary S-rank. This woman was none other than the legendary player, Young. Back at the fight, the terrorist asked our protagonist if he had ever heard of the skill called Demon's Pact. Kim, however, looked completely baffled, having no clue what that ability was. The terrorist breaks down Narendra's most terrifying ability: he can sacrifice offerings to summon demons. And the quality of the sacrifice determines the demon's strength. This gets our hero thinking, wondering what exactly counts as an offering. The terrorist then asks what else would be sacrificed, if not people. Meanwhile, Yu's team was in the middle of a briefing about Nu's powers. The moment they heard what he could do, everyone in the room was left speechless. One of the men pointed out that Nu was holding at least 100 hostages. An elder then added that Nu was widely known as one of the most powerful S-rank players in the world. If he were to use hundreds of people as sacrifices to call forth demons, the result would be an absolute catastrophe. At that very moment, our protagonist was busy beating the crap out of the head of security. Even as he was getting pummeled, the man started laughing, taunting Kim that his luck had run out. Against Narendra, he didn't have a prayer. He then sneered, asking if our hero would kneel and beg for his life while watching the hostages die, or just charge into a hopeless fight and meet his end. Back in the room with Nu and his followers, a subordinate reported that Isakas Murio had vanished without a trace, along with the protagonist who had defeated Ryohei and stolen the Phoenix Potion. Nu wondered aloud what their next move should be under these new circumstances. He figured that since a direct fight was off the table, the protagonist was most likely waiting for backup from the association. Right then, Nu unleashed his power, sacrificing 2 hostages and declaring that if Kim refused to show his face, they would just have to drag him out. He then announced that it was time for the festival in the name of the gods to begin. But before he could harm anyone else, the room was suddenly plunged into complete darkness. His henchmen were confused, wondering why the power went out now, long after the bomb had already detonated. Even in the pitch black, Nu sensed that the hostages had vanished in an instant, which could only mean one thing. A second later, the protagonist appeared right behind Nu, magical chains in hand. He immediately swung them, landing a solid hit. Thinking he'd already won, Kim celebrated a little too soon. But suddenly, several snakes burst from the folds of Nu's head to counterattack. These were no ordinary snakes. They were packed with fire abilities and unleashed a massive explosion to protect their master. Despite the sudden blast, our hero managed to dodge it. Watching the scene, Kim wondered what kind of psycho hides monsters inside his own head. Over by the hostages, one of them asked if he was the player named Kim and if he was there to save them. Overcome with fear, the hostages begged for help, screaming that the monsters had appeared out of thin air.
Another hostage even offered him a reward if he could rescue them.
Kim, however, told them they were just in the way and used his chains to fling them all to safety. Instantly, a swarm of the villain's monsters charged at him. They seemed to land a devastating hit, but Kim emerged from the attack without a scratch. Using a spell he had cast beforehand, Kim tried to slam the monsters into the ground, but it had no effect on them at all. To Kim's shock, the creatures were able to move freely and strike back, completely ignoring his ability. As the monsters closed in, Nu laughed and called him naive, explaining that the creatures from his demonic pact were on a completely different level from anything Kim had faced before. His deal with the demon gave Nu total command over every monster he brought forth. This power made them unbelievably durable and far stronger than any normal creatures. He mocked Kim, saying that just because he beat a security chief, he shouldn't get cocky enough to think he could challenge the gods. Meanwhile, the hostages could see that the protagonist was being completely overpowered. One of them complained that Kim had ignored them, did whatever he wanted, and was now losing to a single monster. Hearing this, another hostage told him to shut up and watch more closely. He pointed out that because of the protagonist, none of the monsters were even looking in their direction. Despite being under incredible pressure, Kim hadn't retreated, nor had he let a single monster get near them. It turned out that even the hostages he had flung through the air were actually being moved to a safe place far away from the battle. With tears streaming down his face, an old man exclaimed that from the very start, the protagonist was trying to save all of them, and they hadn't even realized it. His words resonated with the others, and soon all the hostages were crying as they began to cheer for the protagonist.
Our hero starts using his chains to beat back the monsters, angrily shouting that he's had enough.
He yells at everyone to shut up and stop bothering him, which immediately enrages the very people who were just cheering for him. The protagonist then grumbles that the hostages are nothing but a distraction, and that these monsters just keep coming. He adds that the whole situation is so disgusting he can hardly take it. The protagonist's words just seem to tick off the hostages. Nero, on the other hand, just cracks up, asking if our hero is already throwing in the towel. Just then, the protagonist yells out for a player named Jan Wong, and right on cue, he shows up to clean up the mess. As John Wong steps into the room, the terrorist leader demands to know who he is and how long he's been hiding there. Making his grand entrance, John Wong says sorry to the protagonist for being late, declaring that the real show is just getting started. See, a few moments before, right after Kim took down the traitor, he warned John Wong that the escort team had been on the terrorist side the whole time. John Wong couldn't believe it. Asking if all this chaos had unfolded while he was still outside, Kim just told him they had bigger fish to fry right now. He laid it out. The portal control room was almost certainly swarming with monsters. If that was the only problem, it might be manageable. But those creatures weren't just going to sit around and watch. What really mattered was that the hostages could get caught in the crossfire. This was exactly why he needed John Wong's special ability to manipulate portals. Jan Wong was hesitant. He wanted to help, but admitted he couldn't pinpoint the exact coordinates, which meant getting into the association's system was impossible. Hearing that, the protagonist brushed it off like it was nothing. He only needed him to do one single thing, clear every last monster out of that room. Back in the present, John Wong opens portals all over the place, which immediately start sucking all the monsters in. Watching this unfold, Nero starts to freak out, demanding to know what the hell is happening. John Wong thinks to himself how absolutely nuts this plan sounded at first. But he's in disbelief that Kim actually pulled it off. With the plan working perfectly, Jan Wong figures only the terrorists are left and that victory is close. But then Kim screams his name, telling him his job is finished. He tells him to grab the hostages and get them out of there immediately. John Wong clearly doesn't want to go, saying he wants to fight with him. But the protagonist is firm, explaining that the guy he's facing is an S-rank player. From this point on, he wouldn't be able to protect a single soul while fighting. As John Wong gets the hostages to safety, the protagonist and Nero square off for their final showdown. The fight kicks off with Nero launching an attack with explosive snakes.
Kim, however, is nimble enough to dodge the blasts. As he sidesteps the attacks, Nero begins to telekinetically hurl rocks from the surroundings at him.
While hammering Kim with attacks, Nero scoffs, asking if he seriously considers himself an S-rank. He taunts Kim, sneering about how a little punk like him could ever hope to stop him. Nero then scores a direct hit with a fire-based snake attack, smashing the protagonist into the ground. After the hit, Nero proclaims that it makes no difference how many monsters Kim kills or how many people he rescues. If he can't take Nero down, every single thing he's done will be for nothing.
As Kim lies there on the floor, Nero calls him a disgusting heretic,
Nero declares that for the crime of defiling God's name, Kim will pay with his life, and he commands his remaining monsters to finish him off. But just as the creatures are about to strike, the protagonist starts laughing, asking what all the yelling is about. Still on the ground, Kim informs Nero that he's the one who's about to go meet his maker. In that instant, the protagonist unleashes a massive wave of energy that he'd been holding back the entire battle. This display leaves Nero utterly shocked, wondering if Kim had been hiding this level of power all along. Laughing maniacally at our hero, Nero concedes that Kim might just make a top-tier sacrifice after all. But he quickly adds that Kim isn't the only one holding back a few tricks. Suddenly, Kim hears coughing and spots 3 of Nero's lackeys looking like they're in bad shape. One after another, the 3 of them start to dissolve into dust.
Nero chants the words to complete a ritual, sacrificing the lives of his own followers. From this, an S-rank skeletal dragon, surrounded by a green aura, is summoned.
At the same time, John Wong is busy fighting off other goons, trying to protect the hostages. One of the thugs wonders where these people came from, while another guesses they must have escaped from one of the upper floors. The man then said that if they came from upstairs, there'd be no issue with simply killing them all. But before they could even lay a finger on the hostages, their own life forces were ripped away to fuel Nero's sacrifice. Meanwhile, Kim was getting overwhelmed by the sheer power of the dragon. Riding atop the skeletal beast, Nero gloated that dragons will always be the most powerful creatures. In a desperate move to stay alive, Kim shot a chain into the ceiling, yanking himself up to the next level of the building to escape. For a split second, he wondered where on earth that monster even came from. But he had no time to think. As the monster was already in front of him again, before Kim could even blink, the dragon whipped its tail and sent him flying across the room. All the while, Nero was screaming at the top of his lungs for the protagonist to just die already. Kim quickly tried to use one of his abilities on the dragon, but it didn't even leave a scratch on the creature. After that failed attempt, the dragon let loose a torrent of green fire, incinerating the entire area. Watching the devastation, Nero was floored. He couldn't believe that after taking such a devastating hit, Kim was somehow still standing. Meanwhile, our hero was a complete wreck, barely clinging to the walls with his chains. In that moment, all Kim could think was that this monster was on a whole other level. He had unleashed the full power of his predation ability, and it was barely enough to survive the onslaught. It made him wonder if this thing was truly just S rank. But throwing around that much power meant there was no way Nero's own core ability was getting away unharmed. Even in his battered state, the protagonist could see that Nero was pushing his limits. If Kim could just hang on a little longer, he might actually have a shot at surviving this. Suddenly, Nero burst out laughing, calling him a filthy unbeliever and claiming he could see right through his plan. Since a direct fight didn't work, you must be trying to buy some time, he taunted. Not a terrible strategy, I suppose. However, Nero sneered, you should know your pathetic little tricks are useless against me. With that, Nero and his dragon turned toward the hostages, ready to obliterate them all in a single attack. He slammed into the building, unleashing absolute chaos and destruction. At that exact second, the reinforcements finally established a solid connection with the emergency portal, locking onto the coordinates of the building's eastern point. Back at their base, a woman noted that her country and New Korea were the only 2 nations linked to this portal. She warned that even for a player of his caliber, jumping in right now would be extremely dangerous. Hearing this, the player shot back that her concerns were nonsense. He then urged her to imagine the insane amount of danger the boy was facing at that very moment. His words made the woman hesitate. The man then declared they were storming the eastern point immediately to wipe out the terrorists and rescue their comrades. Back at the scene, the hostages who had been hit by the dragon's attack were, miraculously, still breathing. And standing before them, shielding them from harm, was our hero fighting with everything he had left. Nero chuckled, saying he fully expected the protagonist would choose to play the hero and protect them. In that case, he snarled, you can all just burn to ashes together. Seeing the protagonist on his last legs, one of the hostages yelled for him to forget about them, asking what good it would be if he died trying to save them. The man's words hit home. Our hero knew he couldn't win in a head-on battle. The only chance he had was to push Nero past his breaking point. But even so, he couldn't just abandon these people. He had to figure out a way to save every last one of them. As he desperately searched for a solution, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, whispering that they couldn't hold on any longer. Hearing those words, the protagonist whipped his head around in shock, only to see his fallen companion on the floor. That's when something bizarre started happening to his power. A notification popped up. His protection rank was being temporarily upgraded, instantly jumping to A rank. In the next moment, his abilities shattered their limits, and his body began to buckle under the overwhelming force of his predation power. This left him utterly confused, wondering what was happening as all his skills received a temporary boost, and his predation ability shot up to S rank, even though it had just been A rank. A massive explosion of energy erupted from him. The entire area grew dark and foreboding, making even Nero wonder what in the world was going on. As his power surged uncontrollably, his system warned him that predation could not be deactivated. As he writhed in agony, he wondered if his own ability had gone completely rogue. Thinking back to the voice he'd heard, he questioned if this surge of power was a gift from the king. As his body began to literally disintegrate, he thought how ridiculous this all was. Was he really going to die like this? A meaningless death after everything he'd fought for to get this far? For him, no matter the price. There was no way he was dying like this. He tried to fight back as his body fell apart, but he just collapsed, unable to move a single muscle. Watching from a distance, Nero figured the kid must have pushed himself too hard and lost control of his own skills. But then a devastating wave of energy started pouring out from the boy, making Nero question what kind of absurd power this was. For Nero, the most baffling part was that the protagonist had obviously passed out from the strain. So why was his ability still running wild? Getting even stronger while he was unconscious? Nero roared, "How dare Amir! Filthy unbeliever attempt something like this? If you plan to self-destruct just to defy a god, then I will gladly kill you with my own 2 hands." With that threat, he and his dragon charged straight for the boy. But an immense blast of power shot out, blowing one of the dragon's legs clean off. Nero was stunned, completely baffled by what was happening. Soon after, the old man realized the protagonist was standing again, and now, surrounding the building, were several colossal, enraged monsters. Kim Tae-hyun let out a cold laugh, as if remembering the man had dared to call himself a god. Terrified, Nero demanded to know who he was, shouting that this was no longer the protagonist. The young man simply replied that the old man shouldn't worry about it because he was already a dead man. He unleashes his newfound power, landing a direct hit on both Nero and his dragon. In the next instant, our hero is pulled into his own mind, where he finds himself completely shackled in chains. He wonders if this is stone skin or some kind of paralysis, as a demonic figure materializes above him. Writhing in pain, Kim Tae-hyun grits out that those were his powers. The entity just laughs at this, taunting him that the power was never his to begin with, and that now he has to pay the price for everything he's devoured. With that, the horrifying creature starts moving in on him. But then, he tumbles out of his bed, jolting him awake. Was it all just a nightmare? He checks himself over, not a scratch on him. Even his right arm, which had been destroyed from overusing his power, is perfectly fine. A moment later, Seong-jin walks into the room. Over lunch, the man explains that both the association and the alchemists set up this house for him as thanks for his role in stopping the terrorist attack. He also brings up that Ryohei has been captured, and given how massive the attack was, it's a miracle so many people made it out alive. He adds that some of our hero's relatives had stopped by to see him. Shang-jin continues, saying his medical scans came back completely clean, and that he only stayed because he was concerned about the miners.
Our protagonist stays quiet, recalling how he definitely blacked out during his fight with the Golden Alpid.
So, he asks the man what exactly happened. We flash back to right after Nero's defeat, where a civilian calls out, asking what that thing did to our hero. Kim Tae-hyun just flexes his power, and suddenly the guy starts coughing up blood. The demon just smirks, announcing it will back off for now, right before our boy collapses. Sometime later, Zhang Jin and his crew show up to the scene, confirming that people survived. A woman on the team notes that everyone seems to have just been knocked unconscious, with no life-threatening injuries. But there's a problem: the miners and the Golden Alpid are nowhere to be found. Cradling our protagonist, the man can only wonder what the hell went down here. Back in the present, Song Jin explains that the survivors only remember our hero trying to fight the Golden Alpid. All the specific details are gone, as if their memories were tampered with. He gets to his feet, convinced that those miners must be behind it. On his way out, Shang Jin tells our hero to rest up and says he'll be in touch if any new information surfaces.
Kim Tae-hyun is left wondering how his arm completely healed after being wrecked by overconsumption, and speculates that maybe his power also affected the Golden Alpid.
Just as he's thinking that, Jin pops back in to announce another visitor. Limmy walks in carrying a fruit basket and plops it right on top of his lunch. She asks if he's doing all right, mentioning she heard he was hurt while saving a bunch of people during the attack. Seeing him so modest, the girl gets annoyed, crushing an apple in her hand and insisting he should be acting way more confident. Kim Tae-hyun just asks what she's even doing here. Lim Ong gets all flustered and stammers that she's just visiting someone who's sick. Internally, she's freaking out, wondering about the incredible aura she feels coming from him. Just then, there's another knock at the door. Our hero wonders who it could be this time. When the door opens, Sunung Jin is standing there. Lim Ong immediately demands to know what she's doing here and how she got the password to his house. The woman coolly replies that the association gave it to her. Without another word, Sis suddenly grabs hold of our protagonist. Limmy Yong flips out, shouting about what she thinks she's doing and yelling that it's a crime since he's still a minor. Kim Tae-hyun yanks himself free and demands to know what her problem is. Sis just calmly says she's also here to visit someone who's sick, and she even brought a present. She then gets to the point, asking if he's trying to get into the Asia-friendly games, and points out that even with everything he accomplished at the Eastern Point, he's only ranked 30th in public merit. He would need a massive score boost to crack the top 5. That's when Sis drops a bombshell she's going to give him the dungeon. Meanwhile, in some shadowy location, a man is asking for an update on the Golden Alpid's whereabouts. His subordinate reports they still haven't found it and asks if they should inform the boss. But the man says there's no need. Their main objective was already accomplished, and he was just hired muscle anyway. Elsewhere, a huge ship is bearing down on a tiny boat, with its captain broadcasting a warning to lay down their weapons and surrender immediately. But in the blink of an eye, the mysterious man sinks the entire vessel, commenting to himself that our protagonist is turning out to be very intriguing. Over at the Gaiden Nightwalker headquarters, a buzz goes through the crowd when they see that Kim Tae-hyun is joining the raid. Sis remarks that even though they're giving him access to the raid, they'll still be the ones deciding on loot distribution and team assignments. Our hero is stunned when he realizes her gift was access to the Fire Temple. This temple is the gateway to the Scorching Flame, which is only the second double dungeon ever discovered in the country. He remembers from before his regression that the Nightwalker Guild managed to clear it, but they were almost completely wiped out in the process. Even with the high risk, the boost in public reputation was practically guaranteed. But our hero figures that with so much backup, a double dungeon raid should be a sure thing. The mission had a force of roughly 300 members assigned to it. Despite this, the woman insists that only the 2 of them will go. When Kim Tae-hyun demands to know why, she simply tells him it's a date. The moment they step through the portal, the girl is absolutely stunned by the sight of a massive crater before them. She notes that the entire atmosphere of the place feels completely different from a standard dungeon. She then asks the protagonist if this is what double dungeons are normally like. Kim Tae-hyun replies that the apocalyptic dungeon he cleared was pretty similar to this. He warns her to stay sharp because the area is likely riddled with traps or monsters. No sooner had he said that, a tentacle shot out of the crater and dragged Yue down. The boy immediately jumped in after her, fully aware of the dangers in this world. However, by the time he reached the bottom of the pit, she had already finished off the creature that grabbed her. But more monsters were still lurking at the bottom of the crater. Unfazed, Yue charges right at them, easily dispatching the creatures with her powers. Our protagonist is blown away by her strength, watching her take down monsters of that rank in a single hit. He thinks to himself that he completely underestimated how skilled she was, which motivates him to try harder too. After they've wiped out all the creatures, the girl breathes a sigh of relief that they pulled through. Kim Tae-hyun notes how incredibly high level the monsters were, yet they were barely a warm-up for Yang. Just then, the woman hands the protagonist a warrior's ring, explaining that by helping him, her guild stands to gain as well. She even sweetens the deal, saying she could give him way more gear if he joined her guild. The boy wonders why she waited until after the fight to give him the item. He then tells her that they need to be extremely careful from this point on, as they've just entered the heart of this domain. A giant egg looms before them. Kim Tae-hyun is certain that the dungeon's final boss is incubating inside. He suggests they should try to gather some intel first, but without a moment's pause. The woman charges forward and shatters the egg. When he asks if she's okay, Young gives him a sinister glance before cracking a smile and saying she's fine. She casually mentions that from the feel of it, the monster was probably a low S rank, though she admits she didn't think she could break the egg in one hit. Right after she says that, a brilliant light pours out from the broken shell. A voice from within announces it has some interesting guests, and then a phoenix emerges. It's a beast with incredible regenerative powers and so much resilience, it could be mistaken for an immortal. Kim Tae-hyun is shocked to realize the dungeon boss is a phoenix. He immediately yells for Yang to be careful, warning her that the creature can control minds. But it's too late. She's already under the phoenix's control and lunges straight for him. The boy evades her onslaught and counters with his demonic powers, trying to snap her out of the trance. But she just hurls a ball of energy at him in response. The phoenix watches the chaos unfold from a distance, laughing at how utterly foolish humans always are. Suddenly, magical chains erupt and bind the woman. Our hero declares that he now knows who was behind the slaughter of the Nightwalker Guild's team. He then follows up with a direct physical strike on the woman, knocking Young out cold. Kim Tae-hyun says she better have her wits about her when she wakes up. But then again, it won't matter once he destroys the phoenix. The creature cackles and asks if the human found its little game amusing. Our protagonist becomes enraged, promising to send the beast to meet its maker. He then secures Yue to his back and tries to make a break for it. The phoenix, however, moves to block their escape, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Our hero throws his dagger at the beast, but the weapon phases right through it. The monster explains that this is because it is literally made of fire. It taunts him, saying a pathetic human could never hope to defeat it, as it begins to collapse the entire cavern. Kim Tae-hyun thinks that even for a phoenix, that level of regeneration was just absurd. On top of that, it could grow to a massive size. There was no way this was just a regular monster. He starts to think it might be a great phoenix, a mutated organism with power far beyond the standard monster classes. To set them apart, these creatures earn the special title of Great. Kim Tae-hyun realizes that if he's right, he has absolutely no chance of winning unless he uses his predation ability. The problem is, there's a risk of a repeat of last time, so he can only use it as a finishing move. But he also knows he can't possibly win without it. Just then, Yua Young groggily wakes up and asks what's happening. The protagonist snaps at her to stay down. They start arguing as the girl swears she won't fall for the Phoenix's mind games again. A moment later, the creature attacks them, roaring about how they dare get distracted while in its presence. With the Phoenix ready to attack, our protagonist quickly unchains the woman, setting them up to fight side by side. He gives her a heads up, telling her not to get mind-controlled by the beast again, and Yui Young genuinely thanks him for looking out for her. The monstrous bird gets annoyed, screeching that the two of them have no idea how utterly outmatched they are. Kim Tae-hyun assumes the role of party leader, instantly boosting everyone's stats. Yui Young declares it's her turn and unleashes a powerful ability, landing a solid hit on the Phoenix. Our hero is absolutely floored by what he just saw. The girl then activates her Amazon spirit transformation. This technique is essentially a berserker state, which forces the mana for all of her skills to flow in reverse. It's a forbidden art most warriors avoid because it can permanently cripple their bodies. But she has enough control to handle the power surge for a short time.
She hurls her spear straight at the Phoenix, managing to pierce its tough hide.
Before the creature has a chance to heal, Yui Young rushes in, delivering a brutal punch followed by a devastating kick. After that relentless barrage of attacks, the Phoenix finally crashes to the ground, and just moments later, the girl collapses from sheer exhaustion. Seeing its chance, the Phoenix gloats that it'll finish her off while she's helpless. But just then, the magical chains shoot out again, binding the creature tightly. Kim Tae-hyun is in disbelief, realizing the girl used a self-destructive power just to overwhelm its insane regeneration. As he scoops Yui Young into his arms, he vows to wound her pride a little by being the one to land the finishing blow on the monster. Outside the portal, everyone is getting anxious because the duo has been inside for way too long. They're also on edge because their guildmaster has a nasty habit of doing incredibly reckless things every time a real fight breaks out. A moment later, the protagonist steps out of the portal, carrying the girl, and announces to everyone that the Temple of Fire has been cleared. Over on the internet, wild rumors start flying around that Yui Young is now dating the protagonist. The news leaves the girl totally flustered as she wonders what it's all about. She demands to know how that story leaked when it was supposed to be a private raid. One of her guildmates gets all sweaty, admitting it was tough to keep a secret that big. Another chimes in that he only told a couple of his closest buddies. Hearing their pathetic excuses, a chilling smile spreads across her face as she informs them they're all about to meet their end. A short while later, her boss walks in, mentioning he heard she'd used her berserker ability, only to find the entire room completely demolished along with the guys inside. Not long after, while taking a walk, Yui Young explains that she's specifically trained to manage her berserk state. Because of that, she claims that using it for just 1 minute was no big deal. The man she's with asks if she managed to get a read on Kim Tae-hyun's power level. The girl responds that after she passed out, the protagonist took on the Great Phoenix all by himself, and that fact alone says everything. She adds that it looks like he's already pushing his way toward the abyssal depths. Her companion is stunned to hear about his incredible growth rate. Yui Young admits she doesn't get it. While everyone wants to get stronger, most people hit a certain point and get comfortable. Kim Tae-hyun, on the other hand, shows absolutely no sign of slowing down. He uses every dirty trick and method he can to push himself even further. She can't help but wonder what's driving him to chase strength so desperately. Her companion suggests that maybe the protagonist just really loves his country. With monsters threatening the world, perhaps he wants his nation to thrive and be safe. But Yui Young immediately shoots that idea down as impossible. Deep within the abyssal depths, 2 figures sit on thrones surrounded by piles of bodies. The man on the throne tells the other that a connection has been forged between them. This man is the Archduke of the Abyss. The person kneeling before him thanks his master, boasting that he will now become the most powerful being of all. Meanwhile, the protagonist steps through a portal into the abyss, noting that this is his first time back here. After his regression, a man appears to greet him, introducing himself as Paula Becker, a member of the World Player Association and the manager of this abyssal depths district. He mentions that according to their files, this is the boy's first official trip into the abyss, which our protagonist confirms. The manager explains that he'll need to hire some other players to serve as either guides or bodyguards. The World Player Association set up these player zones to act as base camps and safe havens to help with exploring the different areas of the abyss. However, the place is incredibly treacherous. The depths are crawling with monsters that could ambush him at any moment. That's why he needs to hire an escort. But our hero just tells him it's not necessary. Just then, a giant worm erupts from the ground right behind the boy. But before it can even attack, Kim Tae-hyun casually dispatches it and tells Paolo not to worry, since he's just out for a casual stroll. With the manager gone, he lets out a sigh of relief, glad that no one else is around to see what he's up to.
By defeating the Great Phoenix in the Fire Temple, our protagonist finally met the 200 magical power requirement needed to unlock his demonic contract.
But the ability itself has completely changed. Instead of letting him control monsters, it now gives him the power to create portals. The boy wonders if this is another side effect of his predation skill. He figures having one ridiculously powerful creature is way better than dragging around a whole army of weak monsters anyway. With no other choice, he crushes the amplifying stone to get a temporary power-up. The demonic contract kicks in, ripping open a gate. Kim Tae-hyun steps through and finds himself before a massive, imposing castle. This place is a total mystery to him. He's never heard of this part of the abyss and has no idea where he's ended up.
Without warning, 3 demons spawn behind him and unleash a massive explosion. But he just stands there, unfazed. The moment the demons spot the protagonist's dagger, they recognize it as a seriously dangerous weapon. Kim Tae-hyun immediately identifies them as succubi monsters that drain men of their life force through mental attacks like illusions and brainwashing. Assuming they're the targets of his contract, Kim Tae-hyun charges forward, ready to take them all down. But the succubi dodge his attacks with ease. Realizing he'll be tough to tame, they decide to use one of their signature abilities on him. Our hero doesn't even flinch as one succubus brags that no man can resist her power. Right before he grabs her and smashes her face into the ground, the other 2 demons just stare, completely shocked by the brutal takedown. The protagonist points a finger at them and coldly orders them to bow their heads. Compelled by his power, the succubi are forced to their knees. One of them demands to know how a mere human could fight off her mind control. Kim Tae-hyun scoffs that only a freak would be into monsters, then declares that it's time to make a contract. To lock in a monster summoning contract, you have to meet one of 2 conditions. Either give the monster something it desperately wants, or just overpower it completely. He thinks this means he'll get to command some new monsters, but he quickly learns that isn't the objective of his current contract at all. This revelation catches him by surprise. Suddenly, more succubi appear from the shadows, saying he'll be the perfect gift for their queen. Deeper inside the castle, the walls are gruesomely decorated with bodies hanging from thorny vines. One of the queen's maids informs her that a human has infiltrated the castle. The queen just laughs, delighted at the prospect of some new entertainment. Back in the castle halls, an explosion goes off as several succubi hunt down our protagonist. They manage to corner him and begin their attempt to charm him. But just as they make their move, he activates his own ability, shattering their spell and wiping them all out in an instant. Sizing up the situation, he figures that if the succubi aren't his contract targets, then there's only one logical answer. There must be a single, powerful monster controlling all of these lesser demons, and that has to be their queen. The boy runs into a maid who questions if he's trespassing, but then tells him to go on in, since the queen was waiting for him. A moment later, Kim finds himself inside the room, where the queen welcomes our hero to her palace and reveals her name is Rosaria, the mother of all succubi. The spirit clarifies that she is the one he's looking for, the target of the demonic contract, meaning he can now finally create the summoning pact. Just to be clear, the woman states her name is Rosaria one more time. Our hero is completely thrown off by this, shocked that a monster could actually speak the human language. But Rosaria tells him there's no need to be so stunned. She explains that she was once human herself, which is why she can understand his language perfectly. Listening to her speak, the protagonist is astonished because she sounded nothing like a monster. Soon after, Rosaria gets straight to the point, asking why he came to her castle and if he was perhaps there to satisfy his own lust. Kim, however, denies that was his reason for being there, stating instead that he came to form a summoning pact. Hearing this, she absolutely erupts with laughter, claiming he could never pull off something so absurd and that he should keep his delusions in check. Moments later, it looks like the succubus is about to launch an attack on the protagonist, who calmly remarks that this was just what he expected. In that same instant, he unleashes his ability to block the assault, declaring he'll have to handle her with his own strength. The succubus relentlessly tries to strike the boy again, but he manages to dodge all her blows and even lands a counterattack. He then lunges forward, launching another assault on the queen. But suddenly, his chains completely shatter, leaving him stunned by the sight. The woman just starts laughing, saying, then, with a snap of her fingers, reality starts to warp. Our hero feels like he's plunging into an endless void, while above him, an impossible cityscape appears in the sky. Totally blindsided, Kim tries to figure out what's happening, especially since his powers won't even work on his own gear. To make things worse, the entire space feels like it's been rearranged. Sizing up the situation, Kim figures it has to be a powerful illusion. But his biggest question is when he actually got caught in the trap. All the while, the queen watches his confusion with an ice-cold stare. She reveals the chilling truth he's been under her spell from the very beginning and was always in the palm of her hand. Meanwhile, Kim is still lost in the hallucination, trapped in some kind of watery abyss, knowing he has to break free.
Suddenly, he senses a change as the entire scene shifts violently. Looking around, our hero is stunned by the new vision before him. He's suddenly staring into the eyes of his younger self, who's absolutely buzzing with excitement, talking about how he wants to awaken his powers too. His parents watch on, their faces filled with joy. But his mother gently reminds him that the most important thing is for him to live a happy and healthy life. Watching this unfold, the protagonist thinks to himself, yeah, that's exactly how it was. His mom and dad were always like that. They never pushed him to get a high rank or make money for their struggling family. All they ever wanted was for him to be happy. A small smile plays on the protagonist's lips as he relives the warm memory. But in a heartbeat, the scene twists into a nightmare as a car erupts into a ball of fire, wiping out his family in an instant. The young boy can do nothing but stare in stunned silence as horrific images from his past burn through his mind. These memories have been a constant torment for him. He's convinced he never awakened because he was too weak, unable to face the endless stream of tragedies that life threw at him. But even so, there was a truth far more painful to accept than his own weakness. He didn't just fail to help others. He actively dragged down anyone who tried to help him. His parents just wanted him to be happy. But he realized that to achieve happiness, he needed overwhelming strength. The vision fades, snapping him back to reality as a system window alerts him that an ability has been detected. The system confirms the queen's hypnosis is in effect, and he tries to fight it off with that strange power of his. The attempt is useless. And as a penalty, his stats are slashed. Because of this, his chain ability is locked, and all his other skills are sealed away too. But there's one skill he can still access predation. Kim activates it immediately, and all those agonizing memories begin to dissolve. The queen watches this, intrigued. She remarks how surprising it is that he still has the will to survive after she showed him all that. Still, something about his memories just doesn't add up. In some of them, he looked older than he is right now. And even more bizarre, some memories showed outcomes completely different from the current timeline. She realizes this boy is hiding a mountain of secrets, and she's determined to find out what he has to say for himself. As she studies him, the wounded protagonist starts to laugh. Her expression shifts to shock as a brilliant light floods the area, and a new figure materializes. Seeing this newcomer, the queen immediately concludes it must be the king. But in a split second, her entire illusion shatters. The protagonist is now standing behind her, casually commenting that spying on people's memories is a pretty twisted hobby. He says it again, telling her she should just accept his summoning pact. The queen is completely stunned, baffled as to how he managed to break free from her mental prison. Despite that, she scoffs, thinking he's just as foolish as before. She mocks him, asking if he seriously thinks he can kill her with that little toy. Kim just smirks and says there's only one way to find out. The queen declares he must be bluffing. But in the same breath, she grabs him and announces she will accept the pact. Then, she sinks her teeth into his neck. A system notification pops up, announcing that the conditions for the pact have been met and a contract has been formed. On top of that, his skills rank has been upgraded, and a brand new hypnosis ability has been added to his arsenal. A moment later, Kim collapses. The queen wishes him a good night's sleep, whispering that she has chosen him. Some time passes, and Kim finally stirs. Hearing someone call his name, the man beside him asks if he's all right, looking incredibly relieved that he's safe. Kim asks where he is, and the man, Paula, explains that they're in the player zone and that he found Kim unconscious while on patrol. Looking around, Kim figures Rosaria must have brought him here. He pulls up his status window, sees the new hypnosis ability, and starts scanning through all his stats. He confirms what he already suspected, none of it was a dream. Plus, he's got a powerful new hypnosis skill. And with the succubus queen as a summon, he could potentially take on opponents with the power of an entire nation. But he can't stop wondering what made her suddenly change her mind. And what's more, her final words were, "Sleep well," which hints that she also knows something about the king. Just then, Paula calls out to him, asking what his plans are now, and suggesting he could hire another player as a guide. Kim appreciates the concern, but tells him he's fine, explaining that he's finished what he came here to do for now. He decides to get some rest and head home. The scene then cuts to a hospital, where a young woman is apparently being discharged. A moment later, a man greets her, congratulating her on getting out and asking if she's feeling better. The girl replies that she's more than fine. In fact, she already roughed up a few people on her way out. The man chuckles and says something more important has come up news she might find very interesting. The protagonist is back from the abyssal depths. The woman's eyes widen in surprise, remarking on how incredibly fast he returned. The man agrees, saying the place is called the S-rank tomb for a reason. But his quick return isn't even the biggest news. The real shocker is who he ran into down there, that guy from before. The guildmaster of one of the 4 great guilds, a man named Khan. The scene shifts, and we see our protagonist finally confronting that man. The guy immediately challenges him, asking if he's Kim and declaring they have to duel. As our protagonist sizes him up, a flash of recognition hits him. He realizes he's staring at the leader of one of the 4 great guilds. The man famed for being the #1 tank in all of New Korea. This isn't just some nobody, he's a powerhouse with a massive reputation. Then, without any warning, the guild leader rushes straight at him. Just then, a woman sprints over to intervene. She demands to know what he thinks he's doing, warning him that if he doesn't stop, he'll get kicked out for good. She insists he's going to have to make up for this stunt. Following that, the woman introduces herself as the guild leader's secretary.
She admits her boss has some aggressive recruitment tactics, but clarifies that they are there to make an official offer to the protagonist.
So, if he just agrees to join them, this whole duel becomes unnecessary. Kim shoots back, asking if this is their way of strong-arming him. The secretary doesn't deny it, but frames it as a fantastic opportunity for him, since she's aware of his situation. She points out he's set to compete in the Asian exhibition games, and her guild happens to be the best when it comes to exploring the abyss. Because of this, they can give him the support he needs, allowing him to rack up enough merit points to cover any shortfall he has. Kim just stands there silently, mulling over the proposition.
After a moment, Kang declares that's enough talk. If words were all it took, Kim would have joined up ages ago. But Kim cuts him off, saying that's not right, because he's actually reconsidered.
Kang's eyes light up, asking if he's seriously about to join his guild. But our protagonist scoffs at the idea. He declares that if they want him, they have to do it his way, which means Kang has to beat him in a fight first. Hearing this, Kang gets absolutely pumped. The scene then jumps to an arena, where our protagonist is swarmed by reporters.
They're all shouting questions, asking why on earth he agreed to a duel with Kang. Kim stays quiet, thinking about how annoying this whole circus is.
Suddenly, a girl he doesn't recognize pushes through the crowd, insisting she needs a word with him.
Kim grabs her hand, surprising her, and says it's been a while, guessing they met back during the player evaluations. The woman confirms he's right and admits they've been keeping an eye on things for some time now.
The girl is genuinely shocked that he even remembers her. He lets go of her hand. Kim tells her that any questions she has will have to wait, since he's got that arrangement with Kang to deal with. He explains he's out of time, says his goodbyes, and starts heading up a flight of stairs. At the top, he finds his opponent waiting for him. Kang is already there, ready to go. A grin spreads across Kim's face. It's finally time for his battle. The announcer's voice booms over the arena, laying out the rules. He declares that victory is achieved by forcing the opponent to their knees. As they get ready, Kang smirks, saying he's going to test the kid's skills before the signal to begin is given. In that instant, Kim unleashes his power. He thinks to himself that with the full might of the Night Spirit, he could drop even an S-class monster in one hit. He's confident that a guy like Kang won't be able to react in time. But as the attack flies, Kang just calls it not bad, but nowhere near enough to take him down. In a flash, he materializes behind our protagonist and throws a heavy punch. Kim manages to twist out of the way, but Kang gives him zero breathing room, instantly lunging forward with another fist. Once again, our hero manages to block the strike, but it's not enough to turn the tables. As Kang relentlessly presses his assault, he attacks yet again, this time slamming a powerful kick right into the boy's face.
Kang looks thrilled by the display, commenting that Kim is great at dodging and that he'll help him sharpen that skill. He taunts him, asking how he expects to win by just running away.
Kim retorts that unless Kang is hiding some inner beast, getting him to kneel won't be so simple. Kang just scoffs, saying that for a guy who's cornered, Kim sure talks a big game. He warns that his patience is wearing thin. Watching this exchange, the crowd is going absolutely nuts, because it looks like Kang is about to use his ultimate move and attack so devastating, almost no one has ever withstood it. Meanwhile, the secretary is watching the whole thing from a viewing box above. She remarks that she's glad she got to see this fight unfold. The man beside her notes that if the protagonist loses, he's stuck joining Kang's guild. The girl concedes that he's correct. However, she adds that she probably should have prevented this duel, all because of Kang's unique ability, the Blessing of Animals. The man elaborates that this power lets him copy the strengths of different beasts, giving him an insane amount of raw power in a fight. He concludes that even for someone like our protagonist, beating a guy like that seems almost impossible. But the girl disagrees, stating that from everything she's witnessed, the protagonist has a power that can rival Kang's. All the while, Kang's attack is still hurtling toward the kid. The crowd is on the edge of their seats, waiting for the two powers to collide. But in a flash, something totally unexpected happens. Kang is just defeated. Everyone watching is completely stunned. The man who had never once knelt before has finally been beaten. But the audience isn't having it, screaming for another match and insisting the result can't be real. They're arguing that the fight must be invalid for some reason. Meanwhile, Kang is just lost in his own thoughts, processing his loss. Our protagonist, on the other hand, is thrilled with the ability he used, thinking it worked out perfectly. Taking in the whole scene, Kang is just fuming because he knows he well and truly lost. On top of that, the protagonist used some kind of mind control power, which is why Kang never saw the attack coming. A moment later, Kang roars for everyone to shut up. He admits he has no idea what that ability was. But a loss is a loss, and the failure was his alone. Because of that, he says they should all just accept the outcome. And if anyone's got a problem with it, they can deal with him directly. Watching this unfold, another girl remarks that seeing him lose to the protagonist is seriously bugging her. For Kang to be brought to his knees like that, our hero must possess some unbelievable power. She thinks to herself that the boy just never runs out of surprises. A little later, Kang walks right up to the protagonist. He holds out his hand and says it was a good fight. The man then adds that he has a question. Wanting to know if Kim planned to win like that from the very beginning, Kim just replies that, under the right conditions. Yeah, that was the plan. Hearing that makes the guy's blood boil, but he still shakes Kim's hand, saying a promise is a promise. He asks if he wants money, or maybe even a unique item. Kim says that doesn't sound half bad, but it's not what he's after. The man presses him again, asking what he wants.
Our hero simply says he wants the Minotaur's labyrinth, a request that leaves the man completely shocked. After that, the scene changes to a new location.
A man is asking for clarification. Are we talking about the Minotaur's labyrinth? Another person confirms it, explaining that it's the entrance to an abyssal dungeon. It's littered with traps and has a complex layout, so they'll absolutely need someone with detection abilities, even though it's just the entrance to the abyss. Tons of high-ranking guilds and players have tried to clear it, and every single one has failed. The guild currently has the rights to the raid and was about to make another attempt in secret. The first man, stunned, asks how on earth Kim could have known about that place and if he's lost his mind. The other replies that he'd be lying if he said he wasn't stressed. But you can never know what the abyss will throw at you. All they can do is trust the people who are willing to take on the challenge. He adds that if he were a bit younger, he'd be right in there with them. He thinks to himself that his main worry isn't how hard the dungeon is, but rather the people involved. And he truly hopes his gut feeling is wrong. At that exact moment, a group is trying to contact the president. They apologize for the interruption, but insist that it's an urgent matter. They reveal that the Japanese Hunter Association has just made contact. Another young man looks surprised and asks what they're talking about, since he thought that whole situation was already handled. A moment later, a girl reports that the Saint has sent a personal invitation to a player named Kim. We then cut to the control room of the Great Association Gate. A countdown clock is ticking down. In the midst of it all, our protagonist watches everything unfold in total silence. As soon as the order is given, the entire group charges toward the portal. The scene then jumps to inside the portal, where a fierce battle is already raging. Kim is making short work of the monsters. Soon, a man comes over and says Kim's skills are incredible, asking how he likes the weapon he was given. Kim replies that it's not bad, but he had to send his main weapon in for repairs. The man explains that he was originally going to offer it as a gift for joining the guild, since having the protagonist on their raid team is a huge boost for them, and it just didn't feel right to use it as a simple prize for winning their bet. Kim thanks him and then asks if he's really sure about raiding the Minotaur's labyrinth. He points out that for the last 30 years, everyone has failed to beat the Minotaur, and without some special trick up their sleeve, it's not going to be easy. Right then, a girl comes over and tells him not to worry, since every single person on this raid is at least a B-rank player.
She explains they've been steadily clearing out monsters without rushing, and the guild's vice leader has been detecting and disarming all the traps in the labyrinth.
What's more, they actually discovered some clues about the labyrinth raid a few months back. Hearing this, Kim says that can only mean one thing. The man explains that they found the corpse of a monster deep in the abyss that seems to have come from the labyrinth. It was a gigantic Minotaur's body, covered in the same tattoos and patterns they'd seen all over the labyrinth walls. On top of that, the moment they touched the corpse, the entire thing turned to dust, except for its horn. Because of this, their plan is that if the monster truly did come from the labyrinth, they can use tracking skills to follow its trail back. Sometime later, the scene shifts one more time. We see the protagonist's group moving with purpose, as if they're heading toward a specific location. They finally reach their goal, the very end of the labyrinth. Looming over them is a massive statue of a Minotaur, watching them silently. One of the other guys, looking confused, asks where the boss is supposed to be. The leader replies that it looks like they need to complete the statue by adding its horn. Just then, the secretary appears, holding the horn from before. Meanwhile, Kim is just watching everything from the sidelines, thinking how everything so far has played out exactly like it did in his previous life. That's precisely why he needs to see what happens next. The leader then takes the horn and fits it onto the statue. The entire group is ecstatic, celebrating that they finally cleared the labyrinth after 30 long years. But in that moment, the leader notices something is off. An unusual energy is coming from the statue. In a matter of seconds, the stone crumbles away, transforming into a giant skeleton. The group looks around, completely bewildered, as they've been transported to a totally different place. The scene cuts away, and the protagonist thinks to himself that this is just what he expected. The stunned group members are left wondering what on earth just happened. A moment later, the scene shifts to a man reading a book. He remarks that he's noticed something, assuming the protagonist has now joined the labyrinth team. The man's subordinate suggests they could shut down the operation right away. But the man says no, explaining that this is a perfect opportunity. It turns out that ranked villains had infiltrated Hyde's team, with a total of 20 villains among them. No matter how powerful the protagonist might be, everyone has their limits. So, he's curious to see how they'll manage to deal with the hidden villains while trapped in the labyrinth. For that reason alone, this whole situation is incredibly amusing to him. We cut back to the inside of the labyrinth, where someone suggests they should all introduce themselves first. And a girl steps forward. She says her name is Miranda and that she's a rank B player. The second she finishes talking, Kim suddenly springs into action for some reason. In an instant, he lashes out with a kick, shouting that she's a villain. We're reminded that Kim is the youngest S-rank individual to ever exist. People have always been intensely curious about what kind of person he really is. Was he a hero like a guildmaster, always serving as a reliable shield on the front lines? Or perhaps he was the saint that the rumors made him out to be. He once sacrificed himself to save the citizens of the Eastern Point, which seemed completely unlike him. There was no question that the protagonist was an incredible person. That's why the guy watching is so shocked to see him assaulting the woman. The confused young man demands to know what Kim thinks he's doing. Kim simply replies that the girl is a villain, so he shouldn't get worked up. Drawing his weapon, the man yells that it's a lie and starts shooting at the protagonist. While effortlessly dodging the bullets, Kim insists that he's telling the truth. But the man refuses to listen, thinking about how Miranda has been a precious comrade, hunting monsters and exploring with them for a long, long time. Because of that, there was absolutely no chance she could be a villain. It was completely out of the question. He rushes over to the girl, asking her to wake up. At that moment, she slugs him, telling him not to dare touch her. Right after, a group of adventurers appears behind the protagonist to attack. It's not nearly enough. Though, Kim easily dodges the ambush. He thinks to himself that there are 3 villains in total here. And for that reason, he decides he'll just take them all out at once. The girl then seems to get ready for a real fight, saying that this is extremely strange, because even after years of being with her comrades, nobody had ever suspected her. Demanding to know how Kim knew, he simply tells her not to worry about it, because it had nothing to do with her actions. The truth was, Kim had come from the future. After hearing his explanation, the girl says she doesn't care and immediately rushes at Kim. She manages to land an attack that Kim barely avoids. Shortly after, another one of her comrades jumps into the fight. Then another one also charges at the protagonist. Yet, Kim narrowly evades all of their attacks. In that moment, he summons a chain, successfully binding 2 members of the group. The girl, however, is still in the battle. Kim takes note of this and perfectly anticipates her next attack. Surprised, the girl wonders what just happened. She admits she had no idea Kim was that strong. Her ability causes vomiting, paralysis, and hallucinations whenever her nails make contact with skin. Even an S-class player couldn't escape her magic, and she was sure she had scratched the protagonist's face at the start. Despite that, he hadn't shown any effects whatsoever. Just then, Kim almost apologizes for what's about to happen. Then, he unleashes his own ability, stating that this type of poison does, in fact, affect him. The girl, in turn, becomes terrified by the overwhelming power in front of her. In that same instant, his attack hits her squarely. Some time passes. We then cut back to that outraged guy from before. He's staring in shock at something up ahead. He finally realized that the protagonist was standing over the girl, who had apparently been defeated. Enraged, she started hurling insults at the protagonist. At that moment, Kim grabbed the girl by her head. "Sorry, no time to play," he told her. "But we're still going to have some fun." And in that very moment, Kim unleashed his hypnosis ability. He started peppering her with questions about her team, and the girl slowly began to succumb to his spell. She spilled everything. There were 20 infiltrators, S-rank members included, and their whole mission was to sabotage the labyrinth raid. The view then jumps to a different spot, where a patch of flowers was splattered with someone's lifeblood. A secretary stared at the scene before her, completely stunned. It was obvious they had attempted to assassinate that man from earlier. We snap back to our protagonist, who was with the woman, now seemingly unconscious. He calculated there were 5 S-rank villains, positive there had only been 3 before he was sent back to his world. A gate breach incident had also occurred. Bit by bit, the future was being rewritten. He guessed his own return was the catalyst for these changes. Kim announced that since they knew the enemy's objective, it was time to regroup with the others. With that, the 2 set off to find their team. Meanwhile, the other guy was still struggling to accept that Miranda was a traitor. He couldn't help but wonder if the protagonist had known about this from the very beginning. Kim then mentioned that the escape route was far simpler than he'd initially thought. The area looked completely different, but it was still a part of the labyrinth, which meant a passage had to connect to another space somewhere. And since it was a nexus to various places, it likely wouldn't be a straight shot to their destination. Even so, if they just kept moving through the doors, they would eventually find the rest of their group. It was then that the boy finally spoke up, saying he had a question. He demanded to know why Kim had kept this a secret. If he had just warned Master Tae about the villain's infiltration from the start, none of this disaster would have happened.
A tense silence fell between them.
The two had a stare down. Our hero finally replied that it was foolish to think that way, because the outcome wasn't his to control.
Besides, he added, that other man already knew everything. The scene then cuts away to that very man, who appeared to be in a brawl with a whole group of people. What do you think you're doing? He roared. This joke has gone way too far.
His secretary tried to jump in and help, but in a flash, another adventurer appeared and lunged to intercept her. The leader saw it happen and instantly shielded her from the attack, muttering that this was an absolute nightmare. Are you all right? The secretary asked, worried sick. But he just ordered her to stay back, insisting he would handle everything. In that instant, he activated his power, and an all-out battle erupted. The secretary argued that he didn't need to protect her, as she could fly too.
But the leader shut her down, telling her she was no match for these opponents.
A moment later, one of the attackers sneered that the girl was right. Their leader couldn't afford to protect anyone, not when his enemies weren't holding back their true strength. And just after he said that, the leader's lantern shattered. From inside the broken remains, a strange creature began to emerge. The attacker remarked that every single person there was at least A rank. 4 of them were S rank, and this entire force was assembled just to kill one man. The leader, shocked by the scale of the preparations, dryly commented that he really had a good eye for people. The traitor told him not to feel too bad, since the evil guild had been plotting this for years. An idiot like him never stood a chance of uncovering it. Fuming with rage, the leader realized the protagonist had been telling the truth all along. He'd warned him that a cabal of villains was planning his assassination, but at the time, he'd dismissed it as a total fabrication. Now he saw the cold, hard truth. Stunned, he wondered who could have known the entire plan, but a more pressing question lingered. He asked himself why the protagonist hadn't done anything to stop it. Then, the leader muttered his own creed, a true man never doubts his comrades. And as the master, it was his duty to trust them. The traitors erupted in laughter, mocking him for his stupidity. They said they knew he was an idiot from day one and wondered how they managed to work for such a moron for so many years. The secretary grew furious, realizing her boss hadn't even bothered to properly vet his own team members. At that very second, the skull-like creature lunged, forcing the leader to barely dodge the lethal attack. The traitorous subordinate said he'd done well, sarcastically thanking him for the monumental stupidity of keeping them on his team. And for that, he snarled. You can die now, the leader replied grimly. I said, I didn't want to doubt you. In that same instant, he unleashed his own power, striking down the traitor in a single, devastating blow. He then declared that the traitor was the real idiot. The scene flips back to the other boy, who asks if this means Doagdo really knew about everything from the start. Our hero simply retorts, if you already know the answer, don't ask stupid questions. The scene cuts one last time, showing the protagonist now facing Kang, asking if he's just going to leave him broken and defeated like he was before. Kang staggers to his feet and smirks. Did you really think you'd seen everything I've got? He continues, oh, don't worry, I believe in you now. But I never said I was going to let this slide. This was exactly how he planned it. The scene pans out, revealing his entire crew had already been completely crushed.
A bystander watches, totally stunned by the outcome. Kim, meanwhile, steps through the portal and comes face to face with that man from before.
The man asks Kim if he saw the other group, but our hero says he didn't. In the heat of the moment, he was only focused on the path ahead and completely ignored everyone else. He then asks what the man's plan is now. The man falls silent for a second, admitting that as frustrating as it is, they have to fall back for now since more villains could be lurking around. Besides, even if they made it to the end of the maze, the final boss still hadn't shown up. So, as much as it sucked, their only real option was to find a way out before taking any more damage. Because of this, he wanted to apologize to the protagonist, admitting none of this would have happened if he hadn't been so pig-headed. A moment later, Kim just says, as long as you get it, that's all that matters. The man, clearly annoyed, snaps back that he went out of his way to apologize, only to get that kind of cold response. Kim sizes up the situation, thinking he'd wasted time and earned 0 merit points. But he knew this was the smart play. He had even managed to share intel about the villains to help with the raid. Just then, the secretary shows up, telling them it's time to group up and leave the labyrinth. Kim realizes he only has information on the labyrinth raid itself. If the future keeps changing this drastically, he might lose control of the situation entirely. That's why, this time, the other man was the one backing down. The secretary then chimes in, asking if they encountered any monsters or traps in the other areas. Kim's eyes widen in surprise at the question. The other man explains that they passed through several different zones, but, luckily, didn't run into a single trap. Based on that, they figured they had a safe path out. Kim thinks this over, wondering why their path was clear. The area they were teleported to should have been crawling with monsters and littered with traps, but the places the other team went through were just empty rooms that posed no threat to the players. He had to figure out why. After all, if there were no monsters and no traps, there's no way that group could have possibly reached the Labyrinth Master before his regression. In that instant, as if a light bulb went off in Kim's head, the entire group suddenly whips their heads to the side, their faces filled with shock. "What is that thing up ahead?" the other man yells, as a terrifying creature was now staring them down. It's revealed to be the Labyrinth boss, who immediately swings its massive axe, smashing into the group and sending them all flying through the air. To make matters worse, the escape portal was shattered in the attack. A moment later, the other man scrambles to help his companion, but Kim just says he's got it and takes off running.
At the same time, the other man activates his skill, and our hero does the same, both charging in for a close-quarters fight with the Minotaur. A second later, all three of their attacks collide.
The Minotaur immediately tries to swing again, but they both manage to leap out of the way.
Suddenly, its forehead starts to glow, and a skeletal monster materializes out of thin air.
The other man shouts that it's an S-rank monster. Kim glances back and sees a whole army of them. The secretary panics, wondering where all these monsters came from. Right then,
a booming voice echoed through the chamber. Speaking of those who wander the labyrinth and disturb its rest, it told them not to worry and to just keep moving forward.
The voice promised everything would be settled in one go. With that, the horde of monsters began to surge toward the two men, who could only brace for their impending doom. But just in the nick of time, their leader appears, taking out a few of the Minotaurs while the protagonist jumps in to help. Working together, they manage to hold some of them back. Then, the protagonist gives a signal. The man starts chanting some kind of spell, launching it at the monsters and wiping them out. "That was incredible," the man says, but his jaw drops at what he sees next. Even though the monsters were heavily damaged, they were still standing. They slowly turned, glaring at the group with menacing eyes. They looked like they were charging up some kind of energy blast, firing it right at the other man. He barely dodges and throws a counterpunch. Unfortunately, it barely seemed to scratch it. Watching this, the man realized the Minotaurs had some kind of regeneration ability. And right on cue, even more monsters appeared. He figured he had to take down the boss to get rid of them all. But he had no idea how he was going to pull that off.
Sure, he could probably land a solid hit, but this wasn't an opponent he could fight while also trying to protect both the secretary and the protagonist.
But if they could somehow launch a coordinated attack, they might just stand a chance. Still, he was torn about what to do, knowing this one decision would define his entire future. His mind then flashed back to a man who once forced him to make a tough call. The man had warned him that no matter how powerful someone gets, if they force a one-on-one duel, the association would have to intervene. He also advised that when choosing an ally, you have to look beyond their abilities and judge their character before committing. Following that, the man admitted that, unlike more cautious people, he wasn't the kind of person who second-guessed everything. The elder had replied that while that attitude might suit him, he needed to learn to be more suspicious, having seen so much during his career as a player. He warned that one tiny slip-up could mean losing it all, and sometimes you have to sacrifice something dear to save something even more vital. That's why raw power isn't the solution to every problem. He explained that understanding your own limits and deciding what's most critical for reaching your goals should be the top priorities. Those are the marks of a truly elite player. Hearing this, the man had nothing to say. He'd asked if the elder was just lecturing him because he was weak. Snapping back to the present, he realized he was a fool for not taking that advice to heart. He knew that if he killed these monsters head-on, his comrades would die as a result. But even if he found a different way to win, they were still doomed. In the end, his choice was meaningless. The outcome was fixed, but there was no way in hell he was going to accept that. In that instant, he charged the Minotaur, taking it down with ease before calling out to the protagonist. He shouted that he'd find a way to save his friends and make these creatures regret ever showing their faces. He declared he was going to carve his own path. Kim, however, had no idea what he was rambling about, insisting there was still another way to beat the Minotaurs. A moment later, an explosion ripped through the area as the head Minotaur announced it had made up its mind. It called the situation a pity, saying this was the absolute worst decision they could have made, not that it mattered, since they were all going to die anyway. Right after that, the horde of beasts surged toward them. Kang began to power up an attack, taking aim at the charging mob. The Minotaur sneered that it was pointless, no matter how many times he tried. Just then, our hero emerged from within the flames. Kim started to unleash his mysterious power, and Kang noted that it was finally his turn to take the stage. Within seconds, Kim's skill slammed into the Minotaur. It felt like some kind of shield had shattered as the attack landed a solid hit on the monster. Just moments earlier, Kang had asked what the trick was to defeating this beast. Kim had explained that it was just a hunch, But he believed that just as the spaces were linked by portals, the Minotaur's dimension was probably connected to a completely separate one, where the queen was reviving or regenerating the monsters every time they returned. Therefore, if they could somehow destroy her connection to that other space, the monsters should just vanish. Kang just laughed, saying that if he was wrong, they were all dead. But Kim shot back that doing nothing would lead to the same result. All the while, the secretary and that other unhinged guy could only watch in silence as this epic showdown unfolded before them. Back in the present, Kim's attack had clearly damaged the Minotaur, a fact that seemed to surprise even himself. Seeing an opening, Kang rushed in and landed another powerful strike. Despite the assault, the beast remained on its feet. Then, in a flash, the creature vanished into thin air. At the same time, Kim was on the ground weeping. When he looked down, he was horrified to see Kang, horribly wounded and missing an arm. The creature hadn't been using its rule-bending powers before, which meant it was far stronger than they had realized. At that moment, the protagonist tried to attack the creature again, but in a heartbeat. He was swatted aside once more. The spectators were stunned, unable to comprehend the massive gap in their power levels. He realized that if he didn't use that particular skill, he was definitely going to be killed. But even with his trump card, he wasn't certain he could actually win. And if he failed to finish it in a single strike, the beast would undoubtedly fly into a rage. If that happened, things could get unpredictable fast. Still, trapped in this situation, it was the only option he had. His mind then jumped to a memory of a kid telling him that the key was all in the application. The kid had been confused why he was suddenly asking how to use his skills when all the descriptions were right there in his stats window. He'd explained that the way you use a skill in the real world can completely alter its form, making it do things far beyond what the description says. To give you an idea, he was using spirit magic to reinforce his own body, and he could even mold it into high-powered projectiles. But during this particular fight, he'd been mixing up his techniques, usually just focusing all that power into his ring. This led to a breakthrough if he had a skill that was hard to control. Why not try imprinting his own personal skill onto it? He was sure it would work. Back in the present, our protagonist smashes the Minotaur again, and this time, the creature's axe actually cracks from the impact. Undeterred, the monster charges at Kim again, but he just stares it down with a dangerous glint in his eye, watching his prey. Then, you see him power up a skill before unleashing a massive attack straight at the beast. The clash shatters both their weapons. Immediately after, Kim summons his chains and ensnares the monster completely. He activates his skill again, and it works exactly as he predicted. He really could do it. He'd suspected this was possible because his unique skill always adapted to his will, so it stood to reason he could merge it with his other abilities. Even with this discovery, he still knew next to nothing about this strange power. But frankly, figuring out the origin of his skill wasn't the priority. A moment later, our hero apparently takes down the Minotaur for good, declaring he's going to use this newfound ability to its absolute limit. With one final application of his skill, the Minotaur starts to disintegrate, completely defeated. Meanwhile, the other players are all huddled in a room, completely baffled and wondering what just happened. Just then, the protagonist walks in, carrying a severely injured Kwon Kang-yuk. The whole room breathes a sigh of relief, and everyone swarms our hero in a group hug. With the great Minotaur Queen defeated, the raid party stumbled upon a hidden treasure trove filled with gold and silver. The crown jewel of the loot was an elixir that promised a huge boost to any player's stats with just a single sip. This legendary item was known as the Fountain of the Tata. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough of the elixir for the whole team, so it went to the protagonist and Kwon, since they contributed the most to the raid. For Kwon, however, the stats he'd gained from the elixir wouldn't even cover what he'd lost from his arm. As for the traitors who had infiltrated the raid, they were all identified and arrested. With that, the raid participants focused on their recovery, finally putting an end to the chaotic battle in the Minotaur's labyrinth. Sometime later, during an interview, a reporter grills Kwon about the rumors swirling around the raid. The reporter also brought up the rumor about Kwon planning to retire as a player, but Kwon Kang-yuk flatly denied it. He clarified that he was just taking a brief hiatus, then irritably called the entire press corps a bunch of morons. Fuming, he demanded to know if they even understood the concept of rest. In the background, a girl from his guild quietly urged him to watch his language. Another reporter chimed in, asking if his decision had something to do with his right arm. Someone else brought up the Asian exhibition games, and just as a third reporter tried to speak, Kwon cut them all off. Kwon admitted that yes, it was because of his arm, but told everyone they should be focusing on the Asian exhibition games instead. He then announced that someone more than capable of taking his place had emerged, and at that moment, he called the protagonist forward to speak. The reporters immediately buzzed, asking if he meant the rookie sensation, Kim Tae-hyun. Another reporter pointed out that after the Labyrinth raid, our protagonist had ranked 5th in contribution, an achievement that made him more than qualified to join the national team. On top of that, they mentioned the rumor that the Fountain of Tata he received had probably pushed his power to an international level. Hearing this, A woman in the crowd declared that was ridiculous, asking if the boy had any clue what being a national strength rank player actually meant. She explained that the national strength rank was reserved for monsters who were on another level entirely, even compared to other top-tier players. That special rank only existed because those players were too powerful to be categorized normally.
But before she could finish, the protagonist himself stepped up to the microphone. He introduced himself and confirmed that he would be a representative in the upcoming exhibition games.
He acknowledged that many people were probably worried about him being the one to step in for.
Kwang Kang Yuk, he said he understood their concerns, no matter what he'd accomplished. He was still just a rookie compared to the veterans.
He even admitted that he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to perform at an exceptional level. Just then, we see a mysterious man watching the press conference, who laughs and wonders if this is what the new generation of rankers in New Korea looks like. Meanwhile, a woman observing the same broadcast noted that there was still no way to confirm the rumors about him reaching the national strength rank.
Over in a restaurant, one guy asks his friend if the protagonist sounds confident or just arrogant.
The live chat was already exploding with comments, with most people saying that Tae-hyun didn't sound confident about winning at all. But just then, Tae-hyun took the floor, and the entire crowd fell silent to hear him speak. While he flat out refused to confirm anything, he did admit that the upcoming games would reveal a great deal, including whether the whispers were true that he now wielded the power of a national-level player. Elsewhere, Melina found herself face-to-face with Shadow, pleading with her master for her life. She sobbed that she'd given it her all, and that just escaping with her life was a feat in itself. She confessed she never imagined Tae-hyun could be so formidable. But Shadow simply told her to stand, remarking that if her opponent was truly that powerful, then there was no shame in her performance. She had done her best.
For a fleeting moment, it seemed like he might show mercy. But Shadow then declared he had no pity for the weak. And without a second thought, he ended her life on the spot. Strength is the only law that matters, he proclaimed.
Then, with a voice dripping in hatred, he branded her a coward for fleeing and ordered his subordinates to dispose of the body. Shadow was lost in thought. None of this made any sense. He had poured far more resources into this operation than the East Point mission, specifically to guarantee there would be no mistakes. And even with the failed attempt on Guan's life, there was no way a simple dungeon raid like this should have gone so wrong. The name Kim Tae-hyun echoed in his head. He smirked, realizing this year's Asian Games were about to get very interesting. At that very same moment, Tae-hyun was arriving at a new destination. He'd barely stepped inside when a man greeted him, noting that everyone was anticipating his arrival, especially the most elite players in all of Korea. With that, the nation's newest representative, Kim Tae-hyun, walked into the room and was immediately hit by the incredibly tense atmosphere. The first to break the silence was Jin Soo-jung, ranked 7th in the public service, who commented on how surprisingly young Tae-hyun was. Next up was Han Ji-seo, the 8th-ranked player, who wondered aloud if forcing him into this wasn't some kind of human rights violation. But the 4th-ranked, Shuang Guak, cut in, telling them all to settle down. Age is irrelevant when it comes to skill, she stated plainly. The 3rd-ranked player, Seo-jin Park, who was also present, mentioned he always knew Tae-hyun would make it to this level, but he never thought it would happen this fast. Finally, the president addressed the room, acknowledging what a chaotic ordeal it had been to get everyone there. But now that they were all assembled, it was time to kick off the strategy session for the Asian Games. Everyone took their seats, ready to listen intently. The briefing on the Asian Exhibition Games began. The story went that back when the Abyss first opened, people all over the world began awakening special abilities. The world descended into utter chaos, overrun by monsters and other malevolent entities. In response, vigilante groups from across Asia banded together to fight back against these threats, which eventually led to the creation of the games. Now, every year, representatives from each Asian nation are given 7 days to hunt down as many monsters and malevolent beings as they can. The number and class of each target they eliminate are then tallied up as points. And while the public fears these creatures, the games themselves have transformed into a massive festival. But beneath all that celebration lies the grim reality of a small-scale war. The Asian Exhibition Games aren't just a way to measure each country's military might.
They're also a battle for fame and influence. The victorious nation wins a massive cash prize, one-of-a-kind items, and even the rights to explore dungeons no one has ever entered before.
A smirk crept across Tae-hyun's face. I knew it, he thought. Joining these games was absolutely the right move. He was playing a much bigger game. He was certain that the succubus queen, Rosaria, knew something about the king. But figuring out the true scope of his power was tricky, and he knew she wouldn't spill the beans easily. To even get an audience with her, he needed to be overwhelmingly powerful, and the Asian Games were the perfect stage for that. He could test his limits against stronger opponents and get rewarded for it. Just then, Tae-hyun raised a serious issue. The number 1 position on Korea's new team remained vacant.
Gon, the 2nd-ranked player, was unable to join, along with other powerhouses like Yongyu, It looked like Korea's overall strength had taken a significant hit compared to previous years. But Jin cut in, looking bewildered. "I thought we already had this sorted out," he said.
I heard this kid, Tae-hyun, managed to reach the national level. Isn't that right? Every head in the room whipped towards Tae-hyun as the question hung in the air. A national level player. They couldn't believe it. He was far too young. Tae-hyun just offered a casual smile and waved it off. It's just a rumor, everyone. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. He argued that they couldn't build a strategy around it, especially since his abilities were completely unverified. A wave of disappointment washed over the room. Someone piped up, asking if they needed to call in reinforcements. The answer was a definite yes, but the real question was who was even available to recruit. The president, however, assured them that everything was under control. While they might not have as many national level players as Japan or China, the Asian Games weren't won on sheer combat power alone. The most critical part of the competition was hunting monsters to rack up points. As long as we keep our cool and focus, we have a solid chance of winning, he declared. With that, the president started assigning roles. Seong Jin, Seung, and Hung Yu, who had the most experience inside the abyss, would be on monster hunting duty. In the meantime, Jin Soo, a veteran of player versus player combat, would team up with Tae-hyun to hunt down the malevolent beings. With the games kicking off the following week, the president was practically on the edge of his seat, waiting to see them perform. Finally, the day arrived.
On the first day of the Asian Games, an announcer's voice boomed over the speakers, declaring the start of the opening ceremony for the Asian Exhibition Games.
Teams from the Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, Japan, China, and Korea all gathered, ready to face off in the competition. Japan and China were the clear powerhouses, both fielding national-level players. But China was the undisputed favorite with a staggering 3 of them. Their roster included Funlu, Mingming Sai, and the most formidable of all, Lee Singgu. At the same time, Tae-hyun's family was glued to their screen watching the live broadcast. His uncle remarked that Korea's chances looked slim, while his aunt was more concerned with Tae-hyun just staying safe. But this negativity was more than Jang could stomach. "What are you two even talking about?" he demanded. As Tae-hyun's #1 fan, he refused to let them speak ill of his hero. Had they completely forgotten everything Tae-hyun had done for them? He was the one who bought their apartment and even gives them a stipend for every dungeon he clears. To put it simply, when Tae-hyun does well, so do I, he declared. Tae-hyun's uncle called him materialistic, and his mother, in sheer disbelief, said he was getting more outrageous by the day. She even wondered if they needed to call an exorcist. But Jang stood his ground, insisting that he had faith in Tae-hyun. Fed up, his parents just shooed him away, telling him to go study. Back at the arena during the opening ceremony, a figure approached Tae-hyun. "There he is," she said. "Korea's newest S-rank. I owe you my thanks." It was the elegant woman known as the Saint, Tarara Yoshikawa. She went on to explain that she had been on her way to handle the East Point incident. However, by the time she arrived on the scene, the entire matter had already been resolved. It suddenly clicked for Tae-hyun in his past life. She was the one who had solved that crisis. Her incredible power was the perfect explanation for how the whole thing was hushed up. She then asked him why he'd rejected the personal invitation she sent to thank him. The scene flashed back to the end of the New Korea meeting, where Tae-hyun was the last one left in the room. The president had called him over and handed him a special invitation sent directly from the Saint. The president wasn't sure of the reason, but he stressed that she was one of the most exceptionally rare players in the world. A superhuman with regenerative abilities so potent she could likely even restore Gon's arm. He urged Tae-hyun to meet her before the games, but Tae-hyun's response was a flat-out refusal. A stunned Go Taewok demanded to know why he would do such a thing, especially since Gan was injured while protecting him. The president, however, simply requested an explanation. Tae-hyun said he couldn't get into specifics, but his reasoning was simple. Back in the present, he addressed the Saint directly.
"I am fully aware of the horrifying truth you hide behind that title of Saint."
With that said, the Saint's expression soured. Tae-hyun simply turned his back and walked away, leaving Shinji to ask her what she made of the situation. So he did have a compelling reason to refuse, she mused. That boy knows far too much about me. Shinji immediately suggested they needed to eliminate him, but a cryptic smile touched the Saint's lips. "That's not what I meant at all," she replied. She elaborated that while everyone was impressed by his power, the truly unbelievable thing about him was his knowledge. He had accomplished feats that should be impossible without some kind of foresight. She couldn't fathom how he could have possibly learned the truth she guarded so carefully behind her title. And in that moment, she decided she had to make that boy hers, as soon as possible. The announcer's voice then boomed, proclaiming the moment everyone had been anticipating: the official start of the Asian Exhibition Games. The final countdown began. The host, an A-rank player from Singapore named Alex Go, was whipping the crowd into a frenzy. As the count reached 54, Shinji checked that everyone on his team remembered their assignments. He glanced to the side and his blood ran cold. Where was Tae-hyun panic set in? And just as the host yelled for the festival to begin, a blade sliced clean through his throat.
Tae-hyun stood there, a smile playing on his lips, having just decapitated the man. Absolute terror seized the entire arena.
While Xiong-jin was frozen in shock, the rest of the Chinese team charged forward, and the Korean players immediately formed a defensive wall around Tae-hyun. Lee, Shin-chu, and Shinji Nakata moved to the front line as the entire team united to shield the boy. A massive explosion rocked the stadium, leaving the crowd reeling and wondering why the host's head had just gone flying. After the smoke cleared, they were still protecting Tae-hyun.
Poor Xiang, still in shock, stammered, "What just happened? His head is gone."
In contrast, Lai Shin-chu let out a cold laugh. "He just murdered the host, and you're still defending him. He's going to slaughter every last one of us." As he spoke, the ghost sword, Shinji, began to advance. The saint, Tarara, issued her command he was free to kill anyone he pleased, as long as he left Tae-hyun alive. At that moment, the heads of the various associations, including those from New Korea and Singapore, rushed in to de-escalate the chaos. The president of Korea frantically tried to restore order. "This must be some kind of misunderstanding. Our representative would never do this. He beheaded our host," the president of Singapore retorted. It was then that Tae-hyun's voice cut through the noise, revealing the host's true identity. He was the malevolent being known as Taiwan. This Taiwan was an infamous S-rank malevolent being, wanted for torturing and murdering 30 passengers aboard a luxury cruise. Associations from multiple countries had put a multi-billion-dollar bounty on his head. But the monster vanished after selling information and profiting from his victims' torture. He had simply managed to alter his appearance. The Singaporean president was left utterly speechless. "You don't mean," she began, but Tae-hyun cut her off. "The reason he was never caught," he explained, "is because he can change his appearance at will, just as he did to become your host." Tae-hyun planted his foot right on Chaewon's head, and the guy's expression went from arrogant to shocked. The crowd absolutely loved it. But instead of taking the glory, Tae-hyun deflected, giving all the credit for the intel to Snipe Walker. Another player couldn't help but notice, saying that Tae-hyun was one interesting guy. A quick glance at the scoreboard showed New Korea already dominating, sitting comfortably in first place with a solid 1,000 points. So, quick recap, the games got put on hold for a few hours after it came out that the murdered host was actually one of the malevolent beings. But the action is back on now. With the games back underway, players from every country flooded out of the arena, ready to start hunting monsters. And who else but Kim Tae-hyun would be the one to snag the very first points? And right after shouting out Snipe Walker, he immediately set off to start his own hunt for those malevolent beings. Back at the Snipe Walker Guild, the vice president was freaking out, claiming he had no clue they were sitting on that kind of information. Young Yu played along, saying she was just as clueless. The VP couldn't wrap his head around it, asking why Tae-hyun would lie. She just shrugged, saying she was in the dark too, but admitted it was a nice gesture for him to plug their guild's name like that. She vented, "Our phones have been ringing off the hook. We can barely get any actual work done." Young Yu thought to herself, "My darling must have orchestrated this whole thing." The vice president, catching on, asked if Tae-hyun was her darling, and she shot back, "Don't even suggest my darling knew about this." Later that night, deep in the city, there's a house with a gaping hole in its roof, and inside a defeated malevolent being, looking completely wrecked. It turns out to be Gant, an A-rank monster. He weakly asked how Tae-hyun managed to track him down. Tae-hyun just smirked, saying it was laughably easy, practically a dead giveaway. Just then, his phone rings. It's Jung Yu, laying it on thick, calling him sweetie, honey, and my love.
Tan teased her. "Took you long enough to call." But she immediately started complaining about the nonstop calls she'd been getting, all thanks to him.
Tae-hyun cut to the chase, asking if the line was secure. Jung Yu was one step ahead. She knew he'd ask, which is exactly why she made the call herself. He explained that a regular cell phone just wouldn't cut it for a secure connection. He told her he needed 2 things from her. First, to look into something for him, and second, to feed him some more intel on the malevolent beings. Jung Yu told him she'd already passed that info on to the association. But Tae-hyun knew better. Going after these small fry monsters wasn't going to win them the game. They needed a bigger target, something on the level of the official malevolent guild. Right then, someone else showed up, appearing right in front of Tae-hyun. The newcomer introduced himself. "I am Kimura," but Tae-hyun, still on the phone, was like, "What did you say? It's too loud over here." Then into the phone. "Hang on, Jung Yu, I'll call you back." Kimura declared that Tae-hyun would be punished for dragging the saintess's name through the mud. Tae-hyun was just baffled. Dragging her name through the mud? What did I even do? So here's the deal with this guy. Kimura is one of the S-rank players from the Japanese team, and he's basically obsessed with the saintess. While Nikita Shinji was all about graceful, precise swordsmanship,
Haim Kimura was the complete opposite, a reckless, brutal powerhouse who just annihilated his enemies. But all that power doesn't mean a thing.
If you can't actually land a single hit. And that's exactly what was happening, as Tae-hyun effortlessly dodged every single attack while still chatting on his phone. Kimura was completely losing his mind, unable to figure out why his attacks weren't connecting. How is a guy like that dodging everything I've got? He thought, frustrated. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Jung-yu was explaining to Tae-hyun why the association couldn't just launch a full-on assault against the malevolent guild. You want us to target them directly? They'd just scatter and go into hiding. Even if we have intel, we can't make a move until we're 100% certain we can wipe them out. There's no point in poking the hornet's nest for no reason, she warned. Otherwise, this whole situation could spiral out of control. Tae-hyun agreed with her. As he dodged another one of Kimura's strikes, the guy felt a sudden chill of death. Then, Tae-hyun just casually backhanded him.
But it's totally possible if I'm the one doing it, right? He said. Give me the intel, and I can pinpoint their exact location.
I can't tell you how. You'll just have to trust me. Haven't my results spoken for themselves so far? On the other end, Young-yu sighed in frustration. Ugh, seriously. But she gave in. All right, fine. We don't have much on the guild itself, but we can give you what we know about the three warlords. These guys are major players who pull strings in the criminal underworld, and even have influence in legitimate society. They're the three big bosses of the demonic humans in Asia. We've managed to establish contact with a top executive under one of them, Miyazaki Kenji. If you can capture him, he'll spill everything. But if you screw this up, you could make some serious enemies during the games. So, what's the plan? She asked. Tae-hyun considered it. The warlords weren't the main prize like the guild, but taking them down was still a solid move. He made his decision. All right, let's start with them. Young-yu was on board and promised to set everything up. Tae-hyun thanked her, but Young-yu cheekily asked if a dinner date wasn't in order. Of course, he replied, as soon as the games are finished. Just then, Kimura scrambled back to his feet, screaming curses at Tae-hyun. How much longer are you going to look down on me? He roared. If you don't start fighting for real, I'll tear this whole place apart. Tae-hyun calmly replied that he wasn't underestimating him at all.
First, I'll corrupt all 5 of your senses, Kimura declared, activating his domination of the 5 senses ability. Tae-hyun just thought to himself that he was actually doing Kimura a favor by not fighting back.
Doesn't this idiot know that fighting between participants is against the rules? If he won't listen to reason, I guess I'll have to get a little more serious. He then unleashed the Death Knight King's zeal, and poor Kimura was completely blindsided by the overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Nakata was reporting to the Saintess. He informed her that Kimura had been defeated and that he'd already handled the media, spinning the story to blame the whole incident on demonic humans. After his loss, Kimura was stuck on a loop, repeating the final words he heard, "Now, I'm getting serious." It turned out Kimura had been hit with some kind of mind control, and the prognosis was a full month for recovery. That meant he was officially out of the games for good. The Saint put 2 and 2 together, realizing Tae-hyun was packing a secret ability the media knew nothing about. Nada suggested they should probably step in, but the Saint just smirked. He's full of little surprises, isn't he? She shot back. We don't earn points if he's not in. Silly. She wasn't breaking a sweat, having already anticipated Kimura's defeat. I've already set another plan in motion. She guaranteed. Later, inside a filthy, shadowed room, a door creaked open, and Nada and the Saint were met by a prisoner. It was none other than Ryoma Isizaka, the very same guy Tae-hyun had absolutely pulverized. The Saint informed him it was time to get to work. Meanwhile, in a nameless corner of the abyss, a woman was moving at high speed before she suddenly froze in place. She was Rakaya, an S-ranker from the Philippines, and she demanded to know why their attacker was trying to kill them. Why would you chase first place through such a cowardly act, she challenged. Her opponent, Shushin, replied that he was dead serious. I'm enjoying this, but I'm only here on a request from the Chinese Association, he admitted. The Filipino team was completely floored. What do you mean the president of the Chinese Association ordered this? That's ridiculous. Is he trying to start a war? They wondered. Rika shielded her fellow participant, telling her to run for it while she tried to hold back the monster. But after a short struggle, Rika was already dead. Shushin figured if the president himself was assigning this, it had to be interesting. He couldn't help but wonder which country was next on the list. Then it hit him Korea. His next mark was none other than Kim Tae-hyun, and word of his latest victory was already spreading like wildfire. The Asian Exhibition Games Day 1 scoreboard displayed New Korea in first place with a 1,550-point lead. China was in second with 700, and Japan held third with 500. The broadcast featured the representatives taking down demonic humans, and the audience was in disbelief. New Korea is dominating. Wait, Japan and China have national players. What are they even doing? The official report claimed that Kamura Ren from Japan had to withdraw because of an injury sustained from demonic humans. But then, the real bombshell hit the headlines. The players from Singapore were discovered dead, and the entire Filipino team was missing. The public finally grasped that something was horribly wrong. From his luxury hotel room, Tae-hyun watched the news reports. The Games Committee had launched an official investigation to figure out what happened, requesting the cooperation of all participating nations. Tae-hyun remembered how in his past life, this chaos didn't start until the third day. Is it all kicking off on the first day this time? If events were following the same script, he knew the culprits were the national-level players from China. They were pulling this stunt to flex their power and systematically eliminate the competition. But he knew the ultimate cause was the boundless ambition of the Chinese Association's president. Tae-hyun muttered, "Between the saint and these idiots, I can never get a moment's peace." Now that the situation had escalated, his only option was to move his own plans forward. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Startled, he called out, "Who's there?" And a voice responded, "Open up, Tae-hyun." "It's me, Jang Jinsu," the voice said. He'd learned Tae-hyun's location from the hotel. "I'd like to have a little chat with you." Tae-hyun was stunned. Jang Jinsu was right there on his terrace. Jang immediately laid into him about what he did at the opening ceremony. "You decapitated a guy, ignored our entire strategy, and just did whatever you wanted. Have you forgotten you're part of a team?" The lecture sounded all too familiar. Jang went on. "Whatever your reason was, I'm disappointed. You could have at least shared the intel you had." But Tae-hyun cut him short, revealing he had just been attacked by Kamura Ren. Jang was shocked. It wasn't the demonic humans. Tae-hyun confirmed he'd stopped the attack. But the fact Kamura found him in the first place proved there was a mole within the association. Jang was immediately offended. "Are you accusing me? Am I your prime suspect?" But Tae-hyun explained that it wasn't nearly that simple. "Anyone with access to that information is a suspect," he stated. "And that includes you." That was why he had to move so cautiously. He was the one who discovered the host was a malevolent force. If the S-rank players aren't eliminated, the national players won't be either. He laid out his reasoning. The national-level players are targeting everyone else to thin out the competition. So, yes, I intend to do this my way. I don't approve of their methods. And with that, Tae-hyun declared he was leaving. Jang screamed for him to come back, but Tae-hyun just slammed the door in his face. Jang was fuming. "Insolent brat! How can a rookie pull a stunt like this? He is going to pay for this," he swore. Outside, Tae-hyun had seen and heard everything using his stealth skill. He began to wonder if Jang Jinsu was the spy. He never found out who it was in his past life, but after Kamura's ambush, he was absolutely certain there was a traitor. "I can't trust anyone right now," he resolved, until he could expose the mole. He had other matters to handle. A new message popped up for him. It was a message from his beloved darling, containing a perfect guide from Aeong-yu on how to find the three warlords. What in the world is going on? Tae-hyun wondered. A bit later, he found himself at some knockoff fast food joint called McDoria, ordering a cheeseburger and a soda. He was trying to keep a low profile, wrapped in a coat, and it seemed to be working. No one recognized him as he scanned the other customers. "Those have to be Miyazaki Kenji's lackeys," he concluded. "Trying to pass as high school kids. That bag they're guarding has to be full of something illegal." All he had to do was tail them back to Miyazaki. Just then, the guy sitting right next to him started talking. "Long time no see, huh?" Tae-hyun whipped his head around and saw Ryoma Isaka. He was floored. The guy was supposed to be serving a life sentence for the East Point incident. What was he doing here? Ryoma said he didn't want to cause a scene, but Tae-hyun told him to cut the crap and get lost. Ryoma just laughed. "Get lost? Are you really in a position to be giving me orders? You're trying to fly under the radar too, aren't you?" With that, Ryoma shattered a glass, and suddenly, all eyes were on them. Miyazaki's goons immediately recognized Tae-hyun and panicked, thinking he was there to bust them. They grabbed their bag and bolted. Damn it, Tae-hyun thought. Now he had to deal with them. Ryoma warned him again that he didn't want a fight right there, then unleashed his aura, flooring everyone else in the restaurant. Tae-hyun couldn't help but be impressed. To do that with just his aura? The guy had gotten way stronger since East Point. "Are you going after Miyazaki Kenji?" Ryoma asked. "Just give me 1 minute to talk. I swear it won't be a waste of your time." Tae-hyun instantly bound him in chains. "You have 1 minute," he said. "But if you waste my time with nonsense, you'll regret ever messing up my plan." Ryoma smirked, saying it brought back fond memories, but that he wasn't the same person he used to be. The moment he tensed to move, Tae-hyun activated gluttony on the chains, and Ryoma found himself barely able to budge. What is this pressure? He wondered just how much stronger Tae-hyun had become. 50 seconds left, Tae-hyun stated flatly. Ryoma started to sweat. Okay, I'll get straight to the point, he said. "You can't take down the three warlords on your own. You'll walk right into a trap and get yourself killed," Tae-hyun replied. 30 seconds. "It's different for me. Ryoma pressed. I have connections. I can lead you straight to Miyazaki. It's a sweet deal, right?
10 seconds, Tae-hyun said. What more do you want, you bastard? Ryoma demanded. Time's up.
Ryoma started complaining that it hadn't been a full minute, but the pain from gluttony intensified, making him beg for mercy. Your offer was interesting, but it's also incredibly suspicious. Tae-hyun noted, a guy like you suddenly offering to help me.
What's your real angle? He then used Rosaria's hypnosis, demanding to know who was pulling the strings.
Meanwhile, in a derelict warehouse, a group of men were running for their lives before being cut down by a single, devastating attack. The one responsible was Nata. The saint appeared, clapping slowly. That was quite the display, she said. Nata asked if she was really fine with how things were going with Ryoma. He's already lost to Tae-hyun once before. And with rumors spreading that Tae-hyun is on a national level now, even the holy power you gave Ryoma won't be enough for him to win, Nata added. He's at risk of being punished by the Oath of the Awakened, which obligates him to bring Tae-hyun to you. That should be your concern. The saint dismissed his worries. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter to me whether Ryoma wins or loses. My intel says Tae-hyun is targeting the 3 warlords. And Ryoma not only has a history with the demonic humans, but also has direct ties to Miyazaki Kenji, one of the warlords. Since Ryoma can't possibly defeat Tae-hyun by himself, they'll have to work together to get to Miyazaki. Of course, she continued. It won't be simple, but this boy is an enigma, which is precisely why I need data.
I want to know everything how he fights. His morals, his abilities, his personality, and whatever power he's keeping hidden.
Whatever fate befalls Ryoma, we can simply extract the information from his body afterward, the saint concluded coldly. Tae-hyun left me no choice. Later that night, at another abandoned location, Miyazaki was waiting with his crew. He demanded to know why Ryoma was so late. Where is the kid from Korea? Why isn't he with you? But Ryoma just began talking about how in this world, the strong devour the weak. The weak are just playthings for the strong, he said. It's a fundamentally unfair world. So I have a proposal for you, Miyazaki, he said, bruised and crying. If you want to stay alive, you will do exactly as I say. In that instant, Tae-hyun crashed through the ceiling, taking everyone by surprise. He landed, and his Death Knight King had already subdued everyone on the floor. To survive, Tae-hyun declared. You listen to the strongest. He scanned the room. Which one of you is Miyazaki Kenji? He quickly spotted the only person who had managed to struggle to his feet. Miyazaki realized he'd been played. This was all your plan, he screamed. I'm going to kill you. The fight was on, watching it unfold. Ryoma remembered the plan they'd made. Tae-hyun popped a small chip into his mouth and recalled their conversation. Ryoma, your plan is interesting. You have a deal with the saint, don't you? That's the only reason you'd show up in front of me. Is it some kind of mind control? He had asked. Tae-hyun had then said, Fine, we'll go with your plan. Your goal was to lead me to Miyazaki, correct? Then take me to him. But we're going to do this my way. Ryoma had tried to refuse. Stop now that you've captured me. I'll never help you. And even if I did, the ghost sword and the saint would just kill us both. Tae-hyun's reply had been simple. If you don't help me, I will kill you right here and now.
I couldn't care less if a piece of trash like you dies, but I'm offering you one chance to make things right.
The deal is simple. You give me your absolute all during these games, and then you spend the rest of your life atoning for what you did to the victims.
Do that, and I'll protect you from the saint and the 3 warlords. Tae-hyun made his promise, leaving Ryoma completely stunned.
Are you out of your mind? This is pure insanity. Those guys are national-level threats. Do you seriously believe you can take them all down? Tae-hyun just cracked a small smile and said, Of course, I can... Back in the present, Ryoma watched the unfolding scene and let out a nervous laugh. He realized Tae-hyun was an absolute monster. Tae-hyun was grinding Miyazaki's face into the ground, demanding he open the gate to the 3 warlords. Meanwhile, in the hideout of Tetsuo, one of the Abyss Lords, the floor was littered with bodies. Seated on a throne was Lee Singu, who demanded to know why his guest had come. If your request is worthless, I'll personally crush your skull. The man kneeling before him was none other than Tetsuo, offering Lee Singu a legendary item.
He claimed he was focused on security, but he had a legendary item just for him. However, he needed a favor first.
I need you to eliminate someone who's hunting me, Tetsuo begged. They had already laid a trap, but he knew it might not be enough. And if that trap fails, the hunter will track them down soon. Lee Singu's interest shifted from the item to the man. There's someone that even you're afraid of, he mused. Tell me who it is. But before Tetsuo could utter a name, the sounds of battle erupted outside. Bodies went flying, walls crumbled, and the main door was smashed to pieces as Tae-hyun stormed in, tearing through everyone in his path. Ryoma was right behind him. Tetsuo screamed, asking Ryoma why he was doing this, to which Ryoma replied that Tae-hyun had to be the one to win. Lee Singu was impressed. The plan is to just keep pushing forward. Partner, Tae-hyun declared. The fight turned into a chaotic mess the moment Lee Singu joined the fray. Tae-hyun knew this situation had blown past his expectations. A national-level hunter from China was here as well. So, you're the one who put the fear in Tetsuo, Lee Singu asked. The president of the Chinese Association also wanted me to deal with you. This is perfect. I get to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ryoma shouted a warning that this was Shu, and questioned if Tae-hyun really planned to fight him. Tae-hyun shot back that it was obvious Shu was in league with the 3 lords. You're the one who's been assassinating the other participants, aren't you? And the fact that you mentioned the association just confirms it. You're a sharp one, aren't you? Shu said. It's Korea's turn now, Tae-hyun retorted. Looks like I got lucky finding you here. You're going to die, right here and now, Shu scoffed, calling him a little brat. As the battle kicked off, Tetsuo was frozen in terror. His men yelled at him to escape. Is he actually going to lose? Ryoma taunted them. My partner Tae-hyun is about to wipe the floor with all of you, but then Tae-hyun unleashed the Death Knight King's zeal, stunning everyone, including Ryoma. Hey, why me too? Ryoma cried out. Shu just laughed. Did you really think I'd let you get distracted in the middle of our fight? He sneered. Tae-hyun's mind raced, thinking about Shu, the mystic deity, the very god of strength. He was, without a doubt, the most powerful national-level hunter at the Asian Games, a monster who had single-handedly defeated hundreds of players and creatures. But his real power wasn't just his brute force. It was his ghost ability, which packed a destructive punch that went far beyond mere physical attacks. Just then, Shu summoned the Death Scythe. I am the Grim Reaper, he declared. The Death Scythe was an ability that conjured a weapon to massively amplify the user's statistics. That scythe was tougher than most unique-grade weapons. But it came at a steep cost. All of the user's other abilities were drastically weakened. It was a terrifying skill for Tae-hyun to face. The palace wall shattered, and the 2 of them plummeted. Shu with his scythe, and Tae-hyun with his gluttony dagger. Even when Tae-hyun slammed his dagger into the scythe with all his might, the scythe was unharmed, while his own blade shattered. What's the matter? Shu taunted. Weren't you just saying you were going to kill me? This was a huge pain, Tae-hyun thought. If this kept up, both of his daggers would be destroyed. He quickly deployed his chains, ensnaring Shu, who looked mildly impressed. Tae-hyun figured that if his opponent couldn't move, he couldn't defend himself properly. He layered the Death Knight King's zeal on top of the chains. But Shu just sneered that a weakling will always be a weakling. Did you honestly believe these cheap tricks would work on me? This is exactly why you haven't reached the national level yet. Shu mocked. Tae-hyun hadn't seen this coming. Shu used his Death Scythe to obliterate the Death Knight King. Watching from a safe distance, Tetsuo was convinced the fight was over. That Tae-hyun kid seemed strong, but he was nowhere near ready to challenge a national-level hunter. Tetsuo ordered his men to keep Ryoma alive as a hostage for the saint. He couldn't fathom why Ryoma would betray the lords and the saint. What on earth did he see in this Tae-hyun guy? Tae-hyun has already lost. Now we just wait for Shu to finish the job, he thought to himself. But when he glanced back at the battlefield, Shu was the one bleeding out while Tae-hyun was standing without a scratch. Tetsuo's jaw dropped. What just happened? I only blinked for a second. Shu was on the ground, coughing up blood and barely clinging to life. He remembered the exact moment he swung his scythe to cut Tae-hyun in half. A massive surge of mana had erupted from his dagger. I was dominating this fight. His weapons are nearly broken, so why am I the one lying on the ground? Wondering if Tae-hyun had been sandbagging this whole time, he launched a sneak attack from behind, only for Tae-hyun to spin around in a flash. These twin daggers are rare-grade equipment, he mused. They came in handy against the Minotaur Queen, but I definitely learned a thing or two from that fight. If I fuel my skills with gluttony instead of mana, my own reserves don't get drained. That means I can go all out and unleash its full power. The weapon that shattered wasn't Tae-hyun's dagger. It was Zua's own death scythe. You can have the weapon, Tae-hyun offered sure. But in exchange, I'll be taking your life. Before Zua could even get a word out, he was struck down right where he stood. Tetsuo was in a total panic. Ryoma was knocked out cold, and on the battlefield. Gluttony began to devour Shuer's body. In that moment, it was confirmed Tae-hyun Chin now wielded the power of a national-level hunter. Meanwhile, in an opulent room somewhere in the rain, a voice remarked. So, Xian decided to make his move. The woman in bed simply replied. Tetsuo decided to offer Swen a legendary item in exchange for his help. The people in the room were Qing Ming, a national rank hunter from China, and Pinghua, one of the 3 warlords. Ping sneered that there was no way Shuer could lose to some little brat from Korea. He's national level now. Just then, the phone rang. Qing Ming answered. The caller was Zhang Long, president of the Chinese Association. Suish is dead, Zhang Long said grimly. I need you to bring me Tae-hyun Chin's head. Of course, Tae-hyun wasn't about to pass up the chance to use gluttony on Zua's body. His strength skyrocketed instantly. Just as I suspected, he thought. Gluttony doesn't work on the dead. It only affects living targets. But that can't be the only condition for absorbing an ability from someone. The whole concept of a human using gluttony feels a little off. Still, he didn't need to waste time worrying about scum like Shuer. He was far more curious about the voice that echoed in his head when he nearly lost control of his power. He had to find out more about this ability. After Swan's death, things finally quieted down. Tetsuo completely submitted to Tae-hyun, using Rosurhaya's hypnosis. Tae-hyun wiped the memories of Tetsuo and the other demonic humans before turning them over to the association. Ryoma no longer had a purpose there, so Tae-hyun sent him back to the Saint. Ryoma was terrified. What do you mean? Send me back. The Saint will read my mind. I'm as good as dead. But Tae-hyun assured him he'd be fine. The Saint isn't that interested in you, and you're bound by the pact. If she peeks into your memories, she'll just see this as a perfect opportunity to get in touch with me again. Privately, Tae-hyun admitted he didn't have very high expectations for Ryoma. The real problem now, he considered, is the other two warlords. He had pulled a lot of information from Tetsuo using hypnosis, but he was sure they already knew he was coming for them. He decided he could worry about that after a short break. On the third day of the games, the news reported that National Hunter Shuen was missing. The Chinese government was officially requesting assistance.
At the same time, it was announced that South Korea's Tae-hyun had captured Tetsuo, one of the three warlords, catapulting Korea into first place.
Tae-hyun was certain the president of the Chinese Association already knew Shushin was dead. He felt pretty good about how things had turned out. Right then, he received a call from Jang Jinsu. When they met up, Jinsu said, "I honestly didn't think you would come." He thanked Tae-hyun for showing up. Tae-hyun cut straight to the point, asking if he was absolutely sure Pingwa, one of the warlords, was inside that building. "Yes," Jinsu replied. "I can't tell you my source, but the intel is 100% solid. She slipped in last night to lay low until the games are over." Tae-hyun immediately recognized the location as one of the hideouts he had seen inside Tetsuo's mind. "Why are you giving me this information?" Tae-hyun questioned. "I thought you hated my guts." Jinsu claimed it was to prove he wasn't a spy. "I took what you said last time to heart. My country was attacked, and I want to prove I'm not a traitor. I gathered this intel so you would finally trust me." But the funny thing was, Tae-hyun already knew he was the mole. Immediately after his last conversation with Jinsu, Tae-hyun had gotten a call from Yang Yu confirming a spy was on their team. Tae-hyun had asked if it was Jinsu, and she'd been shocked he knew. "Just a hunch," he'd said. "So who's he spying for?" "Japan." "No," Yang Yu had replied. "He's a mole for China. He was a regular at Chinese casinos and probably made a deal to wipe out his gambling debts." "Then how did Kimura know my location?" Tae-hyun had asked. Yang Yu then explained that, unfortunately, there was a second spy on the team working for Japan. Tae-hyun thought. 2 moles on the same team. What is this association? A marketplace for traders? Yang Yu tried to calm him down. "Don't worry, I'll report this to the president right away." But Tae-hyun had told her not to. First off, if they arrested Jinsu, the Japanese spy would immediately go into hiding. And second, now that he knew who the mole was, he could use the guy as a pawn. Jinsu mentioned that the building was filled with traps and demonic humans. "All we have to do is go in and take them out," Jinsu suggested. But Tae-hyun was thinking, "Perfect! This idiot is about to walk to his own death. My orders are to bring him in." What Jinsu had no idea about was that Pingwa wasn't in there alone. Qing Ming, a national rank player, was with her, but Tae-hyun surprised them both, unleashing his zeal and gluttony skills in tandem to completely obliterate the entire building. Tae-hyun had just devoured his last target whole. "I'm starting to get the hang of this gluttony," he mused. "It feels even more powerful now." Meanwhile, Jin-soo was frozen in sheer terror. "Are you out of your mind?" he shrieked. "What do you think you're doing?" Tae-hyun shot back. "You're the one who said this place was packed with traps and demonic humans. Why would I bother going inside? I'll just demolish the whole building." Jin-soo, convinced he was dealing with a lunatic, started yelling about human rights violations. But Tae-hyun simply pointed and said, "Hey, isn't that Pingwa under all that debris?" Pingwa let out a scream, demanding to know why Jinsu had sold them out. "You worthless gambling addict!" With that, Tae-hyun turned to Jin-soo, waiting for an explanation. Jin-soo just started screaming gibberish. Pingwa snarled that Tae-hyun could laugh all he wanted, but his death was certain. Tae-hyun just smirked. "You're Chi Ming-ming, right?" Tae-hyun said calmly. "I knew all along." The two traders demanded to know how he found out. Tae-hyun casually replied, "Which part are you curious about?"
The fact that you're a spy, or that Ming-ming was hiding here. Jin-soo couldn't believe he'd never been trusted and lunged forward, only to end up spitting a mouthful of blood.
But it wasn't Tae-hyun who'd struck him. A system alert flashed his body was on the verge of being overwhelmed by a sensory attack, though gluttony was fighting back. Nevertheless, his sight, hearing, and sense of touch were all partially compromised. So this is Ming Ming's power. Tae-hyun realized, none of my senses are reliable right now. Even his gluttony couldn't completely negate the effect. Ming Ming finally revealed himself, admitting he never expected Tae-hyun to just bring the entire building down. I was curious about the kind of man who could take down Shu Shen, he said. Now I see you're just a complete maniac. Tae-hyun just glared back. Says the maniac shacking up with a demonic human? Tae-hyun shot back that he couldn't care less about Ming Ming himself, he was only after his ability. Elsewhere, at the Saint's sanctuary, the Saint was delving into Ryoma's memories. She discovered that Tae-hyun hadn't just reached the national level. He had actually defeated Shu Shen. So you did betray me, Ryoma, she said with a chilling smile. But don't you worry about it, it's perfectly fine. Just like Tae-hyun, I'm not interested in your life. He'll find his way to me eventually. You've served your purpose. With that, she withdrew from his mind. Still, she mused, a few things haven't gone quite as I planned. You were aiming to take down the 3 warlords, weren't you, Ryoma? The Saint decided she would pay him a visit herself. The scene flashes back to the president of the Chinese Association, briefing his team on a 3-part mission. First, win the games. Second, eliminate the weaker players from every other association. And third, prove China's absolute superiority to secure a monopoly on all dungeons and magic stones. Do whatever it takes, he told them. Murder, torture. I don't care what you do. I'll cover up any crimes you commit. Shu Sen chimed in that the crimes were irrelevant to him. All he wanted was a good fight. Lin Pong thought it sounded decent enough, while Ming Ming was convinced everyone in the room was insane, though he kept that to himself. He'd killed plenty of people, but he did it all for love to be with his Pinga. For now, their goals were perfectly aligned. The president's final order was to bring him Tae-hyun's head. Ming Ming knew Pinga was in danger as long as that brat was around. Now, Ming Ming thought, he could finally kill without any guilt. But the moment he felt the true extent of Tae-hyun's power, pure terror washed over him. Tae-hyun unleashed his true power, and the devouring entity that emerged looked absolutely ravenous. Ming Ming panicked, wondering if his sensory domination had failed. He took down Shu Shen, Ming Ming thought frantically. He has to be a national-level player. But this energy, it's monstrous. He's already transcended human limits. Tae-hyun then spoke. Your domination ability shuts down all the senses, correct? If I couldn't use gluttony while under its effects, I'd be in real trouble. But since I can, it's no problem at all. In fact, he continued, I think I'll make very good use of your ability. He commanded gluttony to consume him, and a swirling vortex swallowed Ming Ming whole. The system announced a new skill acquisition domination of the 5 senses. I was just thinking I needed a new weapon, Tae-hyun said. Talk about good luck. A weapon used by a national-level player had to be top tier. The dagger, a unique ranked item, was named Headache. Tae-hyun considered the situation. China had just lost 2 of its national rank players. With only 1 left, even a strong one couldn't carry the entire country on his back. Plus, with the points he earned from taking out Pinghua, the Asian games were as good as won. He was actually more concerned about Japan's team, which had been suspiciously quiet. Just then, a helicopter roared overhead. Someone leaped out. It was the Saint. She cratered into the ground, shattering the pavement, and declared, At last, we meet again? Tae-hyun could only wonder what in the world she was doing there. The narrator cuts in. Yikaratara possessed a hyper-regeneration ability so powerful it could regrow lost limbs, which she often passed off as miracles. Combined with her sacred orders, a skill that soothed mental anguish while granting a massive physical power boost, it was easy to see how she earned the title of Saint. But her true divine power allowed her to alter memories and even brainwash people completely. The narrator adds, she used this very power to forge her own loyal legion. Tae-hyun thought to himself, looks like it's my turn now. He confronted her, demanding to know how she found him when he'd never revealed his location to Ryoma. She simply replied that he should have realized she was never interested in the warlords. Tae-hyun asked if this was all just to meet him. That's pretty creepy, he muttered. How can you be so calm? She demanded. He simply stated, I understand my role as a saint. My purpose is to give others the strength to endure this cruel world. And how do I manage that? I make them worship me as a goddess. Knowing that someone as elegant, beautiful, sexy, sacred, and perfect as me exists brings them happiness. Adoring me is what keeps them going, she proclaimed. Why are you so composed? Tae-hyun could see she was completely unhinged, but the saint simply said it didn't matter. Her sacred duty was to guide lost souls like him toward salvation. A whole convoy of cars suddenly appeared on the horizon. Tae-hyun was confused by the sheer number of civilians pouring out. That's when it hit him they were all brainwashed. The saint smugly told him he should have known. since she had already sifted through Ryoma's memories.
But there's one thing I couldn't figure out the source of your information. Prepare yourself.
She declared, "It doesn't matter what secrets or power you possess. I just have to ensure you can't use them." She knew that harming civilians went against his principles. His choice was simple slaughter the innocents or somehow escape with his life. Tae-hyun thought, "This wretched creature is using people as a human shield." Meanwhile in Korea, 2 Nightwalker agents located the hidden base of Shadow, the last of the 3 warlords. "To think they could hide a place of this scale," one of them remarked. But when he turned, his partner's head was gone. Shadow emerged. "Nightwalker," he said. "It seems my domain is infested with pests." The agent was frozen with terror, facing certain death. Shadow mused that Tetsuo must have told them everything. "This Kim Tae-hyun guy is screwing everything up. He even managed to eliminate Shuen."
Shadow's followers began opening a portal. He thought to himself that Tae-hyun shouldn't get too arrogant. He wasn't the only genius on the planet.
He reflected, "I have already laid eyes on the absolute peak of all talent." A flashback to 10 years ago showed him telling his group they were descending into the abyss. Back in the present, the horde of controlled civilians lunged at Tae-hyun. The saint taunted him, saying he'd saved countless lives at East Point. And because of that, she knew he wouldn't attack ordinary people.
All she needed to do was wait for him to surrender. But Tae-hyun didn't hesitate, knocking out everyone who came near. "What are you doing?"
the saint shrieked. "They're innocent civilians," Tae-hyun retorted. "What are you talking about?" "They attacked me first, and you're the one pulling all the strings," he yelled, lashing out with a chain to pull her close before kicking her squarely in the face. The saint reeled back, wondering if her calculations were wrong. Is the hero of East Point really this much of a scumbag? But she quickly realized he had held back his power. Not a single civilian had been killed. It was a bluff, but she had her own aces up her sleeve. She scattered seeds on the ground and summoned a giant, sacred tree. Tae-hyun, of course, reacted instantly, protecting the people with his chains. He realized she must have used regeneration magic on the seeds, and she didn't even care about hurting the people under her control. The saint had planned for this all along. He put on a violent display so I'd think he was willing to hurt them. Now it's too late for him to do anything, she thought with a smirk. Just then, a woman Tae-hyun was shielding began attacking him like a mindless zombie. The saint announced that from now on, nothing would stop them not fainting, not broken bones, not even torn flesh. "Nothing except my salvation," she sneered. Branches, divine energy, and the controlled civilians all descended on Tae-hyun at once. "The sins you have committed are unforgivable," he growled. Suddenly, the saint felt a strange sensation overcome her. She was now under the effects of the domination of the 5 senses. She began to cry and spit blood as her mana flow became corrupted. She wondered if this was Chiming's ability. He possesses the very same power. Is this a coincidence he's never used it before today? Tae-hyun, gathering all of his strength, said that she was long overdue for a beating. The poor woman was petrified. While his chains kept the civilians safely restrained, he delivered a powerful slap across the saint's face. After the dust settled, the civilians were safely entangled in the chains, while the saint was left crawling on the ground. "Your regenerative ability is truly impressive," Tae-hyun remarked. "You're still alive after all that." She ignored him and demanded to know how he had the domination of the 5 senses. "I had a feeling you'd figure it out." Tae-hyun replied, "What do you mean? In that instant, he knew she was about to try and erase his memories." "You can certainly try," he said. He had been waiting for this moment. Her Holy Order ability worked by controlling a target's memories, which required her to enter their mind. He was reminded of the dream he'd had at East Point, and how Rosaria's attitude toward him changed right after she looked into his mind. He was determined to find out the secret behind gluttony, and if the saint took the bait and entered his mind, he was sure he'd find his answer. The saint burst out laughing. "Are you really underestimating me?" she asked. "If you want it that badly, I'll give it to you." She invoked her sacred power, the true angel. "I have no clue what you're planning, but resisting divine power is impossible." The moment she entered his mind, however, she found herself staring at the great throne of gluttony, surrounded by a sea of blood. The throne was empty, yet a voice that emanated from it commented that Tae-hyun had used his wits, and the saint was petrified with fear. The voice wondered aloud if he had used this little fly to draw him out. The saint realized with dawning horror that this wasn't Tae-hyun. The being before her wasn't even human. And then, the king of gluttony, seated upon the throne of blood, turned its gaze upon her. "Nice try," he said, his voice so cold it chilled her to the bone. "But that's not even remotely enough." And then, he just devoured the saint. She was utterly consumed by his gluttony power. And the next thing Tae-hyun knew, he was waking up in a hospital. He came to, completely disoriented, with one question burning in his mind. Where's the saint? Just then, the door creaked open, and in walked his girlfriend, Young-yu. "You're finally awake," she sighed, relief washing over her. "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Apparently, his family had been waiting there since the night before. Tae-hyun had been out cold for a full day. When he asked about the saint, Young-yu told him she was knocked out, too. Jin Soo and Pingwei were in the same boat. To make matters worse, Xiaoming was completely missing. "What happened out there?" she asked. All Tae-hyun could think was that he'd failed. He knew the attempt was a long shot. Even as a national-level player, he hadn't gotten a single clue about the secret behind gluttony. What the hell is this thing inside my head, he wondered. Just how powerful do I need to become to figure this out? Young-yu moved closer, gently stroking his hair. "Without you, all our points went straight down the drain," she complained. "Get your hands off me," Tae-hyun snapped. Right on cue, Taewok burst through the door. "Thank God, you're finally up," he exclaimed, looking incredibly relieved. He told Young-yu they desperately needed Nightwalker's support, saying, "We have to find the team that went into the abyss."
Park, Sunungjin, and the rest of the Korean team are all missing. A little later, Taewok cornered Tae-hyun. "You're planning to go by yourself."
"Are you out of your mind?" But Tae-hyun argued that sending a large group would only result in more casualties. He pointed out that Sun-jin and the other veteran players had all vanished in the deepest parts of the abyss. If they're gone for good, it wasn't a monster attack. It was another player, he said. A national-level one, for sure. That's why he was going alone.
Taewok had to admit the logic was sound, but he still couldn't let him go. "You're a patient. You literally just woke up."
Suddenly, the door flew open again, revealing Tae-hyun's cousin, Jae-young. "And where exactly do you think you're going?" he demanded. "Your family has been worried sick. We honestly thought you might never wake up." Tae-hyun's mother then scolded him, saying, "It's all Young's fault for calling us in the first place."
"You have to make time for your family, right? Everyone in the room begged him not to leave. You're too stressed and hurt. You need to recover."
Tae-hyun's mind drifted back to his life before his awakening. Everyone used to want to tear him down, their eyes filled with hatred and contempt. But now, they were all worried about him. He managed a small smile. "Thanks for the concern. But I have to go. This is temporary. My allies are in trouble, and I'm the only one who can save them," he said with absolute conviction. "My family wouldn't want someone who abandons his friends, would they?" Jae-young was clearly moved by his words. Young-yu patted him on the back. "Look at my baby getting all sentimental," she joked. "All right, but you better come back alive, and with everyone else. You hear me?" Meanwhile, deep inside the abyss, a brutal fight was underway. Seo Young-jin was sent flying, crashing hard and looking seriously injured. The one who landed the blow was Liu Peng, the infamous Bloodblade. "You lasted a long time," Liu said. "But our little game of hide-and-seek is over. Become my servant, and I'll let you live," Seo Young-jin shot back. "Are you asking me to betray my friends and my country?" "Of course I refuse," he declared. Liu Peng simply said he had chosen pride over his own life. "Not a bad choice, but it seems one of your allies disagrees." He pointed out, Hanju was thinking that these two were absolute idiots. It was time to switch to Liu Peng's side. There was no way to defeat that monster. The only chance they had of surviving was to join him. He recalled a conversation with the saint who had trapped him, ordering him to become her servant and to feed her reports on all the other players, including Tae-hyun. If he refused, she had her methods of persuasion, but he knew the proposal was beneficial for both of them. Hanju had already betrayed everyone once. What's one more time, he thought. But just then, Seo Young-jin interrupted his spiraling thoughts. "Don't worry," he said. "I know you're scared, but you'll get out of here alive, even if it costs me my life. There's still time to betray us after I'm dead." Jean just commented that he talked way too much for someone who was on death's door. With nothing left to do, Hanju broke down, crying and apologizing. He made up his mind that he would fight too.
"We're all hanging by the same thread, aren't we?" Liu Peng just laughed. He told his subordinates that the situation was about to get difficult, but he would teach them the real difference between their power levels.
He summoned a terrifying barrage of blood-red blades. Seo Young-jin was paralyzed with fear. "You're still breathing only because of my mercy," Liu said, directing the blades to finish them. Suddenly, Liu Peng's system was dominated by the five senses. The blades, just moments from killing them, were utterly destroyed by something.
Liu Peng wondered if the ability belonged to Ming Ming. No, he thought. Ming Ming is dead. It can only be one person, the one who killed him.
In that instant, Tae-hyun arrived, surrounded by the knight's zeal. Liu Peng smiled. "I've been waiting so long for you," he said. Tae-hyun replied coldly. "Well, I haven't." After a massive explosion, Liu Peng was completely unharmed. "You just used your ability and ran away," he asked.
Liu's servant suggested they chase after him, but Liu Peng said there was no need. He looked down at the tracks they left behind.
The place they were using as a hideout was the Great Dragon Tower. the only location in the abyss that no one had ever managed to clear. Jang Jin thanked Tae-hyun with every fiber of his being, but Tae-hyun simply told him to drink a potion. Here, drink this first, he said, handing over a Galabacho potion. Sang immediately questioned his plan. Look, the Dragon Tower is a graveyard for players, she warned. It's an unbeatable dungeon, and there's no way out unless we stumble upon an escape gate.
Even Liu Ping would die just trying to escape this place, she insisted. Relax, Tae-hyun shot back. It's just a dungeon. We'll clear it and walk right out. But Tiang got in his face. Weren't you listening? This dungeon is unbeatable?
Hanju chimed in, pointing out that he didn't seem to have a strategy at all. The Dragon Tower was no joke. It was a legendary structure deep within the abyss, known as an unconquerable dungeon. It was famous for two things: an insane number of traps on every single floor, and the Draconian's hordes of smart, tough-as-nails monsters. But despite all that, Seong watched in disbelief as Tae-hyun just bulldozed through everything in their way. How is he even doing this, she wondered. Tae-hyun knew the truth. While the Dragon Tower was called unbeatable, that didn't mean you couldn't get out alive. He knew there was an escape portal hidden on the middle floors, long before the final boss. With his knowledge of the traps and enough firepower to handle the monsters, getting back to the real world would be a piece of cake. And just as he'd planned, as they ascended, they found it. Whoa, there really is a portal here, they exclaimed. Seong immediately asked how Tae-hyun knew. I didn't, he lied smoothly. Just a lucky guess. Seong knew he was full of it. Tae-hyun urged them on. Hurry, let's go before more monsters show up. One after another, they stepped through the portal. Seo Jin called Tae-hyun a brat, but then thanked him for showing up. I'll pay you back for this one day, he promised. Don't worry about it, Tae-hyun replied. He smirked to himself. Getting a thank you from Sojin Park was a rare event. Thanks to him, Hanju had also been exposed as a Japanese spy. The espionage problem was officially handled. Now, the only things left on his plate were Lupang and the ghost sword. Not a bad haul at all, he thought. But as he was about to step through the portal himself, something blocked him. A system message warned him that portal access was denied. The Tower Master is observing you. Master, Tae-hyun muttered. What master? Right on cue. The ceiling above him began to splinter and crack.
A colossal dragon smashed through the wreckage. Who dares invade my tower? It boomed, its voice dripping with contempt. To think it's just some insignificant human.
This was Kaiselin, the double S-rank dragon and master of the Dragon Tower. Dragons were known to be one of the most powerful species in existence. They were typically ranked in 4 tiers. Hatchlings were nearly S-rank. Adult dragons were S+. Master dragons like this one were double S. And at the top were the mythical ancient dragons. Tae-hyun knew this beast was, at minimum, a master dragon. The bone dragon that Wolf Doro had created was just the corpse of an adult dragon. Just how much stronger is this thing, he wondered. And why show up now, out of the blue? But before he could think further, Kaiselin roared, vanish, and unleashed a torrent of fire that incinerated everything. Tae-hyun managed to withstand the inferno. So, a fight is unavoidable, huh? He muttered, before lunging forward with the Night King's fist. The dragon was completely caught off guard. Tae-hyun seized the opening, using his chains and gluttony beams to bind Kaiselin. This won't be enough to kill it, he thought, but I should at least be able to steal an ability. But the dragon shattered the chains with ease and nearly flattened him. What kind of insane durability is this? Tae-hyun activated his stealth, thinking he needed to buy some time. But in the next instant, someone appeared behind him and brutally slammed his head into the floor.
Polymorph, he realized. Kaiselin had shifted into a human form and was now conjuring a massive sphere of fire to finish him off.
The blast sent him flying and pinned him to a pillar. Tae-hyun couldn't believe it. He hadn't even had time to react. He was completely outmatched against a double S-rank opponent. Kaiselin then used its check ability. The gluttony system fought back, but it was no match for the overwhelming draconic power. Just like that, all of Tae-hyun's abilities were sealed. Kaiselin commented, I don't sense anything unusual, and yet this strange power that trespassed in my tower, it flared up even stronger when it came into contact with my own. This is definitely not the power of a mere human. He demanded to know where Tae-hyun got it from, needing to know its original owner. Tae-hyun thought grimly. So even this thing wants to know the secret of my power. Trust me, you overgrown lizard. Nobody wants to know more than I do. Tentacles, Kaiselin muttered in confusion, right before getting struck and sent flying. How could a mere human do that? He roared. A new voice answered him.
I've been looking for a new puppy, the voice purred. This little red lizard might just work. It was none other than Rosaria, summoned by Tae-hyun himself.
Rosaria immediately started chewing him out. What took you so long to summon me? You're completely irresponsible. You know that? Tae-hyun shot back that he couldn't exactly trust a monster. Meanwhile, Back in the real world, the president of the Korean Association got the report Tae-hyun was now missing, too. How can the person who rescued the team be the one who's missing? He demanded. Hanju could only reply, I don't know, sir. We all went through the portal together.
What's the situation with Seo-jin? The president asked. Siang reported that he was causing a huge scene, demanding to go back into the abyss to rescue Tae-hyun.
Tae-hyun advised that they needed to restrain him. The president agreed. I can only imagine what the other association presidents will do if they get wind of this, he muttered. Nobody can find out that the team is alive, or that Tae-hyun is missing. With their strongest players gone, the games dragged on into their 6th day. The Asian exhibition games were drawing to a close, and everyone knew that the high rankings they'd secured so far were entirely because of Tae-hyun. If he's dead, these games are pointless. The president could only pray. Please, Tae-hyun, just be alive. Meanwhile, back in the tower, an insane battle was raging between Rosaria and Kaiserling. It wasn't just a fight, it was an all-out war. Tae-hyun watched, thinking, I could actually die here. These two were absolute monsters. Their power was off the charts. Summoning Rosaria was definitely the right move, but he worried he might have waited too long to do it. He had his reasons for holding off on calling her. For starters, the summoning itself drained a massive amount of his mana. And the drain didn't stop there. It kept sucking his energy, sustainable only with a steady supply of mana potions. But that wasn't even the biggest issue.
Kaiserling unleashed his meteor ability, and a blazing shower rained down from the sky. Rosaria, completely unfazed, sliced through them like they were paper. That's when Tae-hyun realized the real problem Rosaria was just too powerful. She ensnared Kaiserling in her tentacles and launched him through several walls. Her immense strength was actually a huge risk. He knew that even though she was on his side, he had no real way to control a being this strong. Rosaria turned to him, asking what he thought of her display. Tae-hyun figured, despite the dangers, he could trust her for the moment.
Kaiserling acknowledged her strength. Impressive, Queen of Succubi, he admitted. But this just deepens my confusion. Why would an Archduke from the Abyss stoop to helping a pathetic human? Have you no shame? Rosaria shot back, calling him a chatty little lizard. Tae-hyun's mind snagged on one word, Archduke. An Archduke serves the king. This meant Rosaria might have information about the king, or even be connected to him somehow. What does she know, he wondered. Rosaria interrupted his thoughts, telling him she knew what he was thinking, but that he wasn't worthy of the answers yet. And even if you knew, you're too weak to do anything about it, she added. But you already sense that, don't you? No matter what I say, you're going to keep walking your path. Besides, your current predicament isn't exactly a walk in the park. Confused, Tae-hyun asked what she meant, and that's when he looked down at his own hand. His mana was flowing backwards, a dangerous side effect of channeling so much power at once, Kaiserling sneered. Even if you are an Archduke, you were summoned by a lowly human. No mortal body could possibly handle that kind of strain. Keep resisting, he threatened, and I'll turn you both to ash. He began charging an attack powerful enough to obliterate them both. Tae-hyun yelled a warning about the incoming blast, but of course, Rosaria effortlessly blocked it. You're a stubborn little lizard, aren't you? She taunted. She then explained that her power was tied to Tae-hyun's physical limits. If she stuck around any longer, or used more of her strength, his body would give out and he'd die. Before I go, I'll give you a little present, she offered. A gift? Tae-hyun asked, confused. Rosaria pulled him into a hug and whispered, Don't you dare die. Then, she kissed him on the forehead. A system message popped up he'd received the Queen's kiss, and his hypnosis skill was temporarily boosted to S rank. He immediately targeted Kaiserling with it, who demanded, What are you doing now? Suddenly, Kaiserling was dragged into Tae-hyun's mindscape, standing before the throne of Gluttony. That damn succubus made a pretty cool move, Gluttony remarked. She couldn't finish the job, so she left the cleanup to me. Kaiserling was stunned, realizing he was trapped inside the human's consciousness. Is that the same human sitting on the throne? He looked the same at first, but the aura radiating from him was that of a truly ancient and powerful being. Gluttony yawned, saying he had no interest in him, and simply told him to get out. Tae-hyun commanded Gluttony to swallow him whole. The mighty Kaiserling couldn't even put up a fight. When his consciousness snapped back to reality, he was heavily wounded. Tae-hyun was baffled. What just happened? The skill rank had changed before, but never in a way that did something like this. Kaiserling was definitely acting weird, but Tae-hyun knew he didn't have time to dwell on it. He chugged another mana potion and charged in. This is my only shot, he thought, channeling the power of Gluttony. He dashed towards Kaiserling and sliced deep with his dagger. Finally, my attacks are landing, he realized. He drew even more power from Gluttony. Rosaria told me not to die. So who's going to be the one to die here? I still have to learn about the king and my own powers. Plus, I absolutely have to get payback on Asodias for what he did to me in my past life. I never even got a shot at a real life. Die here. No chance. I will defeat Kaiserling, and I will make it back alive. He unleashed the full, unrestrained power of gluttony. How dare a mere human do this? Kaiserling screamed. In the next instant, his head flew from his shoulders. A system notification announced that Tae-hyun's gluttony rank had increased. Tae-hyun collapsed amidst the wreckage. He was sure that crazy dragon had finally done him in, but somehow, he managed to push himself back up. Time to head back, I guess. And just like that, Kim Tae-hyun officially became a national-level player, jumping from B rank all the way to A rank.
On the 7th and final day of the games, everyone gathered to witness the official final rankings. Analysts were busy tallying the magic stones. Japan scored 4,600 points, but it wasn't enough to beat China's 4,800.
Nada was itching to get revenge for the saint, but that damn Tae-hyun was still nowhere to be found. At least they'd secured second place. Just get back here already, for crying out loud, he muttered. The ceremony, however, was still ongoing. The president of the Korean Association lamented that without Tae-hyun, they were going to end up in third place. They had been in first for a while, but their progress stalled on the 5th day, and other teams quickly surpassed them. Their only shot at victory was to take down a horde of creatures or an SS rank monster. Otherwise, they were done for. The worst part was that I failed to save Tae-hyun. He stewed, imagining the Chinese Association president, Zhang Long, laughing in his face. He strolled over with Liu Pang at his side, and Zhang Long remarked what a total waste it was. I was so excited, thinking Korea had a new rising star, he said with fake sincerity. But he got caught up in a tragic accident inside the Dragon Tower. The Korean president was absolutely livid. A tragic accident. Those damn villains, I know exactly what those bastards pulled. Zhang Long just sneered, saying the weak should learn to accept reality. Do enjoy the closing ceremony, he mocked. The president felt completely powerless. Just then, a massive portal ripped open right in the middle of the ceremony, scaring everyone.
Who in the world does that portal belong to? They all wondered. Tae-hyun stepped out, casually asking why his favorite association leader was holding back.
The president was overwhelmed with emotion to see him, while the two guys from China looked like they'd just seen a ghost. Tae-hyun swaggered in, carrying an enormous mana crystal. I've returned, he announced. Back at his relative's apartment, his aunt was asking Jin-young about the games. It's the final day, she mentioned, but Jin-young just said, No, Tae-hyun's missing. There's no point in watching the games anymore. His mother immediately jumped on him. So now that your cousin is gone, you're going to torture yourself by watching... But his aunt suddenly yelled for him to look at the television. Tae-hyun was on screen. He couldn't process it. On the last day of the competition, something absolutely incredible was being broadcast to the world. Tae-hyun was back, and he'd brought a mana stone from the SS rank monster. Kaiserling. It was the first time in history anyone had ever slain a monster of that level. Jin-young's mind was blown. He's on TV, not trapped in the abyss. The crowd roared when the stone was valued at 2,500 points, clinching first place for New Korea. Hailed as the undisputed champion, Tae-hyun's name was on everyone's lips. Zhang Long was seething. He turned to Liu Pang and growled. Why is he still alive? Didn't you take care of business? Liu Pang couldn't believe it. Not only did the kid survive the Dragon Tower, but he also managed to kill an SS rank beast. He was absolutely furious. Tae-hyun reflected that things could have gone horribly wrong. Thankfully, my gluttony skill didn't absorb the mana stone, he thought to himself. Without that stone, they never would have won. But he knew China wasn't going to take this defeat lying down. In that moment, the Korean Association president grabbed him in a tight hug. I'm so glad you're back, he said, his voice thick with relief. The gesture truly moved Tae-hyun.
The narrator explains that the president cried for quite a while.
Maybe from the relief that everyone made it back safely, or perhaps out of sheer gratitude to Tae-hyun. And with that, the exhibition games were over. It was an event packed with so many twists and turns that it drove the media into an absolute frenzy. Once Team Korea returned home, they all gathered to share their experiences. But up on stage, someone was calling the president a crybaby, a loser, and a total weakling. Lee was in tears, and Young demanded to know who invited that moron. A few days later, Tae-hyun was at the Singapore Players Association, meeting with their president. She explained that she'd invited him to propose an alliance. This is just like what happened in my past life. Tae-hyun realized Singapore, having lost all its top players, was desperate to team up with famous players from other nations. But he knew Liu Pang and Zhang Long would never allow it. Tae-hyun suggested they put the meeting on hold until after they dealt with the party crashers. The president looked confused, and right on cue, the door exploded. Intruders burst in, ready to kill her. The man leading the charge was Liu Pang, who smirked. I have no idea how you got out of that tower, but it doesn't matter anymore. He'd brought an army to eliminate them. You both die today. But Tae-hyun just turned to President Hae and said, See, told you there were gate crashers? Suddenly, the window shattered. But these newcomers weren't there to kill. Xiaojing shouted, "Are you guys insane? Attacking in broad daylight?" Hanju declared he was there to repay the debt he owed Tae-hyun from before. Wang Yunsu was there to lend a hand as well. Sheng couldn't believe it. Why is he here, she wondered. This guy is nuts. Tae-hyun admitted it was hard to believe, but Yunsu was incredibly trustworthy. "You said you didn't care anymore, remember?" Tae-hyun said, staring down Liu Pang. "Well, the same goes for me. You're going down right here." Earlier, at his meeting with the Korean Association president, Tae-hyun had explained that Liu Pang would try to assassinate President He, and you could bet that Zhang Long wouldn't want to miss out on the action. He said their ultimate goal was to wipe out the other associations to monopolize all the dungeons and monsters. But because of Liu Pang, even the association presidents were in danger. The president didn't question it. "So, what's the plan?" he asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Tae-hyun replied. "It's time to teach these bad guys a lesson." And just like that, everyone braced for an all-out brawl. Those poor guys from China had no idea what was coming. With a deafening roar, a huge blast tore through the area. Zhang Jing screamed at everyone to get the association president out of there. But Yang Yu insisted they needed to stick to her sweetie's plan. "Sweetie," Zhang questioned. The hero, Annie Yunsu, declared he would be the one to protect the president, leaving He completely stunned. Torn in the heat of battle, Liu Pang finally decided on a simple, brutal strategy: kill everyone. But just then, a chain whipped out and snared his hand. Tae-hyun yanked him back. "Where do you think you're going, Liu Pang?" he taunted. "Don't you want to stay and play with me?" Liu Pang declared he was done running from the abyss. Now, it was time to fight. He then summoned a torrent of blood blades. "Don't get so arrogant just because you took down Jushin and Ming, Liu Pang spat. "I've already seen everything you can do. Would you please stop shrieking?" Tae-hyun asked, before casually walking through the storm of attacks, letting gluttony absorb every blade. In a flash, he tore off Liu Pang's arm. And if Liu Pang hadn't instinctively recoiled, he would have been impaled by the Night King's zeal. Liu Pang stared in shock, thinking, "Impossible! How did he rip my arm off so easily?" Tae-hyun had grown monstrously strong in just a few days. He tried to mount a counterattack, but Tae-hyun finished him right then and there. Liu Pang collapsed in a widening pool of blood. Tae-hyun stood over the body without a single stain on his clothes. After evolving gluttony by consuming Kaiserling's body, he thought, "I knew I could win." But still, Liu Pang was an incredibly powerful opponent. If he hadn't been a complete lunatic, he could have been a huge asset for clearing the dungeons that remain unconquered. Lying defeated, Liu Pang actually laughed. "So that's why... Now I understand why the other Chinese players lost to you. You're a complete monster," he gasped. "I truly didn't expect I'd have to use the Archduke's power against you. Do you really think you're the strongest one here?" he snarled, vowing to show him what true power really was. Liu Pang unleashed his berserker form, fueled by blood power. Elsewhere, every one of the Chinese assassins had already been taken down. Xiao Jing directed Yang to look toward where Tae-hyun was fighting, which was now enclosed within a massive dome-like barrier. Inside, a transformed Liu Pang hammered Tae-hyun with his multiple arms. "This is power! This is strength!" he bellowed. "What are you even rambling about, you disgusting sack of blood?" Tae-hyun retorted. He sliced off Liu Pang's arms, only for them to regenerate instantly. Tae-hyun was almost overwhelmed. "Is this really the same Liu Pang I was just fighting?" he wondered. "And what happened to the whole area? It's like we've been pulled into the abyss. Is it some kind of teleportation skill?" He recalled Liu Pang mentioning it was the Archduke's ability. That's how Kaiserlin referred to Rosaria. He remembered. This means there are other Archdukes. And Rosaria is definitely connected to the king. Does that mean Liu Pang is too... At that exact moment, Liu Pang smashed through the Night King's ability and seized Tae-hyun by the throat. "Are you shocked by my power?" he mocked. "You seem so slow all of a sudden. This was always how it was going to end. You may have surpassed the limits of a human, but with the Archduke's power, I am unbeatable." Tae-hyun then asked if he could have one question before he died. "What do you know about the king?" "You're asking a vessel of an Archduke a question like that," Liu Pang replied with a sneer. "The king is a being whose power you could never even begin to comprehend." "I see," Tae-hyun said. "So you don't know anything, either." He figured that would be the case, but had to ask. Channeling the power of gluttony, he shattered Liu Pang's grip as his attacker's body began to disintegrate. "All right, I definitely need to learn more about these Archdukes," he muttered. Stunned, Liu Pang stammered that Tae-hyun had been hiding his power the entire time. "My business with you is concluded," Tae-hyun stated coldly, telling him to disappear. Liu Pang was completely devoured by gluttony. After absorbing Liu Pang, Tae-hyun confirmed his suspicion Liu Pang knew about the Archdukes, but was completely in the dark about the king. It's possible only Rosaria knows. And he said there are more Archdukes besides her. If they're all on her level, they're unbelievably powerful monsters. He considered. I have no idea how much they know about the king, but this is the only path forward I have. Suddenly, Liu Pang's remains began to transform, collecting into a gruesome mass of blood and flesh at a single point. A voice boomed. That idiotic child talked such a big game about being the strongest, and this is all he had to show for it. Humans are truly mysterious and foolish beings. It was Igman. You're the one who killed my contractor, correct? He asked, as he gathered a dense aura of blood energy.
Contractor Tae-hyun wondered. This mana, this incredible power, it must be the Archduke of the Abyss he mentioned before.
Igman said he wanted to see Tae-hyun's skills for himself and attacked with enormous blades of blood. Tae-hyun managed to narrowly dodge, but was wounded in the attempt. It's the same ability Liu Pang used, he thought. But the scale and power are on a totally different dimension. He desperately defended with gluttony. This guy is on the same level as Rosaria, he realized with dread. This isn't a being you can just rush into a fight with. Why did it just appear out of thin air? I need to focus on surviving. I have to use everything I have. Igman, however, looked impressed. The narrator explains that summoned creatures are limited by the power of their contractor. If the contractor is weaker, the summoned entity can actually manifest more of its own power through them. If the contractor is stronger, their body might not be able to withstand the strain, causing the summoning to be cancelled. That confirms it, Tae-hyun thought. Liu Pang is dead. Igman must have used his body as a catalyst, but there has to be a time limit on a summoning like this. I just have to hold out until then. Igman remarked that Tae-hyun was far more capable than his previous contractor, who was all talk and no substance. He shattered the Death Knight's fist with a single strike. Trying to survive against me is futile, he said. Before Tae-hyun could even react, he was swallowed by a swirling vortex of blood and magic. Even with all that power, a voice sneered, you need to learn your place. Igman boasted that he could snuff him out with a snap of his fingers. But in that instant, the terrifying bloodstorm dissolved into a tranquil garden of petals. Igman was baffled, wondering where the flower petals had suddenly appeared from. It turned out Rosaria was the one who had just saved Tae-hyun. She teased him, saying he had a knack for calling her at the most exciting times. Tae-hyun shot back that the situation was anything but exciting. Man finally pieced it all together. I never imagined my contractor could fall to an ordinary human, he muttered. And to think you actually forged a pact with Rosaria. Get out of here and leave the human be, he ordered. If you don't, I'll bury you right alongside him. Rosaria simply asked if he was lashing out because his little follower had died. It's been more than 1,000 years, and you're just as petty as ever. You should already know that my answer is no, she stated flatly. Tae-hyun asked who this person was. Rosaria identified him as the vampire Lord Igman, an archduke, and now their enemy. Igman readied an attack, bellowing, I'm going to kill you. Funny, Rosaria shot back. That's my line.
A colossal battle erupted between the two of them. Tae-hyun felt his mana flowing in reverse and knew he couldn't hold on for much longer.
He had hit his limit far too quickly. Thanks to the exhausting fight against Liu Ping and the other assassins, he could barely sustain Rosaria's summoning, much less offer her any help. But she told him not to get ahead of himself. My limits are linked to my contractors. You've gotten stronger. But our opponent is an archduke. I can't hold him back unless I use my full strength. Just hold on a little longer, she urged. You've fought tooth and nail for your life up to this point. It can't all end here. Witness the true power of an archduke, a power that you will one day be able to surpass. With that, she conjured a massive sphere of energy. Igman decided it was time to leave. He shattered the summoning. For today, our little meeting has concluded. If you manage to survive, maybe we'll see each other again, he said. Rosaria's lightning slammed into Igman's blood spear, creating a blinding explosion that knocked Tae-hyun unconscious. The system alerted him that he was in critical condition, with barely any life left and 0 mana. As he drifted through his subconscious, Tae-hyun wondered just how many times this had happened to him. Rank, national level, archduke. Every time he leveled up, a new, even more powerful foe would appear. How long do I have to keep repeating this? Just then, he heard a voice. Pathetic, it sneered. It was the consciousness of gluttony.
What are you doing squandering the king's power like this national level? Archduke?
What a joke, the voice mocked him. If you aren't prepared to give up everything you have, including your own body, then I can certainly put it to good use. Tae-hyun woke up in the hospital yet again, but he felt that he had finally seen the face behind the voice that haunted him. This time, the figure had looked directly into his eyes, but he had no idea what connection she had to the king. He glanced to his side and saw a whole group of people watching over him. As they all yelled in relief, he groaned. For goodness sake, please stop hugging me all at once. Yongyu explained how the barrier had vanished in a massive explosion, and only Tae-hyun was left unconscious on the ground. Luckily, the Chinese Association's assassination plot had failed, and Jiang Long, the one suspected of masterminding the attack, was now under investigation. Sometime later, Tae-hyun was finally released from the hospital. I'm finally out of this place, he thought. Archdukes, and that copy of me in my subconscious. The closer I get to the king and gluttony, the more confused I become. But his rank was steadily climbing. He pulled up his status sheet and noticed a new ability he couldn't use yet, Blood Frenzy. To activate it, he needed to consume the blood of a powerful being. Later, keeping his word, Tae-hyun went out to dinner with Young-yu. I was genuinely terrified this time, she admitted. Now that we're eating, what are we going to do next? Tae-hyun thought for a moment and replied, I'm going to start running dungeons in China and Japan. That is not what I asked. Young-yu huffed. You promised we would go on a date after the games. Tae-hyun reminded her that he had promised dinner, which is exactly what they were doing. But Young-yu expressed her doubts that he could just walk into those dungeons. They're massive sources of wealth, even with the rights. They won't let you in without a fight.
Both the Japanese and Chinese associations will just make up excuses and drag their feet until your access rights expire.
But Tae-hyun had already anticipated that. He had a plan. If they take too long, I have other business to attend to. He was aware of his weaknesses. The ability he'd gotten from Liu Pang, Blood Frenzy, was completely useless since he could never activate it. There's a condition to use Igman's blessing. I need powerful blood. He had become a strategic level asset, but he was still no match for an Archduke. To challenge them and uncover the truth behind the king, he had to become exponentially stronger. Later, in a desolate area, Tae-hyun found the Bang Chezu brewery, which was closed down. The door, however, was unlocked. An old man inside grumbled, Don't you youngsters know how to read? We're closed. Get out. Tae-hyun replied that his business had nothing to do with the brewery.
I came to ask you about combined abilities. The old man whipped around. How in the world do you know about that? Who are you? Tae-hyun introduced himself. I'm the national level player Kim Tae-hyun, and I'm the man who's about to save you. The narrator reveals that Bang Chezu, the brewery's owner, possessed a one-of-a-kind S-rank ability called Fragments of a World. However, he refused to ever use it. One person called him arrogant for turning his back on saving the world. But Bang couldn't bring himself to risk his only son. He had attempted to merge the abilities of the villains his son captured, but a disastrous experiment caused one of their mana bodies to overload, and you never figured out the reason why. Tae-hyun continued. The people you and your son experimented on either died or went insane from the reverse mana flow. Your son panicked and ran, fearing the consequences, and you were so consumed by guilt that you vowed to never use your power again. Bang was completely floored. How could you possibly know all of that? He stammered. And you still expect me to use that ability? You must be out of your mind. Get out of here, he shouted. Saying it made no difference if he was an S-ranker or a national level player. He'd already wrecked too much with that power and refused to unleash it ever again. But Tae-hyun calmly faced him, activating his gluttony ability. My body won't break, he stated confidently. A moment later, Bang hesitantly asked if he was serious. The reverse mana flow wasn't a flaw in your ability, Tae-hyun explained. The problem was your power was just too immense for the villains' bodies to handle. It triggered a catastrophic overload. My body is exceptionally durable, and even if this fails, I'm not going to die from it. Bang couldn't believe what he was hearing. The very ability he had viewed as a curse was just solved in a heartbeat by some young man. Who was this Tae-hyun? Really, it was like he could see into the future. By the way, Tae-hyun added, don't breathe a word to anyone about me being here. This way, even if I do die, nobody will ever know you were the one who finished me.
Don't say things like that, Bang pleaded. Tae-hyun recalled how, in his past life, the truth about Bang's guilt didn't come out for another 10 years. It had been far too late then. The man had died drowning in regret. Good thing I got here in time, he thought. The system then prompted him, asking if he wanted to proceed with 3 ability combinations. He fused Stone Skin with Stealth, combined the Death Knight King's zeal with paralysis, and merged the Monarch's heart with the Silent World. Bang's mind was blown. 3 unique combinations. How could one guy possess so much power? Tae-hyun knew his system couldn't analyze skills without a clear origin, like his gluttony or Rosaria's power. He simply urged Bang to begin the process. Okay, Bang finally relented. Here I go. Meanwhile, at the United States Players Association headquarters, President Kevin Lee was in a critical meeting with the nation's top players. Gregor Gale, ranked in the top 10, bluntly asked if they were heading for a war. Dylan Gray, ranked 3rd, snapped at him to show some respect. Ricky Hollis, the number 2 player, sighed and asked why his first instinct was always to start a fight. Cody is our leader here, she reminded him. Cody Wood, the number 1 ranked player, cut in, saying they weren't kids and that the rankings were just a number.
Kevin cut straight to the chase. I'm sure you're all aware of what happened to China's national level players, correct?
Montel Roman, ranked 5th, confirmed the news. Shushin, Shaiying, and Liu Pang are all dead. Nick Rowan, the number 6, added what he'd heard. 2 of them were killed battling the Warlord Guild, and the 3rd died trying to take out Singapore's guildmaster. Gregor just shrugged and asked what the big deal was. So they're all dead, right? But Kevin revealed that was just China's official story. According to our latest intel, a single individual was responsible for eliminating all of them. And Liu Pang had a contract with the vampire archduke, Igman of the Abyss. The room was filled with stunned silence. Hollis turned to Cody, asking if he knew anything about it. Who was it? He pressed. Who killed them? It was Tae-hyun Kim, from New Korea, Kevin answered. At that very moment, a massive surge of power erupted from Tae-hyun. Kevin figured he had to be powerful, but probably not as much of a monster as they were imagining. Still, they desperately needed to learn more about him. Tae-hyun was reveling in his newfound strength. His rank hadn't jumped to S, but it had reached AA. The following morning at New Korea's airport, Gregor was already complaining. Did we seriously fly all the way out here just because of this Tae-hyun guy, Marcus Gore, the number 8 player? Confirmed that was pretty much the reason. Gregor scoffed, vowing to teach him a lesson. We're not here to pick a fight. Yet, Marcus warned. That same day, Tae-hyun was busy analyzing his new skills. They had successfully combined. He was itching to try them out. His new shadow skin not only made him tougher, but also concealed his presence. The Sovereign's world let him create a special field that amplified his own power while weakening his opponents. And then there was the Sovereign's zeal. I really need to test this out, he thought to himself. But using it in the open would cause a massive incident. Right on cue, a couple of people approached him. It was Marcus Gore, ranked 8th, and Gregor Gale, ranked 10th. Is this seriously the kid who took down Fanglu? Gregor sneered. Are you sure we're in the right place? Marcus insisted. There was no mistake. Later, getting down to business, Tae-hyun asked them what they wanted. Marcus told him not to be so hasty. They were just there for a chat. Marcus then activated his ziggurat ability to get a read on Tae-hyun, scanning his full name, rank, status, skills, and even his psychological state. I've never encountered an AA rank before, he thought. Tae-hyun's stats put him on a national level, but this might not be enough to beat someone like Fanglu. But as he tried to analyze the abilities, Gluttony completely shut down the ziggurat. This was a first. Marcus was stunned. His curiosity about Kim Tae-hyun, Korea's rising star on the national stage, skyrocketed. Suddenly, the president's intense interest made perfect sense. So, what is it you want from me? Tae-hyun asked directly. Marcus laid out the proposal, a joint venture for that dungeon in China, the one Tae-hyun had earned as a prize. The U.S. president was keen on exploring it. Plus, with Tae-hyun having taken down Funlu, Jang Long would undoubtedly try to block his entry. Their interests were perfectly aligned. The deal was simple if Tae-hyun let them in. They'd guarantee he cleared the dungeon and would also handle his Jang Long problem. Marcus recognized that an alliance with Kim Tae-hyun was a massive win. And even if he turned them down, it was crucial to establish they weren't hostile. Tae-hyun turned him down flat. Marcus was disappointed, but accepted the choice. Gregor, however, wasn't having it and told him to halt. We flew all the way from the United States just for him to say no, Gregor snapped. Marcus ordered him to back off Tae-hyun. Gregor scoffed, saying he doesn't bargain with punks like him. Just look at these pathetic monsters, he sneered, trying to get a rise out of him. Something felt off to Tae-hyun. Marcus was trying to build a bridge, but Gregor was burning it to the ground. That's when Tae-hyun caught the look in Gregor's eyes. He'd seen that arrogant glare countless times before. Gregor wasn't looking for a fight over the deal. It was simpler than that. His pride couldn't accept that Tae-hyun was on his level. Fine, Tae-hyun said. You want me to agree so badly? Then let's settle this by seeing who's stronger. This was the perfect chance, he realized, to really test out his new skills. A little while later, inside an arena reinforced with an anti-ability field, the secretary, Hye-yeon, voiced her concern. Tae-hyun is proposing a wager in our arena. This is going to wreck the place. Do you honestly believe this structure can handle a clash between 2 national-level players? But Gregor loved the sound of it. I like your style, he grinned. Tae-hyun shot back. Let's hope you like how it ends, too. Oh, don't you worry, Gregor growled. I live for a good hunt. With that, he morphed into a monstrous beast, and a single swing of his arm obliterated a section of the arena. Hye-yeon was horrified. Gon shouted, What in the world is that thing, some kind of giant werewolf? Marcus filled him in. It's his signature ability, Heart of the Wolf. He becomes a lycanthrope, which amps up his physical stats even more. Marcus sighed, thinking it was a real pity they couldn't forge a peaceful alliance with Tae-hyun. But at least now he'd witnessed the true power of the man who beat Lim Pang. As Gregor charged after Tae-hyun, he thought the kid was a complete fool. Marcus told me all about that ziggurat trick. Your base stats are lower than mine, and now I'm in my werewolf form, making me even stronger. A little punk like you could never reach my level. Tae-hyun then allowed himself to be captured. Impressive. No wonder you're ranked number 10 in the U.S., he added. I just hope you're tough enough to survive while I test out my own skills.
With his next move, Tae-hyun simply consumed Gregor and the whole arena, engulfing everything in a strange black substance.
This was the world of the Sovereign, a fusion of the world of insensitivity and the heart of the Sovereign. Within this domain, the caster's power grows while their opponent's dwindles. Gregor roared, "What is this place? Where is that damn brat?" before getting clocked right in the face. His second skill, Shadow Skin, the mix of stealth and stone skin, let him land blows on Gregor completely unseen. Gregor slashed wildly with his claws trying to fight back. But the next thing he knew, he was facing Tae-hyun's third and final ability, Sovereign Zeal. The Death Knight King now sported an even more menacing look. I've verified the strength of my new skills. What comes next should be obvious, right? Tae-hyun declared, forcing him to his knees. The Night King's subsequent attack created a massive blast visible for miles. Marcus was in disbelief. What the hell just happened in there, he wondered. But the dark barrier blocked his view completely. Gregor staggered to his feet. This isn't over, he yelled, lunging at Tae-hyun from behind, only to be intercepted by 3 figures. It was Aeon, Sejin, and Gong. Aeon warned him he was taking the wager way too seriously, while Gong told him to just accept his defeat. Seo-jin advised him to quit before he made things even worse for himself. Tae-hyun turned to them and asked, "How long have you all been here?" Just then, the president showed up. "We've been observing the entire time," he announced. "Things were getting out of hand. We'll take it from here," Gregor sneered. "Do these weaklings actually think they can stop me?" Marcus shot back. "Shut your mouth. If you keep this up, you'll have to answer to Cody." The mention of Cody was enough to make Gregor revert to his human form and back down. Marcus then turned and apologized to Tae-hyun. "I know this might sound a bit absurd after all that," he began. "But would you be interested in joining the U.S. in association?" Gregor was floored, and the Korean president looked even more stunned. Marcus continued, explaining they could give Tae-hyun anything he desired. "Join our China expedition, and we'll get you access to the most valuable dungeon raid on the planet." Tae-hyun considered the offer a high compliment. "My next stop isn't China," he replied. "It's Japan. It looks like the saint, Sarah Yoshikawa, has reawakened. He sees the saint, ensnared and suffering at the hands of gluttony." "Stop," she pleaded. But Gluttony just shot back that she brought this on herself. "You're the one who started all of this, and now you want it to end? You're unbelievably pathetic." It was all just a cruel nightmare. Ever since she entered the Gluttony domain, she'd been tormented by the exact same nightmare, where a dark entity would trap her with its tentacles. "How much longer do I have to suffer like this before I can finally rest?" she thought desperately. When the saint finally got back on her feet, she called for the ghost sword as he squared off against Tae-hyun Kim. "Man, I really didn't want this fight," Shinji said. "But you're forcing my hand. You messed with the saint's life, and for that, I'm going to make you pay." He unleashed his spirit sword on Tae-hyun, who was already wise to its soul-slicing power. "You're all alike," Tae-hyun scoffed. "You people never listen until you've been put in your place." He then casually blocked the attack using his shadow skin. He disarmed Shinji with ease and delivered a swift kick to his face. "I've come for 2 reasons, Tae-hyun explained to the saint. "First, I know what you witnessed in my thoughts. And second, I'm here to stop the largest dungeon break in history from ever happening. It's on the verge of starting." Meanwhile, out on the ocean, a colossal storm was brewing, creating a massive whirlpool. One analyst speculated that it might be a dungeon entrance. His partner argued it was likely in the eye of the storm. Yet there were no telltale signs of a break. They were just on a routine patrol. But then one of them spotted something. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but it was real. A monster was emerging from the dungeon. It was a monstrous centaur, feasting on others of its species. "At last," it roared, "the festival of blood can begin." This beast, Janus, served under the Triple S rank Archduke Orgel. Later, Tara finally revealed what she had seen inside Tae-hyun's mind. She described an entity that resembled him but was clearly not human, nor was it a monster. It was some kind of enigmatic being, she explained. Tae-hyun realized, "That's the same damn thing from my nightmares." While it wasn't a ton of new information, he suspected she might have glimpsed something more. He was already aware that the saint had been suffering from constant nightmares, all thanks to the influence of gluttony. Even though he couldn't sense gluttony itself within her, he could feel its magical residue, which was likely the source of her bad dreams. So he stepped forward and absorbed the remaining magic from her. "That should take care of your nightmares," he stated, only for the saint to suddenly lash out at him. "Why are you helping me?" she demanded. Tae-hyun shot back. "I'm not. Everything I'm doing is for the sake of the dungeon." Just then, the ground began to shake. "It's starting," he thought, quickly warning Sarah that this was the very dungeon break he'd mentioned. Out of nowhere, Kuro Matsuda, the head of the Japanese Players Association, showed up. And where do you think you're going after assaulting my players? Kira Matsuda was a top-ranked hunter in the country with a long list of monster kills to his name. He was renowned for scouting talents like the Saint and the Ghost Sword, earning him a reputation as one of the best association presidents around. But Tae-hyun knew the man's true nature. He was the type who didn't care about casualties as long as he achieved his goals. Tae-hyun asked if he was aware of the dungeon break, explaining that he was there to lend a hand. Matsuda acknowledged that he'd been briefed. But what's that got to do with you? He questioned dismissively. You only had the right to clear the dungeon while it was stable. Now that it's broken, your authority is void. Matsuda declared. Besides, if you swoop in and solve this mess, what does that say about Japan and my players? Matsuda announced that Kim Tae-hyun would be detained for a while for the crime of attacking their players. But the Saint stepped in. If you want to keep casualties to a minimum, you need his help, she argued. But Matsuda warned her to back off, reminding her that he'd kept her mind control incidents out of the press. If you dare side with this Korean, he threatened, I'll make sure both your career and the ghost swords are finished. Take Kim Tae-hyun into custody now, he ordered. Tae-hyun called the situation ridiculous but allowed them to cuff him. He figured resisting would only create more problems for his own association's president. It's up to the Saint and Shinji now, he conceded. Matsuda smirked. The right choice? You'll be released soon enough. If you cooperate, that is. Don't be so smug, Tae-hyun shot back. You're the one who refused my help. The consequences will be your fault. A short while later, the centaurs from the dungeon break began their invasion of the city. Kimura Ren was leading the front line, but their numbers were completely inadequate against an entire army. Kimura, we have to hold them back, someone shouted. But in the next moment, he was snatched up by Centagonus, who crushed him as if he were nothing but a bug. Just as the squad thought it was all over, a blade flashed, severing Centagonus' fingers. It was the ghost sword, Shinji. The Saint arrived right after, healing the injuries of the frontline fighters. Shinji asked if she was all right to use her powers. Yes, actually, she replied. That strange magical energy I was dealing with is gone. For a moment, Shinji wondered if Tae-hyun had really come to help them, but they had a much bigger problem to worry about. Centagonus, I never expected to find such a delicious meal here, the monster bellowed. Shinji was the first to charge in, but Centagonus' blade was unbelievably heavy. While the Saint directed the other players, the duel between Shinji and the monster raged on frantically. This was a triple S rank beast. One tiny mistake was all it took for Shinji to lose an arm. On top of that, Centagonus possessed incredible regeneration. Its severed hand was already reforming. This was the reason no one had ever cleared this dungeon. But even after being sent flying, Shinji forced himself back to his feet. I can cut this thing down, he resolved. It had been 5 years since his last failure, and he had spent every moment of that time honing his strength. Empowered by the Saint's rapid healing and the boost from her divine revelation, his attack power surged. I can't keep this up for long, the Saint warned him. You need to finish him now. Unleashing a flurry, the strikes from Shinji's ghost blade diced Centagonus into countless pieces. Over at the Japanese Association's headquarters, Matsuda was watching everything unfold and smugly thought, I knew this would be a piece of cake. It turned out Tae-hyun and Kimi didn't need his help at all. While Tae-hyun was relieved they'd taken down Centagonus, he had a sinking feeling that this fight was far from over. Portal breaks were popping up all over the globe: Korea, Russia, France. It was becoming obvious that judging a dungeon's threat level by the portal's rank was completely useless. Tae-hyun called and asked Matsuda if he was really sure that was the end of it. But at that moment, Shinji yelled out, What the hell is that thing? Bursting from the corpse of Centagonus was its son, the true master of the dungeon Sentimon, an S+ rank monster, which immediately started devouring its own father's body. Shinji stared in disbelief as this new creature casually ate its parent as if it were the most normal thing in the world. This wasn't just another monster, it was something else entirely. He knew he had to kill it. Pouring all his spiritual energy into his blade, Shinji charged straight at the beast. Did you kill my father? Sentiment asked, its appearance already twisting into something new. Before, it swatted Shinji and sent him flying into a building. The Saint was the next target to be crushed. I'm going to devour every last one of you, Sentiment roared. Back at headquarters, every shred of hope instantly vanished. But Tae-hyun knew exactly what he was looking at. This was Sentimon, the Dungeon Master, a creature that grew stronger by consuming the flesh of both monsters and humans. If the president would just admit they needed help, they might be able to minimize the casualties. But Tae-hyun knew that was a long shot. Matsuda was absolutely furious, screaming, This is ridiculous! How can a monster like this be defeating my players? He wasn't just worried about his players getting wiped out. He was terrified for the city, and, more importantly, for his own reputation. We have to run now, Matsuda yelled to his subordinates. When they asked what to do about the players, he coldly replied, It's too late for them. Just then, Tae-hyun appeared and clocked Matsuda on the head. I didn't want to make waves because of President G, he said. But if I do nothing, things will never change. He announced to everyone present that he was there to stop the dungeon break. You can either stay here and support the players, or you can run for your lives. The choice is yours. I'm not going to stop you, but I'm going to save the players and the people of this city.
He had 3 objectives: kill Sentiment, stop the dungeon break, and keep it from spreading.
On his way to the fight, he ran into someone he never expected to see. By that time, Sentimon had already defeated Shinji, Kimura, and the Saint. None of them could even lift a finger. Have you had enough yet? Sentimon mocked them. The Saint finally realized that Tae-hyun had been right all along. He wasn't here as an enemy. He had come to help. She had joined the association to save people, but had ended up on a completely different path. She feared it was too late, but in a flash, Tae-hyun appeared and yanked her right out of Sentiment's gaping maw. To be honest, I didn't expect much, he told her. But you guys did a decent job holding the creature back. He then let the people at headquarters know they'd done more than enough. His message was simple: they needed to evacuate immediately, and he would handle the dirty work. As if on cue, Sentiment charged right at him. The Saint shouted that he'd never be able to kill it, but Tae-hyun simply called out to the person he'd met, Yang, who promptly created a massive ice arena around them. Are you sure about this? Yang asked. She had recently become an S rank, and her primary mission was to bring Tae-hyun back. The president knew he was there to handle the dungeon break, but had ordered her to retrieve him. Tae-hyun asked, Wait, you're not here to help with the break? Yang replied that she'd already explained the situation. The association was refusing to send any assistance. Well, now you're here, so you can help, can't you? Tae-hyun said. Sentimon, meanwhile, couldn't figure out why this tiny human had just locked himself in with it.
Don't you realize you're nothing but food? It sneered. Apparently, you're the one who doesn't understand. Tae-hyun shot back. In the end, you're the one who's going to be consumed. Even as she fled, the Saint was filled with dread. Tae-hyun had activated the Sovereign's world again. He dodged Sentiment's attacks with ease, but his own counterattacks only left shallow cuts that healed almost instantly. Sentimon could somehow track him, even with his stealth ability active. In response, Tae-hyun summoned the Death Knight King to force the monster to its knees, but the beast easily blocked the attack. Indeed, you are a strong piece of prey, it said. But you will be consumed all the same. Tae-hyun just smirked. Look to your other side. Can you block that? An enormous mouth created by his gluttony skill materialized and devoured a huge part of Sentiment's body. Tae-hyun knew he was at a disadvantage and needed to channel all of his magical power into gluttony to end the fight quickly. But gluttony had warned him that its power wasn't truly his. Once again, he found himself standing before that mysterious figure. Who are you? He demanded. Tae-hyun asked. Why do you keep appearing? What do you want? The entity explained that it wanted to use him to get to its real target. It needed someone who could use their own inherent abilities, not just steal the power of others. This is a test, Gluttony declared, to determine who you truly are. And who do you think I am? Tae-hyun retorted. At that exact moment, he was struck by a powerful force from his own system. An unknown power activated within him, and his gluttony skill was completely cancelled. He could no longer use it or any of the abilities he had devoured. He now had to face Sentiment without any of his powers. The beast immediately crushed him with its spear, as Yang desperately tried to save him. As he lay broken, Tae-hyun thought, that bastard blocked all my abilities. But deep down, I always knew this power wasn't really mine. It was the king who gave it to me. I've always been useless, a total screw-up. But I can't just lose this power out of nowhere. It's unfair, he thought. As Sentiment moved in for the final blow, Yang appeared and threw up a massive ice wall to block the attack. I'll hold him off. Get to the Saint and heal up, she yelled. You don't stand a chance against him. Tae-hyun shot back. That's why I'm buying time. You're the only one who can put this monster down. Isn't that why you came here, to stop this dungeon break? If you die, we're all dead meat. Tae-hyun knew she was right. This was no time to back down. If he failed to defeat Centamion, humanity was doomed. He needed a plan, but his mind was blank. Then he remembered an ability he still had left, the blood deluge. The requirement was to consume the blood of a powerful being. His only choice was the body of Sendagonus nearby. Just as Centamion was about to finish off Ion, our hero felt the presence of Igmin, one of the archdukes, flowing out of him. The power surged through him, healing his body and boosting his stats by 250. Centamion was stunned. That's an archduke's magic. Who the hell are you? The conditions were finally met, allowing him to activate the blood deluge. A voice in his head, Gluttony, sneered. I was a bit worried leaving him without any skills, but it seems I had nothing to fear. This kid is interesting. He absorbed a monster's blood to wield Igmin's power. It's good that you're growing stronger. You need to understand how complacent you've been. using a power that was never truly your own. Only then will you become truly strong. With a single punch, Tae-hyun sent Centamian reeling. The beast couldn't comprehend how it was possible.
How can a human use an archduke's power? But Centamian wasn't finished. It started devouring more bodies to power up again. Tae-hyun walked toward Ion's body, which was miraculously still breathing, as he tried to process Igman's power. His blood felt like it was boiling, and his heart was hammering against his ribs. Yet despite the pain, his body felt lighter than ever. As Centamian lunged for a final, desperate attack, Tae-hyun's protagonist powers kicked in, letting him dodge every blow and finish the centaur by tearing through its chest. The blood deluge didn't just give him a monstrous stat boost, it also turned one of his eyes crimson. My eye has looked like this before because of gluttony, he thought. But this is different. Through his new red eye, he could see the flow of magic inside the monster's body. He knew exactly what it would do next and where its core was located.
"What are you doing?" Centamian stammered. "You can ask that question in hell." With that, Tae-hyun blew the centaur's head clean off.
Now I have one more thing to figure out, he mused. After he took down Centamian, the dungeon break incident in Japan was officially over. The Japanese Association immediately focused on treating the victims and assessing the damage.
Kuro Matsuda, who had shamelessly abandoned his duty, was promptly detained and put under investigation.
Yan Lim escaped with only minor wounds and was worried about the president's reaction. But he was just relieved that she was safe. Both the Saint and the Ghost Sword publicly apologized for the crimes they had committed. The Saint vowed to become a better hunter. Meanwhile, over at the United States Association, the president was impressed. Kim Tae-hyun is a real talent. He single-handedly killed an SS plus rank monster. I thought Cody was the only one capable of a feat like that. Marcos noted that he had grown even more powerful since the games. That red magic. It can only be the power of an archduke. He thought. The president lamented what a shame it was they failed to recruit him. People like him aren't motivated by money or nationalism. The only things that drive them are their own ideals and goals. Marcos asked if he had reached a decision. Yes, the president replied. We're making our move, with or without him. Everything we do is for the advancement of humanity. Before him stood his perfect experiment. Elsewhere, Tae-hyun downed a potion and tried to use Gluttony's power, but it was still no use. His abilities were completely sealed. But he did have a new skill from the blood deluge, the monster eye, which activated his red eye. Sixo, the master of the Alchemist's Guild, sighed. Another failure. He had been so sure the potion he concocted would work. Sango's special ability allowed him to brew potions with almost any desired effect. Sorry, it didn't work, he said. Tae-hyun replied. It's fine. This curse is just stronger than we thought. If Sango's power is useless, then I only have one choice left. I guess I have to go see that person. Sango asked what he planned to do. I'm going to have to call in an outsider, Tae-hyun said. Ricky Harley, the curse removal specialist from the United States. I need to see her. At that exact moment, she was standing before President Long of the Chinese Association. As I have informed you repeatedly, I am not here as a hunter, she stated clearly. I am an investigator for the World Association, here to look into the allegations that you've ordered assassinations. And as we suspected, that isn't your only crime. There are unauthorized experiments being conducted here in China's uncleared dungeon. She then asked if he would cooperate. Long retorted, and what if I refuse? At the same time, Tae-hyun was thinking, I have to find her before she disappears like in my past life.
Ricky's mind flashed back to a conversation she had with Marco.
He had explained that 2 uncleared dungeons were offered as rewards, the Storm of Santaginas, which Tae-hyun had already conquered, and the Greywell in China, which had already claimed the lives of many hunter parties. Marco had told her they detected unknown magic there. We know for a fact that Longjiang is conducting experiments. Things couldn't stay quiet, which is why the job fell to Ricky Harles. Back in the present, Ricky had already laid out all the guards. It seems I have no choice but to handle this with force. Long anticipated her strength, but her magic was something else entirely. This actually fits perfectly into my plan, he mused. Just kidding. I'll cooperate fully with the investigation.
I can't possibly go against the World Association, but it's far better for you to see the truth with your own eyes.
Allow me to invite you to my research laboratory. Later, back in a Chinese hotel. Ricky mulled over the invitation. She never thought he'd give in so easily. Something wasn't right. She had to be careful. You're quite rude, Tune Kim, she thought. Just showing up like this. Do you make a habit of barging into women's rooms? She knew who he was, the rising star the U.S. Association had its eye on. I always knew we'd meet, just not under these circumstances. Tae-hyun then bluntly stated that she was going to die here. He was well informed about her. Ricky Harland, number 2 in the United States, renowned for her canceller ability that could nullify any Awakens oath. Tae-hyun desperately needed her, and specifically needed her alive. But he remembered from his past life that this was where she met her end. Ricky faced him down. So what if I die? Being a player means living with danger. With great power comes great responsibility. Tae-hyun questioned if she wasn't worried. Anyone can. Anyone, she cut him off. Do you honestly believe just anyone can take me on? In a single move, I can bring this entire building down. I'm not so different from a monster. What players truly need is an anchor. A cause, a dream, maybe even money. So what holds you back? Are you a human in control of your power? Or just a beast drunk on it? Tae-hyun admitted he didn't know. I'm shocked. They say players lose their grip on sanity, but you're a veteran, Ricky said with a smile. If you've come all this way to find me, you must want something. I need your ability, Tae-hyun stated. Most of my powers are sealed. And what do I get if I help you? Tae-hyun reminded her that her main goal was helping the victims, and he could be the key to uncovering the whole truth. Ricky scoffed, asking if he seriously thought she needed his help. Tae-hyun replied, There's only one way to find out, and having a plan B never hurts. Later, they stood at the gate of Longjang's secret lab, where doctors were waiting to greet them. Who is this person with Ricky? He's just my bodyguard, she replied. Tae-hyun was in disguise, fully aware only Ricky had been invited. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Long found it odd. A national-level player traveling with a bodyguard. I've never heard of such a thing, Ricky retorted. It's better to be safe than sorry, don't you think? The mere sight of Long's face, the man behind the assassinations, made Tae-hyun's blood boil. Before they could proceed, they were told they had to make an oath. Ricky declared that such oaths were useless against her and activated her power. Long offered an apology, and they started the tour. The operation was called the S-Rank Awakened Experiments Project. Ricky was horrified to see people floating in capsules, monster magic being pumped directly into their veins. She was seething. Tae-hyun warned her to get a grip. If you unleash your power here, there could be innocent casualties. Long announced that one of the Awakened was about to be completed. You're lucky to witness this. At that moment, the man inside the capsule exploded. Oh dear, a failure. Long remarked casually. Ricky finally lost it. Tae-hyun tried to hold her back, but she was already past her breaking point. So she did have abilities beyond the Chancellor. Tae-hyun thought he had no idea she could trigger an earthquake. Long lectured them that humans are not created equal. A player's entire future is decided by their initial rank. No one is content with staying weak. I'm simply making dreams come true in here, Ricky screamed. This ends right now. She fired her energy at Long, but he countered with a black hole scroll, which canceled out all abilities. Tae-hyun recognized it as an exceedingly rare item. Long mocked that while her magic was impressive, he knew how to use his tools. And he had one more surprise. It finally clicked for Tae-hyun why the lab was built underground. The entrance to the Grey Well was right there. They were siphoning magic straight from the portal. It truly is a shame. I was certain Ricky would understand my vision, Long said. And you, Tae-hyun, you have a score to settle with me as well, don't you? Did he know all along? Tae-hyun wondered. It's game over for you. Long ordered the door to be sealed, locking the two of them inside with the failed experiments and the doctors. Even if I lose the experiments, this is well worth the price, he thought. Ricky cried out that her ability was sealed. This is bad. This has never happened before. At that moment, a creature emerged from the Grey Well. It was an orc, but it was corrupted with a parasitic power. The beast immediately went on a rampage. A doctor screamed that if its aura made contact, they'd be infected. The orc lunged toward Ricky, but Tae-hyun jumped in to save her. I can't let anyone else get contaminated. I have to stop this thing from getting out, he thought. To do that, I need to find the root of the infection, the main parasite. Using his red eye, he saw the parasite lodged in the orc's head, but the creature swiftly dodged his attack. He flung the orc to the far side of the lab, but it just got back up. It then charged, trying to infect Tae-hyun. When the smoke cleared, Ricky watched in despair as Tae-hyun stood perfectly still. He's infected, she thought. He's going to become a monster. But Tae-hyun simply said that this was exactly what he'd been aiming for. He plunged his hand into the orc's head, ripped the parasite clean out, and crushed it into dust. You ready for this? He asked. It's time we dealt with Longjang. With that, Long and the other survivors headed upstairs. But what if they make it out alive? These guys are national level, one of his men pointed out. Don't sweat it, Long shot back. The walls, the doors, even the elevator are all constructed from a specialized material. Escape is impossible. They're going to die fighting the dungeon boss. All of a sudden, a powerful tremor shook the building. Tae-hyun flashed past them like a comet, healing everything in his path. Long, you and I have a score to settle, don't we? Long just scoffed internally. This kid was always getting in his way. Tae-hyun figured that since Long had always avoided a direct fight, he must not have any real combat skills. But Long casually blocked the attack with his bare hands and tossed him aside. Where did he get this kind of strength?
Tae-hyun wondered. But his special eye already had the horrifying answer. Long had been injecting himself with monster mana.
The man was practically half monster. He'd turned himself into a guinea pig, Tae-hyun thought with disgust. Long sighed that he'd hoped to stay out of it. But it seemed he'd have to exterminate these pests personally. Tae-hyun muttered, "I was starting to think she'd never show up." Suddenly, glowing shackles of energy wrapped around Long, holding him fast. It was Ricky. "Sorry I'm late," she called out. "I can't exactly leap up buildings like you can," she explained. "Took me a minute to get past all the obstacles." She had to admit, Tae-hyun was something else. He can still use his abilities even with the black hole active, and he even phased through the walls. The fact that he still needs my help means his powers must be restricted here.
"You just never cease to amaze me." But their moment was cut short as Long shattered the energy restraints. Tae-hyun simply smirked. "Don't worry, I've got plenty of power to spare."
"But soon enough, we'll be rid of this plague." As Long lunged forward to attack, Ricky clicked her tongue, remarking on his utter lack of manners.
She unleashed a torrent of energy that tore one of his arms clean off. Tae-hyun then used her as a springboard to launch himself, ripping off the other arm with his claws. Ricky couldn't help but think he was no ordinary player. But Long was already back up, smashing Ricky with his newly regenerated arm and shoving Tae-hyun away.
Long's regeneration was terrifyingly fast. "Your attacks are completely useless," he sneered. "My body can regenerate from anything, forever." Tae-hyun realized just how difficult this would be, his own arm trembling from the strain. "Your power is disappointing," Long taunted.
"It would be a complete waste to kill you. How about you join me? You hold a contract with an archduke, after all. You're impressive enough to stand by my side."
Tae-hyun wondered how he could possibly know about the archdukes. Long continued, saying that national-level players were nothing but insects compared to those with contracts. "Join me, right now." Tae-hyun stepped forward and told him to shut his mouth, declaring he would never trust someone like him. "He's all yours," Ricky said as she activated the Chancellor. Instantly, Tae-hyun felt the restrictions on his powers vanish completely. The first ability he unleashed was Sovereign Zeal. Long was clearly intimidated. "You want me to join you? How truly pathetic do you have to be to even ask?" Tae-hyun then activated Gluttony. "I will never join forces with a complete failure like you." Long stared in disbelief. Realizing he was about to be consumed, he held all the power he needed to be the pioneer of the next stage of evolution. But none of that mattered. He just needed more strength. A terrifying creature appeared. "Then sacrifice your body to me!" It lunged, almost striking Tae-hyun, before the winged monster destroyed the elevator and killed the scientists. Ricky thought she had seen everything, but this was on a whole other level. In a flash, Tae-hyun pulled her to safety. "I only suspected it, but it actually appeared. This is the master of the Grey Well, the Grey Toxin." In Tae-hyun's previous life, this one dungeon had caused a global catastrophe. The toxin's parasite had spread across the entire world. Long had injected the creature's blood into his own body, and now he was strengthening it further by offering his body as a host. Tae-hyun yelled at Ricky to get out of there. "We need reinforcements, I'll buy some time. I can handle this alone." Ricky nodded, saying she'd leave it in his hands. The toxin just watched, finding the scene interesting. A human who contracted with an archduke is siding with other humans. "You should be serving your master. Why are you using his power for these inferior creatures?" it asked, saying it would get the answers from his memories. Tae-hyun shot back with an attack from Gluttony. "You sure talk a lot for a monster." He knew he had to figure out a way to deal with the toxin's incredible speed. At that moment, Gluttony activated the monstrous eye, which in turn activated the eye of the superior species. As Ricky escaped, she couldn't stop thinking about Tae-hyun. She hated the thought of leaving him behind and could only hope that he would be okay. The toxin had sliced through Gluttony's neck and nearly took off Tae-hyun's head. But with the eye of the superior species, he could now see its movements and countered with an attack of his own. "With these new powers, I can actually win," he thought. The toxin attempted the same attack, but Tae-hyun blocked it perfectly. He was just one more solid blow away from ripping the toxin's head off. But a massive explosion rocked the building, and Tae-hyun felt his magic reserves plummet. He hadn't managed to block the toxin's attack, and the creature emerged completely unharmed. "You may have an archduke's power, but that's all you've got," it sneered, throwing Tae-hyun to the ground. It was absorbing the magical energy from the atmosphere, a type of mana that should only exist inside dungeons. This entire area had already become a part of its dungeon. "You can't possibly defeat me inside my own space. Now, I will make your body my next host." Tae-hyun couldn't move, but he was already accustomed to the feeling of death. In the blink of an eye, he devoured the toxin's arm.
"You're still resisting?" the toxin asked. "Your little red creature is much smaller now. You barely have any magic left."
But Tae-hyun was fine, even as the toxin's energy hit him. He realized that Gluttony was now devouring the toxin's mana directly. Appreciate the boost, he smirked, noting that just by touching the boss's magic, he'd gained a stat point across the board. Toxin scoffed. Your cheap tricks won't save you. My mana is endless as long as my dungeon exists. To which the response was, what if we just change worlds? Tae-hyun challenged. In an instant, Gluttony's hunger storm swallowed him whole, spitting him out directly in front of the entity itself, where Toxin felt a deeply sinister presence.
Who are you? He demanded. Gluttony simply replied that he wasn't allowed to ask questions, calling him a puny Beelzebub bug.
Toxin then questioned if he was also an Archduke, but Gluttony merely trapped him in chains, prompting Toxin to sneer that his contractor had made a terrible choice.
I am the Grey Toxin, he declared. There is nothing I cannot corrupt. However, the power of Gluttony easily resisted the corruption and violently expelled the Toxin.
Toxin was in sheer disbelief as he watched Beelzebub's power completely evaporate before his eyes. Finally, some quiet, Gluttony remarked. Outside, the United States rank 5 hunter, Mandel Roman, was trying to figure out what on earth was happening. His entire mission was to protect Ricky, and he was deeply concerned. He then felt a massive wave of mana and saw Ricky desperately fleeing from the chaos. This isn't good, he muttered. Ricky explained that horrific demonification experiments were taking place, and she hadn't been able to save anyone. Mandel urged her to escape with him, but Ricky refused, saying she had one last person to save, Kim Tae-hyun, a hunter from Korea. Suddenly, they both felt an overwhelming pressure. The Greywell portal had shattered. To protect her, Mandel immediately unleashed his genocidal bullets. I don't know why you're sticking around for Tae-hyun, but his survival odds are incredibly low, he warned. And so are ours. Just then, more creatures began to emerge. Mandel knew he had no choice but to call for reinforcements, while Ricky fretted over whether Tae-hyun was okay. Just as she was about to be captured, Tae-hyun appeared and rescued her.
Toxin is already dealt with, Tae-hyun stated calmly. Now it's time to clean up the rest of this mess.
2 dungeons, the Storm of Sentinels and the Grey Well, were both cleared by a single player, Tae-hyun Kim, leaving the entire world in absolute awe. The incident pushed the International Association to begin discussing a new ranking system for elite players like Tae-hyun the SS rank within the Abyss. Even Shadow was impressed, remarking on how incredibly strong he'd gotten in such a short time. The man explained he'd made a contract with Orgo, one of the Archdukes.
That kind of power suits you, Shadow observed. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, the man replied.
Which means there's another problem out there that needs to be solved. Shadow inferred. Yes, the man confirmed. But you can handle all of it. Weeks later, Ricky was trying to relax on an island getaway. Tae-hyun, however, complained he wasn't having any fun, to which Ricky retorted that he was always busy. She had completed her mission, but Long was never convicted because all the crucial evidence against him had been destroyed. Still, Tae-hyun considered this outcome far better than what happened in his past life, where Ricky had vanished, and the parasite had spread unchecked. He'd originally only sought her out to unlock his abilities, but her survival was an unexpected victory. Suddenly, Yang appeared, exclaiming, I knew it. Are you two on a date? Ricky apologized if she was interrupting, but Tae-hyun bluntly said it wasn't a date and that she wasn't invited, asking, Why are you here? Yang claimed she was there to observe him, but also mentioned having some buildings to manage. Tae-hyun cut her off, stating he'd already paid for everything. Money doesn't solve everything, Yang shot back. Who knows what you're planning here? Ricky simply commented. Tae-hyun, you seem to be quite popular. Maybe we can resolve this soon. Later, in a secure laboratory, Yang explained the walls were strong enough to withstand even SS rank monsters. It was, without a doubt, the perfect place for their plan. Tae-hyun knew his abilities weren't sealed, but he worried they could still take over his body. His goal was to completely master that power. I might go into a frenzy, he warned them. If something goes wrong, you have to stop me. Yang then turned to Ricky and asked if she knew what was going on. Ricky mistakenly thought he was talking about the Archduke and got excited to learn more. Tae-hyun then pulled out a mirror and hypnotized himself. He plunged deep into his own consciousness, certain this was the right call. Inside, Gluttony greeted him. Well now, to think you'd know how to use your head. I can't believe you came back here of your own free will. Tae-hyun explained he was there to deal with a parasite that looked exactly like him. And who might you be? The copy asked. Gluttony sarcastically wondered if it should bother answering. I know you won't cooperate. Tae-hyun interjected. I'm dragging you out of here today. That's impossible, the copy sneered. As they both unleashed the power of devouring, the entire mental construct began to shake violently. Tae-hyun quickly realized that pitting Gluttony's power against itself was getting him nowhere. The copy then taunted him, saying he couldn't even use the king's powers. Tae-hyun was immediately blasted by his own sovereign's zeal. Isn't it obvious, the copy mocked. Even my weapons are a product of the king's power. That means I can use this, too. Tae-hyun was completely caught off guard, never expecting the copy to use his own techniques against him. He's incredibly strong, he thought. The copy continued its relentless attack, leaving Tae-hyun with no idea what to do. Just give up, it hissed. But Tae-hyun realized he hadn't used all his strength yet and activated his red eye. Outside, Yang was stunned, realizing Tae-hyun's mana output now rivaled her own. This is where it gets dangerous, Ricky warned her. Keep him busy while I prepare the spell. In response, Yang transformed into her Amazon form. I've always wanted to fight you properly, she declared. But the berserk Tae-hyun blocked her powerful blow with just a fingertip, reminding Yang of the Great Phoenix. All right, my turn to attack, Yang said, as Tae-hyun dodged effortlessly. Meanwhile, Ricky finished her chant, creating a massive sphere of power as Yang watched in awe of her confidence. Yang's arm ached from attacking Tae-hyun, who blocked every single strike despite being mentally unconscious. Finally, Ricky yelled out, I'm ready! A flurry of roots shot out and trapped Tae-hyun as she summoned a mana-devouring demonic tree from the abyss, which left Ion completely stunned. She actually had the power to open a gateway to the abyss itself. But then, Tae-hyun's body broke free and he landed a solid hit on Ion. How was he even moving? Tae-hyun explained that the demonic tree couldn't possibly drain all of his mana. I'm not Tae-hyun Kim. The copy revealed. The real Tae-hyun already lost. This body is mine now. Ricky immediately recognized him as the true enemy. He's the first person to ever deflect one of my attacks. And he doesn't seem to care about rankings at all. If this guy is just at the national level, I can't even imagine what the others are like. Ion tried some negotiation, but all she got was a smack across the face. You're nothing but an insect. Ricky realized there was no way to bring the real Tae-hyun back anymore, pouring every last bit of her power into it. She made the tree vanish, but all its mana was left behind. Ricky began gathering the immense energy. If this monster ever escapes this place, it'll be a catastrophe worse than any dungeon break. I can't let that happen. I'm sorry, Tae-hyun, she whispered, but I'll pray for your soul. She unleashed the massive wave of energy at the copy, who just grinned and devoured it whole. That was a cute little trick, he mocked. Are you all out of moves now? Defeated, Ricky collapsed to her knees. It was hopeless. For putting on such an amusing show, the copy declared. I'll grant you a reward. Only you get to die today. But just then, the real Tae-hyun's consciousness broke through, forcing the copy back into the recesses of his mind. Are you seriously using the Predator's power on yourself? The copy demanded in disbelief. Tae-hyun confirmed that's exactly what he was doing. The copy had been pushing him to reach a specific level of power, but if Tae-hyun actually died in the process, the copy would be in serious trouble. You're pathetic, the copy spat. Tae-hyun shot back that he didn't care. I've already died once. If I can't accomplish what I need to in this life, then I might as well die for good. The copy absorbed the gluttony power, declaring, I've won, and don't you forget, the only reason you're still breathing is to serve my goals. The moment I decide you're no longer useful, I will devour you without a second thought. With that, Tae-hyun snapped back to reality. His rank had jumped to AAA, but he still felt like becoming an S rank was impossible. Ricky told him he was finally back, and that's when he noticed Ion was badly injured. Ricky admitted he was terrifying, but thanked him for protecting her, promising to keep it a secret. Later at the hospital, while Ion was recovering, Tae-hyun spoon-fed her. I'll never get a chance like this again, she said dreamily. Once is more than enough. Ion mentioned that Ricky was both quick and incredibly busy, and Tae-hyun couldn't help but agree. It's happening soon, right? She asked. The double S rank license ceremony? Ion reminded him that it was a major international event. You can't go causing a scene there, she warned. That's usually not something I can control, he replied dryly. On the day of the ceremony, President Vincent Chang took the stage. We have overcome countless threats, but thanks to these heroic players, we are now entering an era of prosperity. Today, we are honored to introduce the 10 new double S rank players, Cody Wood, Mortal Roman, Ricky Harley, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergey Karaman, Thomas Proen, Daniel Harrington, Alexander Bejo. And last but not least, Tae-hyun Kim. Tae-hyun thought to himself, I finally made it here. He'd been through so much. He'd clawed his way up from an awakened to an S rank, then a national level player, and now he was at the very pinnacle. Yet he wasn't satisfied. The license was just another step. The Archduke, his copy, and the King, these were all mysteries he still had to solve. He knew he had to get even stronger. President Jin Rung came over and slapped Tae-hyun on the back to congratulate him. Ow, that actually hurt, Tae-hyun complained. How can a double S ranker be hurt by a little punch? You, of all people, should understand, Jin said, beaming with pride that a player like Tae-hyun hailed from their country. We're going to achieve great things together.
Thank you for everything you've done. Tae-hyun simply replied, I just did what was necessary. Ricky then walked over, saying, It's great to see everyone so cheerful. She asked Tae-hyun how he was doing, and he asked if she was feeling any better.
She admitted she was still a bit shaken up because he'd hit her so hard. My body is small and frail, you know.
You did that on purpose, didn't you? She accused, leaving the president and Tae-hyun completely flustered.
What are they even talking about? Ricky quickly changed the topic. Anyway, there's someone here who's been dying to meet you, she said, gesturing to Cody Wood. He walked right up and greeted Tae-hyun directly. The weight of the situation hit Tae-hyun immediately. He was now a double S ranker, standing on the same stage as Cody Wood, the public face of all players worldwide. The man who had fought more than anyone on the front lines against the Abyss. The single most powerful player alive. Tae-hyun felt a wave of intimidation, but managed to shake Cody's outstretched hand. It's an honor to finally meet you, he said. Cody replied that from now on, they'd be working together quite a bit. The pleasure is all mine. Suddenly, the president of the International Association stepped forward with some bombshell news. The association had just approved an offer from the United States to form a massive joint force, using the new double S rank licensees to clear every single dungeon on the planet. It was going to be a global raid on a scale no one had ever witnessed before. President Vincent declared it was time to build a lasting peace, and this would be the dawn of that new era. Please, Chant, he said, give this proposal your full consideration. But President Jin Hoi sensed something was off. Half of the SS ranks were American, and they were using that clout to control the entire international association. Other than Tae-hyun Kim, Korea was essentially powerless and would be forced to just go along with whatever the others decided. While every other nation agreed to join in, Tae-hyun Kim from Korea flat out refused the request. We should focus on solving our own problems first, he stated. Everyone was stunned, but deep down, Jin Hoi was ecstatic. Back on the jet, Ricky mentioned what a shame it was they couldn't get Tae-hyun to join them, and Cody asked if she was really that bothered by it. He's definitely caught my eye, Ricky admitted, then asked for Cody's opinion. The kid's got some serious power, Cody replied, and he understands how I clawed my way to the top. Hearing that from the world's strongest player was all the confirmation Ricky needed. Her instincts were spot on. Cody then dropped a bombshell, revealing that Kim Tae-hyun was contracted to an Archduke of the Abyss. But titles like that are meaningless to me, he said. Ricky rephrased the question. Okay, but as someone who also has a contract with an Archduke, what's your real read on Tae-hyun's strength? Cody just offered a cryptic reply. We're about to find out, aren't we? Meanwhile, in China, the association's new president, Liu Jiang, was fuming about why no one was paying attention to his country. It's all because of that blasted Kim Tae-hyun, he seethed. He decided it was time to play his final card, the information he had on the Grey Well. Suddenly, screams erupted from outside, and the power cut out. The door swung open. You must be the new president, correct? The figure asked, apologizing for his late arrival. A bit of jet lag, he explained, introducing himself as Wing Chong, the leader of the notorious Malignant Guild. The next day at the Nightwalker headquarters, Ayeon was completely baffled. She had expected Tae-hyun to announce some grand, world-shaking plan, but he just wanted to clear dungeons without any help from other nations. Jin Hai was torn between laughing and crying at the audacity of the refusal. Aeon confronted Tae-hyun, telling him he'd put everyone in an incredibly awkward position. I get that you're strong, but so are the others, she warned him. Tae-hyun shot back. That's precisely the point. Korea can't depend on me forever, he argued. And these unexplored dungeons are the perfect chance for our own players to level up. Aeon agreed, but insisted he was rushing things. Yes, I am, Tae-hyun admitted. We're running out of time. He explained that from this point forward, he would be operating primarily in the Abyss. The world's players would now be split into two camps pioneers, who would forge into new territories of the Abyss, and those who would fight monsters and villains on the surface. For his activities outside the Abyss, Tae-hyun had just been promoted to SS rank. Aeon asked if he was heading to the Abyss right away. After the promotion, Tae-hyun knew the answers he sought about the copy and the king were waiting for him there. He understood he couldn't accomplish his ultimate goal by operating solely on Earth. But the country will be vulnerable while I'm gone, he explained. That's why I need other powerful players to make my plan a reality.
Aeon stared at him, completely lost. It's like you're living in another world. Who are you, really? She demanded. But Tae-hyun cut her off.
I don't want to talk about it, Aeon pressed him, saying this wasn't a joke and that she was serious. Tae-hyun replied that she wouldn't understand even if he explained, but promised she'd get her chance to see for herself soon enough. She asked if she'd need to make an awakens oath. No, he said flatly. I never go back on my word. Aeon then challenged him, asking what the point of this entire conversation was. Tae-hyun admitted he had hoped she would join his group, but noted, You seem pretty buried in paperwork. Eon sighed that she couldn't do anything else. Then you can give me some recommendations, Tae-hyun requested, which made Ion chuckle at his audacity.
Are you asking for my approval to build this team? She asked. I'd put this group together with or without your approval, he stated bluntly.
Later, Gwon wasn't surprised when Tae-hyun sought him out. The first recruit was Gwon himself, who had earned the title of Korea's best tank after the saint healed his arm. The second pick, for obvious reasons, was Seo Jin. Han Ji-seo and Seong Kwak were also brought into the fold. Assembled in the room were the very players who defined the new era of Korea. Ion Lim couldn't help but wonder if she truly belonged among them. Just then, Tae-hyun walked in and thanked everyone for coming. I'm sure you already have an idea why you're here. All of you are going to join my party to conquer dungeons no one has ever set foot in before, he announced. Seojin said it was an honor, but questioned if it was even possible.
I've heard that all unexplored dungeons are SS rank or higher, but we're all just S rank.
For now, Tae-hyun replied, knowing they all had immense potential. He added that he was confident in Ion Lim's growth, which only made her more nervous. I'm not just saying that to make her feel better. Tae-hyun thought to himself, every single person in this room became an SS rank in my past life. Of course, it took time, he mused. But in this timeline, things are different. I've just accelerated the schedule a bit. Gwon roared that they would do their best, but Tae-hyun warned, you'll all die if you enter an SS rank dungeon now.
We'll go in 1 month. Until then, we train, and our first training session will be in the Sovereign's world.
A month later, inside a dungeon in France, the International Association's team was on a raid, winning with ease. Gregory and Marcus were casually discussing Kim Tae-hyun's new group, which they heard was doing quite well. Meanwhile, in a dungeon in Greece called the Snake's Nest, Gwon was running for his life. The entire team was convinced they were about to be annihilated by none other than Tae-hyun Kim, who was personally wiping the floor with them. The training was absolutely ruthless. Hanjin just wanted it all to be over so she could go home. Ian was completely out of breath, but Tae-hyun saw it as a massive success. They're getting much stronger, he thought. The training is working. Just then, Seojin and Gwon pointed out some strange-looking rocks. Ion corrected them grimly. Those aren't rocks. Those are the players who went missing in here. The main target was obviously the SS rank creature, Medusa. So, who gets the final blow? Tae-hyun asked.
That snake's hide would make a pretty sweet bag, he joked. The rest of the group was just wondering if they could even survive, completely frozen with fear. But Tae-hyun rallied them. What are you all doing? Remember all the training you went through this past month? You need to push beyond your limits.
Seojin knew Tae-hyun had a point. Ion felt a surge of strength. Gwon sighed. It's not like we have another choice, is it? They fell back on their practiced battle plan. Gwon would be the tank on the front line. Seojin would be the main damage dealer. And Quakey and Hanjo would provide support from the rear. Medusa, however, barely noticed their attacks. Is that supposed to tickle? She taunted, launching a devastating assault with her trident. Gwon leaped directly onto her weapon. These little pokes are nothing, he shouted, activating the blessing of the ancient dragon. Seojin rushed Medusa's head while Ionlin managed to freeze one of her arms. Their coordinated strike dealt massive damage, but the creature shattered the ice and furiously retaliated. She was an SS rank beast. After all, no plan against her was going to be perfect.
Hanjo and Quake worked to disrupt her attacks, successfully blinding Medusa for a moment. Gwon defended the team while Seojun and Ionlin pressed their assault.
Tae-hyun thought the plan was working, but Medusa wasn't just going to stand there and take it. She let out a ferocious roar. Her movements became wilder, and in the chaos, Gwon suddenly vanished. He reappeared right behind her, empowered by the blessing of the Minotaur Queen. He smashed into her with a headbutt that sent her crashing to the ground. So that's his trump card. Tae-hyun realized. With Medusa stunned, everyone unleashed their ultimate attacks at once, and she finally fell. The group couldn't process it. They'd actually won. Tae-hyun congratulated them. You all performed brilliantly. I knew you could do it. Genna remarked that they were far stronger than he'd realized. But Tae-hyun knew this wasn't over. A portal suddenly ripped open from inside Medusa's corpse. The true boss emerged a basilisk named Story. None of you will escape, he hissed. It turned out he was the one petrifying people, not Medusa. Instantly, everyone but Tae-hyun was turned to stone. Story sized him up, asking, Are you the one who brought down Medusa? No, Tae-hyun replied. They are... Story scoffed at the notion. These pathetic weaklings. Tae-hyun taunted him. Maybe your little pets just aren't well trained. If they are, what does that say about their master? The basilisk lunged, but its attack was easily brushed aside by Tae-hyun's new power. He had transformed, revealing a pair of magnificent red wings. Now we'll see who's really inferior, he declared. With a single slash, he gashed Story's neck and then dodged every one of the beast's frantic attacks. "Stop running!" Story shrieked. Tae-hyun simply replied, "Who's the lizard crawling on the floor?" He was fighting with his new dagger, Valhalla, which he had been awarded during his SS rank ceremony. Story snarled. "You think having Igamon's power makes you special? Don't be so arrogant. You're not the only one blessed by an archduke." Drawing on the portal's energy, Story began to power up. He was blessed by Imangard, the most powerful archduke of them all. Story saw an illusion of a vast ocean spreading before him. It was Mahayai, an infinite force that consumed everything it touched. "You'll never defeat me with Igamon's power." Story gloated, but Tae-hyun corrected him, explaining that he was using the king's power, which simply devoured everything with its insatiable gluttony. The next thing they knew, everyone was waking up with a jolt. Gon looked around, confused, and asked, "Where did the giant lizard go?" Tae-hyun told them he handled it while they were petrified. Ion Lim was in shock. That monster was clearly beyond SS rank, yet Tae-hyun had defeated it single-handedly. Gon complained, "You really should have warned us that this was a double dungeon." Quake grumbled about how Tae-hyun always seems to know everything. "What difference does it make?" Tae-hyun shot back. "It worked out, didn't it? You did your job, and I did mine. I knew it was a double dungeon the whole time." Tae-hyun thought, "I chose this place precisely for the near-death experience it would offer them. This is how they'll get stronger, strong enough to protect the world." Meanwhile, at a press conference, reporters were interrupted by an emergency news flash. The new Korea Guild had successfully cleared the dungeon in Greece. Gregor couldn't believe his ears. Entire national-level teams had failed, yet a small group of S ranks had succeeded. Marcus then confirmed it was a double dungeon, and that Kim Tae-hyun's team had emerged without a single injury. The President of the United States watched the report. "This was supposed to be our moment, but he's upstaged us again." It seemed like a constant competition for the global spotlight between the two groups. But for now, the world was safe. Elsewhere, Lee Jong-soo, Jong-ji's father, was raiding a hidden base. He tore through the underlings of a malicious organization. "How dare you stand in my way?" He had a contract to take out Tae-hyun Kim, but now his target was an SS rank. Because of this, his own company was losing its footing. He demanded of a figure called Shadow, "How much longer must I wait?" "I know you're angry," Shadow replied calmly. "But in the world as it is now, Tae-hyun is nothing more than a big fish in a growing pond." Suddenly, Jong-soo's own bodyguards were trapped by writhing shadows. "Kim Tae-hyun's growth was certainly unexpected," Shadow admitted. "But our mission hasn't been cancelled. We will cross paths again soon. Before that, however, I'd like to discuss a business proposition." The head of that sinister guild managed to get his hands on a sample from the Greywell experiments. "You've got a sharp mind." "We have to do this for Chisa," Jong-soo said with resolve. Flash forward 1 year, and the newly formed Korea team emerges from their final dungeon raid in Mexico. Not a single undiscovered dungeon remained on the map. Seo-jin admitted it felt like an impossible task, yet they'd pulled it off. Every last one of them had reached the rank of a national-level hunter. Their intense training had clearly paid off. Tae-hyun figured they were on the cusp of hitting SS rank. He'd grown immensely powerful, but the time had come to get back to his true purpose. He ran into Bang Chu, who was looking sharp with a fresh haircut and a clean shave. "Heard you're a researcher now," he noted. Tae-hyun offered his congratulations. Chu admitted that for a hopeless old man like himself, this new life was a chance at redemption. "It's like a dream," he said. "And it's all because of you." On behalf of the association, Bang was running some experiments, so Tae-hyun had to ask, "What's the busiest player in the world doing slumming it in a lab?" "I need another favor," he admitted, explaining that he wanted to fuse even more of his abilities. Chu was stunned. "How?" he asked. He'd never attempted anything like it, fusing double abilities that could trigger a catastrophic mana reversal. That much power shouldn't fit in one person, Chu warned, but Tae-hyun was determined. "I have to do this. I'm putting it all on the line because my current strength just isn't cutting it. You're the only one who can make this happen," Tae-hyun pleaded. "And don't worry, my body is tough enough to handle it, almost like an angel's." With that, Chu caved, and they headed for the fusion chamber. Just then, the king materialized before Tae-hyun. "Choosing you as the fated one was the correct call," he stated. "But even your human vessel has its breaking point. This time, allow me to assist." With a simple touch, the king unlocked an even greater depth of power within him. The system chimed in, and unknown power had just boosted his rank straight to S-class, and a slew of new abilities were now registered. At just 20 years old, he was now an S rank with insane stats: 269 strength, 268 stamina, 269 agility, and a whopping 389 mana. His skill list was stacked with Predator's Gluttony and Complete Hypnosis. Not to mention Blood Deluge, Monster's Eye, Apocalypse, Dragon's Wrath, and Monstrous Transformation, on top of his usual invocations. Tae-hyun felt the massive power surge and asked,
What was that explosion? Chu, looking completely fine, simply replied. You're witnessing a moment that will go down in history.
Of course, he immediately got an earful from President Jinhui. I don't care what you can do. You can't just go around wrecking the association's facilities.
Were you trying to fuse more abilities? Have you lost your mind? She demanded. Then, softening a bit, she asked, Do you feel any different?
I do, Tae-hyun confirmed. I can feel a massive increase in my power. I need to head to the abyss right now and test this out. Jinhui clearly had a million more questions, but knew there was no time to waste. Actually, a direct request just came in for you. The International Association wants you to be an examiner for the upcoming SS rank recruitment trials. Tae-hyun agreed. Time sure does fly. It was already the next generation's turn to step up. And Tae-hyun, well, he was the most legendary SS ranker of them all. Vincent from the association greeted him, grateful for his attendance. The three examiners, Tae-hyun, Thomas Browning, and Cody were ready to start. Vincent began explaining his idea for a complex point-based evaluation system. Why make it so complicated? Tae-hyun cut in, letting a sliver of his power leak out. A player needs three things: mental toughness, resilience, and a powerful body. So let's just apply pressure until they crack. Whoever's left standing gets recruited. Simple as that. Cody grinned, clearly a fan of the idea. Count me in for that method, Cody added. Vincent, seeing he was outvoted, desperately agreed, and the recruits were divided into groups. As Vincent was separating them and explaining each examiner's role, a recruit named Jeffrey started grumbling about their arrogance. SS ranks have only been around for a year, he scoffed. The gap can't be that huge. He turned to his companion, Sarah, saying they couldn't just stand by and watch. I'm going to knock them all down a peg, especially that Tae-hyun Kim. Meanwhile, in Tae-hyun's designated area, he calmly welcomed his group of recruits. I'll be conducting your test today, he announced. The rule couldn't be simpler. All of you just have to land a single hit on me. Sounds easy, right? But I'm betting it's going to be impossible for you. Feel free to come at me all at once. He then released his intimidating aura, goading them. Just as planned, Jeffrey was instantly enraged. The guy charged in with everything he had and was met with a casual backhand that sent him flying. That's one failure, Tae-hyun said nonchalantly. As Jeffrey lay knocked out cold, Sarah tried to rally the others to come up with a strategy, but they all just charged in blindly and were effortlessly taken down, one after another. This is even worse than I expected, Tae-hyun sighed. For those of you still on your feet, try to do better. At that, Sarah took charge, activating her ability and starting her slow, deliberate approach. Tae-hyun was intrigued. Was this one actually strong? He threw a test punch, and she managed to block it. Sarah was shaking and coughing up blood, but she held her ground. Her goal was to create an opening for the remaining recruits. Tae-hyun decided to up the ante, using Apocalypse to ensnare them all in chains, but they shattered almost instantly. It turned out she was absorbing his mana. She saw her opening and lunged for it, but collapsed into unconsciousness just before reaching him. Tae-hyun announced that while she failed to land a blow, she was the only one who passed the test. Her name was Sarah McQueen, the great hope of the United States, user of the Terraform ability. Tae-hyun thought to himself that this was more like it. She was definitely on another level. Just then, Cody, her master, showed up. Tae-hyun offered his congratulations. Back in the control room, Vincent was asking for the results. Only one candidate passed Sarah McQueen. They were devastated. Only one new SS rank was a massive loss. Vincent fumed, thinking Tae-hyun's stunt had completely overshadowed the event. Now, the US was only getting a single new SS rank. Suddenly, an aide rushed in reporting that Tae-hyun and Cody were requesting a high-level training room for a one-on-one duel. Vincent's jaw dropped. These were the number 1 and number 2 ranked players in the entire world. Who's going to stop them? He muttered. Fine, let them fight. The exams were a bust anyway, so at least this will give the public a show.
I'll take full responsibility, Vincent declared. Permission was granted, and it was decided the whole thing would be recorded. Cody, for his part, couldn't care less.
I have to admit, I didn't expect you to challenge me to a fight, Tae-hyun said. Works out for you, doesn't it? Trying to snatch my number 1 spot? I'm not trying, Cody smirked. Because if I were actually trying, Tae-hyun shot back, I would have taken it from you already. Cody chuckled. You've got a sharp tongue, but that won't work on me. Physically, the two were evenly matched. The real decider would be their abilities. Tae-hyun made the first move, unleashing Apocalypse and ensnaring Cody in its chains. Now that's some serious power, Cody admitted. I didn't know you had a skill like this. There's a lot you don't know about me, Tae-hyun replied coolly. Cody declared he'd have to go all out if he wanted to win. He activated his own skill, Holy Night, which sliced through the chains and shattered the Apocalypse. Tae-hyun was floored. The guy just sliced through his special ability like it was nothing.
The entire arena was starting to crumble, and Tae-hyun's heart was hammering in his chest.
This guy was supposed to be the strongest hunter on the planet. Back in the control room, all the camera feeds went dark as they were destroyed one by one. Vincent had no idea what was going on. "Fine, I'm going down there myself," he muttered. He'd built that training room to withstand dozens of SS rank hunters, but these two were on a completely different level.
Tae-hyun shouted that the entire structure was about to collapse, and Cody simply agreed. "Use all your power at once," Cody demanded. Tae-hyun shot back. "I already am. You're lying."
"You still haven't tapped into your Archduke's power, have you?" Tae-hyun was stunned. "How do you know about that? Let's just say I'm not the only one who understands the secrets of the Abyss. I have a contract myself." "What kind of monster did you sign with?" Tae-hyun thought. Realizing there were other contractors out there, he unleashed the power of Igmu. "So, it's Igmu, the vampire lord?" Cody stated calmly. He then revealed his own Archduke's might, the fallen angel. "Lucifer, let's end this," they both thought. Vincent finally forced the last door open, only to be hit with a blast of wind and dust. "Looks like we've got company," Cody remarked. Tae-hyun nodded. "For now, let's call this a draw." "Agreed," Cody replied. "This is a fight better suited for the Abyss anyway."
"Are you two all right?" Vincent asked, surveying the wreckage. Tae-hyun apologized for the destruction and then walked away. It was finally time to head into the Abyss.
Meanwhile, inside the succubus castle in Rosaria's kingdom, she was fuming. "Igmu, your personality is absolutely dreadful. You've wrecked my castle." "Are you actually declaring war on me?" Igmu sneered. "Didn't you already do that? But there's a simpler way to handle this." He demanded that she reveal her contractor's identity. "And why on earth would I do that?" Rosaria scoffed. "Is the big bad vampire still upset about what happened last time?" "This is hardly a minor issue," Igmu growled. "That boy, Tae-hyun, is using my power without my consent." "So that's why you vanished?" Rosaria asked. "His body is a perfect match for my abilities," Igmu admitted. "But your methods are just plain rude." "Everything is proceeding as it should," he retorted. Rosaria warned him to keep her succubus children out of their conflict. She was about to teach the impudent vampire a lesson he'd never forget. But Igmu was faster, launching a storm of blood blades that struck her true. "Have you forgotten we share the same origin?" Rosaria taunted, as a shadowy tentacle erupted and ensnared Igmu. Rosaria began to crush him, but he dissolved into a pool of blood, reforming behind her to attack. "It seems you're the one who has forgotten my power," Igmu hissed. "Tell me everything you know right now, or this ends with your death." Suddenly, the illusion shattered. He'd been fighting a mere clone. "I don't need to rely on my contractor. This is my domain. Here, I am far more powerful. That's enough. Vampire?" The real Rosaria's voice echoed. "Fine, I'll give you a small hint. The answers you're looking for are buried within your own memories. No single human can command all the Archdukes. That boy is merely the key to reaching him." Sometime later, Marcus was knocking frantically on Tae-hyun's door. He explained that the U.S. Hunter Association needed his help urgently. A top-tier player had gone missing inside the Abyss. 4 SS rank hunters sent to rescue her were killed. Now, Cody had gone in alone, and Marcus was afraid he was walking into a death trap. Tae-hyun knew that for 4 SS rankers to get wiped out, the situation had to be beyond critical. It reminded him of a similar catastrophe from his previous life. He asked for the name of the missing player. "It's Ricky Harless," Marcus said. Tae-hyun's world tilted. The future he knew had completely changed. "She's not supposed to be alive," he thought. "I know this might sound arrogant," Marcus pleaded, "but Cody and Ricky are both critical to the future of humanity." 4 SS ranks have already been sacrificed. We have to win this one. Tae-hyun cut him off. "You can skip the long-winded explanation. Just tell me where I need to go." Ji-hyun warned him to think it through, reminding him that multiple SS rankers had already died. "People are in there fighting for their lives," Tae-hyun snapped back. He knew he had to go, especially for Ricky. Taeyuki told the president to have faith in him, noting that he always pulls off the impossible. The president replied that he knew, but he also knew the price of blind trust. Deep within the Abyss, Cody was fighting his way through an Archduke's fortress. The waves of creatures were endless. Suddenly, Tae-hyun appeared at his side. "Did Marcus send you to back me up?" Cody asked. "I'd say he's getting desperate, but I appreciate the help." "This is serious," Tae-hyun said. "The fact that they sent me, even with you already here, says it all. I can sense an immense magical presence nearby." "Ricky is trapped somewhere in this Archduke's castle," Cody explained. "This whole area is a new discovery, but I know she's still alive." "I can sense her mana deep underground. We're on a collision course with the Archduke himself. Our chances of winning this are basically 0. Cody then asked, "Think you can keep up?" "Obviously," Tae-hyun replied. As they pushed forward, they cut down countless monsters. Are you the same guy who was struggling against me earlier? Tae-hyun joked. I'm not holding back anymore, Cody declared. Did you really think our fight was over? Our promise was to settle things in the abyss, Tae-hyun said. I just never imagined we'd be fighting side by side. For a moment, Tae-hyun felt he could truly trust Cody. Together, they were humanity's greatest hope. Cody felt a surge of confidence. With Tae-hyun at his side, he believed they could actually win. They finally fought their way to the castle's core.
Cody suggested they split up to find the stairs down. But in a flash, another human appeared and took Cody down instantly. The stranger then caught Tae-hyun's blade with his bare hand.
So, you're the infamous Tae-hyun Kim, he said with a smirk. Who are you? Tae-hyun demanded. My name is Men Jang, he replied. Didn't the president of Nguyen mention me?
What a shame. With a single move, he knocked Tae-hyun to the ground and introduced himself as the leader of the Malignant Guild, and as Tae-hyun Kim's predecessor.
He shattered Tae-hyun's blade with ease. Cody launched a desperate attack, but it was useless. Min Jang mockingly called him the so-called world's number one.
Why would a human like me be waiting for you inside an Archduke's castle simple? I am the Archduke's contractor and the true master of this domain. Deep in the dungeons, Ricky felt Tae-hyun's presence. Above, Cody was frozen in terror.
The leader of a notorious villain guild was an Archduke's contractor. The fact that they sent him means this was a trap from the very beginning. Tae-hyun realized. They knew we were coming. Turns out the Archduke wasn't a no-show because of his ego. He was probably just busy. With Ricky needing a rescue, Cody stepped up to lead the charge. Tae-hyun provided backup. But their opponent, Min Jang, seemed utterly bored by the attack. He taunted them. Did you really think you could dodge that before snaring his target with the apocalypse chain? Cody's sword shattered into pieces. Don't you understand my abilities yet? Min Jang scoffed, hurling Cody into the nearby rocks. That's when Tae-hyun noticed that Min Jang was absorbing the force of Cody's assault. The system flashed a warning that the apocalypse skill had been nullified. Tae-hyun knew exactly what he was looking at. It was a black hole. Min Jang smugly asked if he'd ever seen one up close. Yeah, I ran into some trouble with a scroll that had a similar power, Tae-hyun replied. Min Jang just laughed, saying that selling scrolls like that was child's play. I despise the weak, Min Jang declared. But I detest the arrogant strong even more. I'm just curious to find out which one you are. He then conjured an even bigger black hole, which Tae-hyun managed to sidestep. This is disappointing, Min Jang sighed. But the attack still clipped Tae-hyun. You can't just absorb the abilities of another Archduke, he shot back. So who's the arrogant one now? Min Jang recognized the power, exclaiming, You're using Eggman's ability. All right, playtime's over, Min Jang said. Just then, Cody struggled back to his feet. You can't absorb an Archduke's powers, he warned. Fine, Tae-hyun retorted. Then I'll just have to use Lucifer's power. He was about to rejoin the fray when Min Jang suddenly found himself surrounded. A new voice echoed through the area. It was difficult to track you down, but I am here now. The Archduke who had granted Min Jang his power finally appeared. It was Orgo, the master of beasts. That's a poor excuse, he said, clearly unimpressed. With the powers I gave you, killing them should have been easy. Min Jang started whining that he hadn't been given enough power to begin with. Just give me a little more, he begged. Orgo crushed him under his foot. That's a bold request, but I'll consider it. Then he declared that the game was officially over. Do whatever you can to survive. Tae-hyun looked at Cody, knowing they stood no chance. Stick to the plan. I'll buy you some time. You go get her, he ordered, before attacking Orgo with gluttony. Cody immediately took off, guided by a sphere of Ricky's energy. He found her. Tae-hyun, she breathed. Thanks for repaying your debt. She asked where Cody was, and Tae-hyun just said he was looking somewhere else. There's no time to explain, he said urgently. Ricky warned him that Orgo was about to make his move. Tae-hyun knew. We have a window, but it's not a big one. We have to get out of here now. Ricky could barely even walk, so Tae-hyun picked her up and carried her to the elevator. She remarked that the situation was kind of funny. Ever since the laboratory, she had seen him face death and still cling to the hope of survival. Thank you for everything, she said, just as Orgo appeared, blocking their path. Did you really think you could escape? He sneered. I only let her live because of her knowledge of mana. And now you're coming with me. Tae-hyun unleashed gluttony, but Orgo simply grabbed its mouth, holding it shut. My eyes aren't deceiving me, he mused. That's the king's power, but it's incredibly weak. Tae-hyun then tried using Igmu's power, but the blood knives he summoned didn't even leave a scratch. Tae-hyun switched to the dragon's fury, ripping a chunk out of Orgo's stomach. Well now, the boy has a strong spirit. Using the power of the Dragon Lord, Tae-hyun pressed his advantage, activating his monstrous transformation. Orgo seemed to be enjoying himself, amused that a mere human was putting up such a fight against an Archduke. He instantly regenerated the wound. It's been a while since I've felt this way. You leech off the power of others, just like the king did. He vanished millennia ago. Now I can finally have a proper fight. With that, he ripped Tae-hyun's arm clean off.
I want to see the full power of the king's key, Orgo roared. Tae-hyun was desperate. The only thing left that might work was the invocation.
He summoned Rosaria, who instantly appeared to shield him. So, she's here, Orgo remarked. The king's most loyal servant. Tae-hyun mumbled that he really hadn't wanted to drag her into this. Rosaria was more than ready for a fight. Orgo? She said with disgust. I can't stand him. Tae-hyun knew that summoning her was a massive risk. This summoned version wasn't nearly as powerful as the original. Its strength was tied to his mana and could even backfire. But it was too late to go back now. Orgo was surprised to see her aligned with him. So you have Igmu's power as well, Rosaria simply replied. You'll find out soon enough. Tae-hyun asked if he could heal himself with the blood deluge. Rosaria said yes, and he was instantly transported to another place. It was Rosaria's personal dimension. The most I can do is buy you time, she explained. Tae-hyun asked if she could bring someone else there, and suddenly Ricky was thrown into the space with them. She landed right in his lap. It's a temporary shelter, Tae-hyun explained. Ricky, he urged, we need to come up with a plan.
Ricky was in shock, asking if he had a contract with the succubus queen. How are you using the powers of other archdukes?
I'm human, he answered, but my ability lets me absorb the powers of others. That's why I can use their skills. To Ricky, it finally made sense. She trusted Tae-hyun completely, though he knew he could never tell her the truth about his regression. The dimension began to tremble violently. Rosaria's in trouble, Tae-hyun said grimly. They had to act fast. Ricky revealed she had a portal ability, but it was dangerously unstable. I've only used it to summon things, never for personal transport.
We could get trapped in the void, she warned. Tae-hyun replied that they were out of options. I believe in you, he said. With that, they returned to the fight.
They arrived just in time to see Orgo rip the head from Rosaria's summoned form. The key is back, he said. It's a shame the king isn't so severe. If you have his power, then fight like him. Tae-hyun shot back by blasting him with gluttony, saying, It's hard to listen to you talk so much. He shouted to Ricky to open the portal. I'll be back faster than you expect. As he said it, Tae-hyun managed to trap Orgo with gluttony. Ricky hesitated, asking if he wanted to go through the portal first. Aren't you the most powerful mage in the world? He countered. If I don't trust you, who else is there? With his faith in her, they leaped through. Ricky screamed that it worked, but Orgo's arm shot through the portal just as it began to close. His hand clamped down, crushing her. This fight has just begun, his voice echoed from the other side. Ricky's mana became unstable, and the portal snapped shut, with Orgo still on the other side. Tahune took one look at Ricky's condition and frantically wondered if any ability could possibly heal her. But she just told him it was okay, that she had always been prepared for this outcome. Refusing to accept it, Tae-hyun insisted he wouldn't give up on her. It's already too late, Ricky replied, asking him, Can you absorb my power and continue to protect humanity in my place?
Tae-hyun tearfully agreed. In her final moments, Ricky thought about how she had lived a life with no regrets, except for one she wished she could have gone on a proper date with Tae-hyun. Meanwhile, Cody was locked in a brutal fight with Minjung. Finally, a real challenge, Cody thought, knowing he had to find a way out of there quickly.
Minjung mocked him for even thinking about anyone else. Your little friends, they've already been captured by Wargo. In a burst of anger, Cody managed to wound Minjung. That's a lie, Cody yelled. I have faith in my teammates. Minjung just smirked. You're a naive one. Suddenly, the entire castle began to shake as Wargo telepathically called for his contractor. Minjung replied that he was in the middle of dealing with an intruder. But Wargo called for him again, more urgently. Annoyed, Minjung told Cody he was lucky this time. This is just the start, Cody thought. I'll be the spark that ignites the end of your world. He realized that if Wargo was calling for backup, something important must be happening. He rushed back to their base, frantically searching. Where are Tae-hyun, Kim, and Ricky? But the place was empty. Just then, they appeared in the distance. Tae-hyun was carrying Ricky's lifeless body. Cody's voice was heavy as he asked, Did she go peacefully? Tae-hyun nodded. Yes, I failed because I was too weak. Don't blame yourself, Cody said firmly. She died an honorable death. Tae-hyun announced he was taking her body to the association. He had to see her final duty through.
Over at the United States Association headquarters, the president expressed his gratitude. We've lost so many valuable players. I truly hope this meeting will be worth the sacrifices made.
Tae-hyun had called the meeting, but Gregor complained that they were too busy for this. You failed your mission, Cody snapped. Are you talking to me? Gregor immediately tensed up. Tae-hyun cut in, saying they would all soon understand who truly deserved a seat at this table. He then activated one of Ricky's abilities, declaring, Memorize now. Every one of you is about to witness her final words. The narrator clarifies that Tae-hyun had inherited 3 of Ricky's powers, Monster Heart, which let him manipulate mana, portal, and memorize. It was this unique ability that had made her such an invaluable investigator. The president, stunned, asked how this was possible. Tae-hyun bluffed, claiming that Ricky had figured out a method to transfer her abilities before she died.
Cody asked what he was about to show them. Tae-hyun then projected the information Ricky had uncovered. She had seen the statues of the 7 archdukes.
Oral, Rosaria, Igman, Belzebu, Hazard, Joangard, and Lucifer. All of them were constantly warring over territory. But before she could identify who sat on the ultimate throne, Orgo discovered her. The room was filled with shocked gasps. Before, they had no idea of their true power. But now, thanks to her sacrifice, they knew that a single archduke could annihilate the planet, and there were 7 of them, not to mention the one who ruled over them all.
Elsewhere, Minjung and Orle finally met up. Minjung was incredulous that an archduke would ever need assistance, but Orgel's head was still in the process of regenerating.
It was an accident, Orla snapped. I would have recovered on my own, but I despise waiting. Speak out of turn again, and I will crush you. Minjung quickly changed the subject, asking what the plan was for Tai Kim. Orle revealed that the boy possessed a special ability, a gift from someone even more powerful, the King of the Abyss. This was the being who had orchestrated the entire war against the Heavenly Kingdom. Orle noted that this king was on a whole different level. Minjung, you have new orders, Orla commanded. Go to Earth, locate the king's contractor, and accelerate the chaos plan.
I will claim the king's key for myself and rule the abyss alone. Minjung bowed and left to carry out his orders. Back at the association, Tae-hyun asked the president for their next move.
The association president admitted that they would hold a meeting right away, because frankly, he had no idea how to get them out of this mess. But Tae-hyun was blunt. This is bigger than the United States Association now.
This is a threat to all of humanity. Every single person needs to know what we're up against.
The president, deeply concerned, argued that releasing this information could trigger worldwide panic. But Tae-hyun countered, we have to give them a chance to unite.
Ricky wasn't fighting for the good of a single nation. She fought to protect the entire world.
His words hit home, and the president finally relented. Very well, I'll share this intel with the International Association. But just then, Tae-hyun dropped another bombshell. He revealed that within Ricky's memories, he had seen something hidden deep in the association's own basement. The president was visibly shaken, since Tae-hyun was now one of the closest allies to the United States Association. He decided it was time to reveal their most guarded secret. He led Tae-hyun down to the lowest level of the underground facility. As they descended, the president explained that anyone who studied history knew that humanity was forever changed after its first contact with the abyss. It all began with the first awakened beings, who learned to harness the resources from that other dimension. But here's the great secret, he said. The awakened and the abyss didn't appear simultaneously. At first, the abyss was a hellscape we couldn't survive. It only became a land of opportunity after we recovered something from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. In truth, humans only began to awaken after we made contact with one specific entity. The president then unveiled the so-called savior of humanity, the very being that granted powers to every awakened person on Earth. To this day, the creature remains unnamed, but unofficially. We call it God. Tae-hyun stared in utter disbelief. That thing! It looks almost exactly like the king who granted me my powers, he demanded. How could you keep something like this hidden for so long? The president sighed, replying that their priorities had always been national security and development. But ever since that first awakening, he admitted, we haven't been able to get a single thing from it. All we could do was stand there, trying to decipher its every little twitch. I think it just moved, Tae-hyun whispered. And in that instant, the Nameless One's eyes snapped open. Raw fear seized everyone in the room. This had never happened before. Its gaze pierced right through them, as if staring directly into their souls. The president, absolutely terrified, stammered, This is unprecedented. Get the researchers on the line, now. Then, Tae-hyun felt that intense stare lock directly onto him. The creature's voice echoed in his mind, telling him he was different from the others, not the one they expected to return with the king's power. Suddenly, the entire facility began to tremble violently. We need to get out of here, Marcos yelled. Something's seriously wrong. The Nameless One, however, offered Tae-hyun a choice stay and learn the truth about his mana and the king's power. Despite the chaos, Tae-hyun decided to remain. I'm staying, he declared, even as the building threatened to collapse. There's something I have to see. Marcos was frantic, but Cody tried to calm him down. Trust, Tae-hyun. With that, they left him alone with the entity. Turning to it, Tae-hyun said, "Show me the truth about God." Within that shared mental space, the Nameless One acknowledged Tae-hyun's bravery and agreed to provide the answers he was looking for. Tae-hyun's mind was reeling with questions. He started with the most basic one: where did its information come from? And was it truly a god? The entity explained that God was the closest word humans had, but in reality, it was merely a single fragment of a greater divine being. It was now separate from that whole, possessing only a faint sense of direction toward the place its original being resided. So there's a real god out there somewhere, Tae-hyun pieced together. And you're a path to him. Exactly, the Nameless One confirmed. It explained that humanity's awakening was a quest to find God, and its own awakening was triggered by its encounter with the king. Tae-hyun pressed further, asking if the king's power was actually God's power, why the king did what he did, and where he was now. Suddenly, Tae-hyun was pulled into a vision of a portal break in South Korea. But this wasn't the Korea from his own world, it was the king's homeworld. He saw a man on the brink of death awaken at the last second, empowered by these fragments of God. This man crushed his enemies and rose to become the king of the abyss. The Nameless One went on to explain that after the Great Territorial War, the king had finally met the conditions to challenge the heavenly kingdom and face the true God. But that higher realm was protected by far more powerful beings. The king was hopelessly outmatched. Even after regressing time and time again, his mind eventually shattered, and he realized he wasn't the one for the job. What he needed was someone else the king's key. That was the true meaning behind Tae-hyun's new role. The key, the Nameless One explained, is the one destined to win the war and reach God. And you, Tae-hyun, are that king's key? Still, Tae-hyun had more questions. Why did God scatter his fragments in the first place? Why was the king searching for him, and why was he chosen? The Nameless One admitted that those answers were beyond its knowledge. You've inherited the king's powers, not God's, it clarified. You could simply enjoy your life if this isn't a duty you want to take on. The mission is entirely your choice. After all, another key might appear after you, or one might not. Meanwhile, in the elevator, the U.S. Association staff listened to their fuming president. He should have just stayed down there, he complained. We could have learned so much more about humanity and this power. But will Tae-hyun be okay? Marcos asked, worried. Knowing him, Cody replied. He never makes a reckless move without a very good reason. When they finally made it to the surface, they saw Tae-hyun calmly stepping out of a portal. Marcos was stunned. What on earth happened down there? The president demanded. The Nameless One is gone, Tae-hyun stated. In a way, I absorbed it. The president, seething, demanded a full explanation. I just received instructions from the Nameless One, and I followed them, Tae-hyun said. Is that it? Cody pressed. What else did you two talk about? Tae-hyun shook his head, saying he couldn't discuss it right now. The president wasn't having it. The Nameless One is United States property. You can't withhold information, but Cody stepped in. Fine, but at the very least, you owe us an answer about what you plan to do from now on. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm capable of, Tae-hyun admitted. I've done my part. I delivered Rick's final message. Now, I'm leaving. The president ordered Cody to stop him, but Cody just replied, You still don't get it. Do you Kim Tae-hyun has already surpassed me? There's nothing on this entire planet that can restrain him now. We tried to contact the Nameless One for years, but Tae-hyun was the only one who ever succeeded. In fact, it chose him. We shouldn't be angry at the man chosen by a god. What we should be doing is trusting him. Following this event, the International Association released the information to the public. Soon, the entire world knew about the Abyss and the Seven Archdukes. Unsurprisingly, the news plunged everyone into a state of mourning and terror. Later, during a meeting with Din Rui, Tae-hyun assured her he was fine after his confrontation with the Archduke. But of course, it's a deeply concerning situation, he confessed. Din Rui said that even if he was shaken, there was an urgent matter they needed to discuss. From what I understand, you and Yu Yong have been working together to stop the Abyss. Do your plans involve the Archdukes? No, Tae-hyun answered. It's because now, more than ever, the Abyss requires my presence. As Taewok tried to step in, Din Rui told him it was fine. Tae-hyun then asked Taewok if there was something important to discuss, to which he replied, Yes, the president intended to keep this from you, but seeing as you're heading into the Abyss, it's something you need to be aware of. While you were occupied, a bizarre illness started to sweep across Earth. One of the telltale signs is gray patches appearing on the skin. A memory flashed through Tae-hyun's mind. He thought, I've seen this before. These are the exact same symptoms from my previous life. This is the gray toxin disease. But that's impossible. Didn't I eradicate it when I killed the gray toxin? Taewok clarified that the sickness wasn't natural. It seemed to be artificially created by humans in South Korea, with ties to the malignant guild. They're powerful, but they shouldn't possess the ability to engineer a plague. Someone else has to be pulling the strings with them.
We're looking into it, but we have to get to the source of the problem. That's when Tae-hyun posed a crucial question. I ran into the leader of the malignant guild inside Orgel's castle. His name is Minjang. Do you know who that is? Ginryan's face filled with rage.
That bastard is now siding with the monsters. Should we be the ones to tell him this? Tae-hyun asked. No, Ginryan insisted. This is his cross to bear. He has to be the one to say it. I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just didn't want the story getting out. But the time has come for Tae-hyun to learn what happened. Ginryan started his story. This all took place 20 years ago, back when I was still an active player. A dungeon break occurred, and I rushed to the scene, but I was too late. The monsters had already swarmed out, and in the chaos was a child, Minjang, only 7 years old. He had lost his parents, but had managed to kill every single monster by himself, halting a B-rank dungeon break. That was the first time I ever met Minjang. I saw his potential and felt a deep sense of responsibility for failing to save his parents. So I took him in, adopted him, and trained him to be the next savior of Korea. However, his talent far exceeded my wildest expectations. Even as a teenager, he was already considered one of the strongest people in Korea. But looking back on it now, I have so many regrets.
I pushed him far too hard. No child should have to endure what he went through. Tae-hyun then asked where everything started to go wrong.
Tae-hyun explained that back then, the requirements to enter the abyss weren't in place. Despite being incredibly young, Minjang went in, but his entire party was wiped out.
He was constantly surrounded by death and casualties. The association launched an investigation and found out he was intentionally leading people to their deaths.
During the entire interrogation, all Minjang would say was, "How was I supposed to handle monsters when fighting alongside such weaklings if they had survived? They would be as strong as me. If they died, it's only because they deserved to." Fearing the public backlash, the association tried to eliminate him, but he successfully escaped. Ginryan continued. And that's the story of how he became an international fugitive. His mind has been through so much. He genuinely believes that tragedy forges strength in a person, and he wants to inflict that on others. In his mind, this is how he can save the world. And the person who pushed him down this path was me, President Jin-hoi. Tae-hyun stood up. I can't say that Jin-hoi bears no responsibility for this. Maybe he does share some of the blame. He should have done the one thing that any parent is supposed to do. Knock some sense into their child when they wander off the right path. I'm going after Minjang in the abyss, Tae-hyun declared.
I will drag him back here so he can have a second chance with his father. While Tae-hyun despised Minjang's views on the weak, he could still empathize with his pain. I understand better than anyone what it feels like to lose everything you've ever had. So, does this mean you're going to join him?
Tae-hyun asked. Yes, but not right away. I need to settle a few things first. A new status window materialized before Tae-hyun, presenting a new mission. The War of the Races was on the horizon. Later, Tae-hyun went to see Rosaria. You're here already. I had a feeling you would arrive soon, she said. Why the long face? Is it because you see me in this pathetic, miserable state? Tae-hyun couldn't help but wonder if this was his fault. This has nothing to do with you, Rosaria assured him. Right before your battle with Orgel, Igmu showed up here. But you don't need to worry. Before you came along, the archdukes were hardly on friendly terms with one another. I'll make sure you are never treated that way again, Tae-hyun promised. Those are beautiful words, Rosaria said, already feeling a bit better. But something about you has changed. What happened? I met God. Tae-hyun revealed. And I learned the truth about the king. The War of the Races is coming.
What did you just say you met God? Rosaria was completely floored. To be more accurate, it was a fragment of God, Tae-hyun clarified.
I learned everything there is to know about the king. My entire perspective on things has shifted now. Rosaria noted that he had reached that state of enlightenment far quicker than she'd anticipated. Is this fate, or is it just a coincidence everything is proceeding according to the divine plan? If you now know the truth, then you must also know your destiny. And since you've come here, you must have made a decision. Tae-hyun recalled his conversation with the Nameless One. He had the choice to either enjoy his life or to fulfill his duty. He reflected on all his years of frustration and his journey to becoming powerful, but he now knew that all along. He was just a pawn created by the king to shoulder a terrible burden. Even knowing this, he chose to walk the same path. He is determined to protect his world.
I will seize the reins and lead us in this war, he declared. And for that, I need your backing, like the king before me. I plan on elevating you to a whole new level of power.
A truly moving speech, I'll give you that, Rosaria conceded. But you're no king. You are the key. You still have a long road ahead of you if you want to match the king's strength. Just then, a system notification flashed. He had just broken through to SS rank. A colossal wave of energy erupted from him. When did you get this strong? Rosaria demanded. To walk the same path as the king, he explained. I had to acquire a fragment of a god.
Which is why I absorbed it, Tae-hyun clarified. You still don't have faith in me, do you? When the king first told me he planned to pass on his power to a successor, I was completely against it, Rosaria admitted. But now, it seems I was fortunately mistaken.
This is a feeling I haven't experienced in a very long time. Later, Rosaria acknowledged that she could no longer look down on Tae-hyun as an inferior.
From now on, we are equals, partners, she stated. So, tell me, what do you know of the War of the Races? Only that the king was victorious in the territorial war, but was then ambushed by the superior kingdom.
Tae-hyun mentioned the fragment of God wasn't exactly chatty. You deceived me, Rosaria shot back. If I'd been honest, you never would have helped me. Tae-hyun argued. Fine, I'll fill you in on the rest. But I don't have the full picture myself.
The War of the Races began because the beings of the superior kingdom feared the king's overwhelming power.
The superior kingdom has its own ruler, a monster who walked the same path as our king, but did it first. His name is Baal, the Dragon King.
He's already attained godhood, and he views all other god fragments as betrayers. Our king simply wanted to restore the old order, and that's what sparked the entire conflict.
Then why hasn't the superior kingdom launched an all-out assault while we're in this weakened state? Tae-hyun questioned. There's a specific power at play, she explained, holding them back until certain conditions are fulfilled. In that case, until those conditions are met, I'll crush every last archduke and build a massive army. Tae-hyun declared. Now you see the path to victory, don't you? Rosaria said with a satisfied smile. You finally grasp why you have to conquer the other archdukes. To unite our forces, so the entire inferior kingdom can stand as one against the superior realm. The lengthy discussion had solidified Rosaria's resolve. When do we begin? She asked. Tae-hyun's mind immediately went to Orgel. He had a debt to collect for Ricky's death. The problem was, Orgel controlled the biggest chunk of territory in the Abyss. A head-on confrontation would be suicide. Just then, a succubus burst in, interrupting them with an urgent report. Well, Rosaria smirked, it seems the beginning is already here.
Weren't you the one promising to take me to a higher realm? Now's your chance to prove you're not all talk.
At that very moment, in a part of Rosaria's domain known as the Dry Desert, Igmon's forces were clashing with her own in a fierce battle between vampires and succubi. One of the succubi, Bludia, was on the losing end. Mauserin, loyal to her mistress, tried to defend her honor, but Bludia just humiliated her. Is this pathetic display all Rosaria can muster? Bludia sneered. Your master is the most pathetic of all the archdukes. You take that back, Mauserin shot back. Losers don't get to talk back, Bludia retorted, grinding her heel into Mauserin. From this moment on, the Dry Desert belongs to Lord Igman. Suddenly, Tae-hyun appeared. I like that philosophy you've got there. Survival of the fittest. Nice. What's a mere human doing in a place like this? Bludia demanded, shocked. Nothing much, Tae-hyun replied coolly. Just a humble mercenary in the Queen's service, and I'm the one who's come to take care of you. The narration explains that while most monsters in the Abyss operate on pure animal instinct, mutants like Bludia possess a higher intelligence, born to rule the food chain. She had clawed her way up by killing countless other monsters, until the day she ran into the Abyss's true apex predator, the Archduke. Igman. Igman had crushed her effortlessly and then offered her a deal. Serve him, and he would grant her more power, to stay alive. She took the offer. But now, how was she being beaten by some kid? Someone who worked for the weakest of the archdukes, no less. And even more baffling, how was she losing to a human? Tae-hyun was playing with her, effortlessly parrying her attacks and overwhelming her with the sheer force of the Nightmare Queen's aura. The moment Bludia was completely paralyzed by fear, he sliced her clean in two. Looks like I'm the winner, Tae-hyun stated calmly. Survival of the fittest, right? That makes you my prize. You waltz into my new territory, run your mouth. I couldn't just let that slide, so you work for Igman, huh? Speaking of which, why not summon him? Let's see what he's got. No, Bludia shrieked. I serve no one. I am the one who will conquer the Abyss. In response, Tae-hyun simply consumed her essence. The onlooking knights immediately identified him as Rosaria's new contractor. He mused that S-rank monsters used to give him a run for his money, but now they were practically child's play. After fully integrating the God Fragment, beasts like Bludia were no match for him. He also realized he could now fine-tune the mana output of his skills, particularly the ones connected to Igman. He now wielded enough power to take down an Archduke. But what he failed to realize was that his own gluttony was about to explode from within. Rising from a pool of blood, Igman remarked that Bludia had certainly done some difficult work. I wasn't expecting much from her, he said. But at least she led me straight to you. Funny, Tae-hyun replied. I was looking for you, too. Well, that simplifies things, Igman said, proposing they celebrate their reunion.
Back at the Korean Association, Jinroy was heading home when he noticed an old photo of the players.
We were so young back then, he thought to himself, just before Gotwook interrupted with an urgent report. The association and the Nightwalkers had discovered the malignant guild's location. Summon all national-level players immediately. Taeyuki questioned if they could really pull it off without Tae-hyun, who was still trapped in the abyss. Since when does Korea rely on him alone? Jinroy snapped back. It'd be a good thing if we could handle this without his help. He's got his own battles to fight, and this is our chance to prove we've gotten stronger. Tae-hyun can't be Korea's shield forever. He has his own destiny to chase, and I, for one, want to support those who walk the right path. Got Taewak was reminded of what had happened to M. Jang. We don't have a second to lose, Jinroy declared. We're moving out. Facing the succubi, Igman gave a formal introduction.
Tae-hyun did the same, saying, I am Rosaraya's contractor, and the King's Key. Igman then made a tempting proposal.
Sever your contract with Rosaria and join my side. I will treat you as a true equal, and you'll achieve a level of power you've never imagined. Tae-hyun immediately shut him down. I'm already on track to win this war, with or without your power.
Rosaria warned me that once the Archdukes learned I was the key, they'd all come after me to become the new king of the Abyss. You really can't tell that I'm just bluffing?
Igman grew irritated. It would have been much better for you if you'd stayed ignorant. If you won't come willingly, I'll just have to take you by force. You seem to be quite close with the Nightmare Kingdom. Of course, Tae-hyun said. Rosaria and I are partners now. An Archduke and a human, partners. How ridiculous. In the Abyss, there is only the ruler and the ruled. The former king understood this well.
That's why he forced everyone to kneel beneath him. I never said I wouldn't use force, Tae-hyun countered.
I'll show mercy if you beg for it, but I'll use my strength to cut out the unnecessary steps. So here's my offer. Serve me, starting now. In return, I'll give you a chance to prove your worth in the upcoming War of the Races. How arrogant you've become. Igman scoffed. Have you forgotten your place? You're just a key, a little brat who's high on his own power. He sent his bladed swords flying toward Tae-hyun, but a small knife made of blood deflected it and shattered them all. It's time for my true awakening, Tae-hyun announced. Igman was furious. You're wielding my own authorities like they belong to you. Will your thieving only stop when you're dead? He conjured a massive arrow of blood. Tae-hyun knew that an Archduke's power was on a whole other level than an SSS rank. The smart move would be to ask Rosaria for help, but he was eager to test out his new abilities on his own. He dodged the arrow and sliced into Igman's chest. The vampire struck back, impaling Tae-hyun through the chest. Using a stolen ability against me? Not bad, Igman admitted. It's a little early to be impressed, Tae-hyun replied. I've got a lot more than just one authority. He then used Oral's monstrous transformation to shatter Igman's blade.
The vampire stared in shock as Tae-hyun effortlessly switched between different authorities.
This is vulgar. And disrespectful. As he summoned more swords, Tae-hyun obliterated every single one. Igman couldn't fathom how he'd become so powerful. From the sidelines, Musarin watched in disbelief, finding it hard to accept that a human was fighting an archduke on even ground. How does it feel? Losing to a kid? Tae-hyun taunted. Don't get cocky, Igman shot back. You've only seen a fraction of my true authority.
I don't just need your authority, Tae-hyun said, unleashing the dragon's fury. You're the one who doesn't understand anything.
He pierced Igman's arm, using demonic fluids to poison him. Even while coughing up blood, Igman admitted Tae-hyun was far stronger than expected. As he activated Bloodfield, his ultimate ability. Ultimate? Tae-hyun tried to call out to Rosaria for help, but Igman cut him off. You can scream all you want in here, but do you have enough mana to survive this? Tae-hyun felt his energy being drained away as he slowly drowned in Igman's sea of blood. As he lost consciousness, the vampire moved in to capture him, but it was all just an illusion. Actually, Tae-hyun's voice echoed. You were mistaken. This domain isn't yours, it's mine. Welcome to my kingdom. A copy of Tae-hyun, forged from gluttony, appeared. Who am I, you ask, she said with a grin. Everyone asks that when they arrive, but nobody has ever stuck around long enough to hear the answer. You stand before an archduke, Igman roared. You will tell me the truth. Honestly, I don't get why you archdukes act so special, Gluttony mocked.
There's always someone stronger. I'm really no different from the kid you left outside.
And what I created weren't swords. They were predators. The copy then thanked Igman for the mana donation and began to pummel him relentlessly. Now, allow me to show you what a real fight looks like, she declared. The poor vampire was taking a merciless beating, unable to even catch his breath. I bet you've never been hit this hard in your entire life. He tried to launch a spear attack, but the copy found herself snared in Igman's apocalypse. It finally clicked for him. The whole point was to drain the king's power through the key. The clone, which was still regenerating, urged Tae-hyun that now was the time to eliminate the vampire for good. Tae-hyun finally reclaimed his body and unleashed the predator of gluttony to consume everything around them, causing Igman's entire domain to shatter. How can I, an archduke, be losing to a mere phantom? He wondered in disbelief. At that exact moment, Rosaria burst in, looking completely desperate. Igman called it a draw, but Tae-hyun wasn't having it, insisting. No, next time, I'll definitely win. Rosaria just muttered that he should have given her a heads up. If I knew he was going to show up, I would have been here too, she complained. Tae-hyun confessed it was his fault for not summoning her earlier.
Was this really enough to spark a full-blown territory war? Rosaria had to admit he was on a whole other level. Meanwhile, at the enemy's stronghold, Guan was systematically taking everyone down.
Randall urged them to move quickly, reminding them that the high-value targets were the leaders. President Jin Rui confirmed that Yu Yong was in pursuit of a vehicle, and she was right on its tail. Yu Yong managed to corner the car, only to find President Lee Jong-soo inside. The association is meddling in my affairs, he hissed. This is all on you, Yu Yong retorted. Why would the Tae-hyun group be helping out the malignant guild anyway? The gray disease spread because of them, she explained. And all clues point back to your organization, a failing company led by a president with a shady reputation. Jong-soo defended his actions, saying he was simply a businessman and that using the guild gave his company an edge. It's way too soon for the association to be celebrating, he warned. I fully intend to fight back. Yu Yong just wrote him off as another S rank. I've ascended far beyond that, Jong-soo declared, as he underwent a monstrous transformation, a result of Long Jiang's experiments. My power is now comparable to a national-level hunter. At the same time, Wangan and Jin Park were desperately attacking Shadow, who seemed completely immune to their physical blows.
Shadow taunted them, saying it was useless to fight him there before ensnaring everyone in his shadows.
Jin Hoi successfully broke his hold, but Shadow just smirked, asking why no one had managed to capture him before now. Aeon Lin used her ice hammer to freeze Shadow solid, creating an opening for Jin Hoi to unleash his mountain domain. But Shadow, though wounded, managed to stay on his feet. Shadow revealed that the president was clever, but taking on all of them was never the plan. My only job was to delay you, he said, and then vanished. Gon complained, urging the president to go after him, but Jin Hai decided they would stand down. Yanlim immediately asked if this decision was because of her sister. Don't worry, Jin Hai reassured her. Your sister is anything but weak. I know that better than anyone. Jong-soo was on the ground spitting up blood and pleading with Yu for mercy. I'm supposed to be at the level of a national rank, he groaned. Since when did I ever say I was just an S rank? Yu replied. I wasn't just sitting around while everyone else was getting stronger. She had a flashback to when Tae-hyun called her to come train. She had been busy, but Tae-hyun convinced her by vowing to elevate the entire squad to the national level, then asking if she really wanted to be left behind by her sister. I'm never losing to her. Yu had shot back. From that moment on, she trained until she also reached the national rank, keeping her true power hidden from the public. Is that all you've got? Yu demanded of Jong-soo, who begged her to let him live, blurting out that M. Jiang was hiding nearby. Just then, M. Jiang made his appearance. The pathetic Jong-soo, barely alive, claimed he would handle her. It has been a while, Miss Yu, M. Jiang said calmly. You look well. When Tae-hyun finally returned from the abyss, night had already fallen.